Chapter 1347, Hero Time. Chapter 1347, Hero Time. Currently, Gilbert stood quietly inside the guild hall with both his eyes shut. His 3-meter-tall body was unmatched by the other NPCs. As he stood before the guild flag, he looked just like a god of war, preventing all enemies from approaching the guild flag. Is this the hero the guild leader was talking about? Aqua Rose was somewhat astonished as she looked at Gilbert. What a powerful aura. Although the Tier 3 NPCs she encountered before were terrifyingly strong, she had not felt suffocating pressure from them. As for Gilbert, rather than calling him an NPC, he was more like a prehistoric beast. Damn it! Why does Zero Wing still possess a Tier 3 NPC? Abandoned Wave's expression darkened considerably when he spotted Gilbert standing inside the guild hall. In order to prevent the Tier 3 adventurer NPCs from coming to assist in the defense, he had mobilized all the surviving Grand Lord-ranked evil beasts in a desperate effort to pin down those NPCs. He had even stationed several Great Lord-ranked evil demons nearby to find an opportunity to attack. Only with this did he manage to block all 30 Tier 3 NPC adventurers from reaching Zero Wing's residence. He never imagined that Zero Wing would still be hiding a trump card even at such a crucial moment, allowing Stone Forest Town to gain a moment of reprieve. One hit. He needed his monsters to land only one hit to destroy the guild flag. Once the guild flag was destroyed, Stone Forest Town would become a monster town. If it were 30 Tier 3 NPCs working together to defend the guild flag, I might really need to put in some more effort. However, Black Flame, you are overestimating yourself if you think one Tier 3 NPC is enough to defend the guild flag. Abandoned Wave sneered. He then manipulated the gray orb in his hand and started chanting an incantation. Suddenly, over a dozen figures hidden in the monster army leaped forward, leaving afterimages trailing behind them. By the time Zero Wing's members noticed these figures, the latter had already broken through the blockade and appeared in the guild residence's surroundings. They then smashed through its walls and dashed straight towards the guild hall. The true identity of these figures were evil demons. However, unlike the evil demons that attempted to assault the guild flag before, this group of evil demons was much stronger. Not good. There are Great Lord-ranked evil demons mixed in among them. We need to stop them. Aqua Rose, who was defending inside the guild hall, hurriedly activated the power of darkness and used the Tier 1 spell Shadow Vines. Suddenly, hundreds of blue vines emerged from around Aqua Rose's feet and slithered rapidly towards the approaching evil demons. A futile struggle. Abandoned Wave sneered upon seeing this. The 16 evil demons were the strongest force he had remaining, 11 High Lords and 5 Great Lords. Even a party of Tier 3 NPCs would have a hard time facing such a force, not to mention a measly Tier 1 Cursemancer like Aqua Rose. In the next moment, the evil demons could be seen dodging all the oncoming shadow vines. What quick reaction speeds! Aqua Rose was surprised. She had aimed all her shadow vines at the blind spots of these evil demons. Yet, as if they had long since sensed her attack, not only did the evil demons perfectly avoid being bound, but they had even managed to close the distance between them and the guild flag even further. Finish it! Through the eyes of one of the evil demons, Abandoned Wave could see the guild flag that was just 30 yards away. In the next moment, the 16 evil demons charged at the guild flag from various directions. With this, even if 2 or 3 Tier 3 melee NPCs worked together, they wouldn't be able to stop every one of the evil demons. Are we going to lose just like this? Aqua Rose's eyes were filled with frustration as she looked at the evil demons approaching the guild flag. The town they had invested plenty of resources into was going to disappear, just like that. The 16 evil demons could be seen rapidly closing in on the guild flag. 20 yards. 15 yards. At this moment, the evil demons had even stopped evading the attacks sent at them by the players inside the hall, focused solely on reaching and destroying the guild flag. Just when the evil demons were only 10 yards away from the guild flag, Gilbert, who had his eyes shut all this time, opened them and let loose a deafening roar. Even the people outside the guild hall heard his roar very clearly. In the next moment, the 16 evil demons involuntarily turned towards Gilbert, as if nothing but Gilbert existed in their world at this moment. The Barbarian class's Tier 3 Legacy skill Barbaric Roar. The skill immediately enveloped a radius of 50 yards. Unlike other taunt skills, Barbaric Roar was more of a domain skill. All enemies caught within the range of the domain would find their minds filled with only Gilbert's existence. At the same time, due to the deterrent effect of Gilbert's voice, all enemies within range would have their movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed reduced by 50%. Following the activation of Barbaric Roar, Gilbert pulled out his blood-red greatsword, which he had stabbed into the ground, and lightly swung it at the approaching evil demons. If one was watching from afar, one would think that Gilbert's attack speed at this moment was very slow. However, if one paid close attention, they would realize that Gilbert's attack speed was not slow at all. Instead, the extreme speed and fluidity of his attack had merely given rise to a misconception. Although the 16 evil demons tried to block the approaching crimson streak of light, they suddenly found their bodies unable to move. The only thing they could do was watch as the streak of light landed on their bodies. Tier 3 Legacy skill Barbaric Blade. Although the skill executed an extremely normal slash, it rendered all the surrounding enemies immobile. Meanwhile, pitch-black spatial tears would appear one after another wherever the crimson light passed. The might of the attack was so powerful that it even sliced space itself. After the greatsword passed through the evil demons, all 16 evil demons left behind afterimages as they went flying out of the guild hall like cannonballs. The High Lord-ranked evil demons lost over 1/3 of their HPs on the spot. The destructive power of the attack made everyone present gasp. So strong. The power of this attack should be practically Tier 4 standard. Aqua Rose wore an incredulous look on her face as she stared at Gilbert. Even Tier 3 NPCs were just barely able to cope with a Great Lord-ranked evil demon in a one-on-one. At least 2 of such NPCs were needed to suppress a Great Lord. Yet now, Gilbert had managed to send 5 Great Lord-ranked evil demons flying with a single blow. This was simply unbelievable. He stopped them? How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful Tier 3 NPC in existence? Abandoned Wave nearly fainted when he saw this scene. He had been watching through the eyes of one of the 16 evil demons, so he had clearly seen the speed and power of Gilbert's attack. Not to mention dodging the attack, even blocking it was utterly impossible. Gilbert was far stronger than the Tier 3 NPCs from before. They were on entirely different levels. Before Abandoned Wave could react, Gilbert took a step forward. In the next moment he disappeared from where he stood. Immediately after, he appeared in front of one of the Great Lord-ranked evil demons. Before anyone realized it, Gilbert had already thrust his great sword through the Great Lord's body. Meanwhile, only after its body was stabbed did the evil demon realize it had been attacked. Gilbert's strength was simply overwhelming. As for the other evil demons, due to the effects of Barbaric Roar, they couldn't approach the guild flag at all without killing Gilbert first. As time passed, although many more monsters entered the guild hall, due to the effects of Barbaric Roar, these monsters had no choice but to fight Gilbert. However, not only was Gilbert himself frighteningly strong, but there was also a Tier 2 NPC cleric healing him from the side. The monsters failed to pose any threat to Gilbert whatsoever. In regard to this situation, Shifeng did not feel particularly surprised. There naturally was a reason why the various large guilds had coveted heroes in the past. Back then, towns and cities under a hero's protection had rarely fallen to enemy invasion. Although a Tier 3 hero could not compete with an archaic species of the same rank and tier in terms of basic attributes, in terms of combat standards, a Tier 3 hero was many times superior to the ordinary experts of God's domain. After taking into account the legacy skills they grasped, a hero was the most suitable kind of NPC to defend a guild residence. Over time, the number of evil beasts and evil demons could be seen decreasing continuously. Is this Zero Wing's true strength? This town's defenses are simply too strong. Such a powerful monster army actually failed to capture it. With this, which guild could possibly threaten Stone Forest Town? Everyone was filled with astonishment as they looked at the rapidly thinning monster army. After this war, most likely, no guild in Starmoon Kingdom would dare have designs on Stone Forest Town. At the same time, Stone Forest Town would also enter a new era of prosperity. We lost. Abandoned Wave's eyes were filled with mixed feelings as he looked at his servants decreasing precipitately in number. At this moment, whether it was the Evil Beast Army or the Evil Demon Army, the top combatants of both had already been annihilated. Right now, even without the presence of NPCs like Gilbert or the Tier 3 adventurers, Zero Wing's remaining members were more than enough to defend the guild flag. I'll give this win to you, Zero Wing. However, don't get excited too soon. Although I've lost my evil beasts and evil demons, I can still make more. You all, on the other hand, won't be as fortunate next time. Abandoned Wave knew that he had been thoroughly defeated this time. However, he was confident that with enough time, he could create a monster army that was several times stronger than the current one. Meanwhile, as long as Zero Wing lost Stone Forest Town, it would decline into a second-rate power. Flame Blood, I'm afraid Heaven's Burial will have to get busy for the upcoming period. Rest assured, although Starmoon City's resources have nearly dried up, there are still plenty of resources available in other cities and kingdoms. Flame Blood smiled and nodded. Although Zero Wing's performance today was indeed shocking, Heaven's Burial remained in the shadows while Zero Wing stood in the light. Heaven's Burial could easily help Abandoned Wave create more evil beasts and evil demons while Zero Wing could only wait for its impending doom. The reason for their loss this time was their lack of understanding of Zero Wing as well as their lack of preparation. However, it would be a different story next time. Following which, Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood turned around and left. Meanwhile, standing inside one of Stone Forest Town's magic towers, Shifeng was quietly observing the image displayed on the massive crystal ball before him. I've finally found you. An evil god envoy? Shifeng muttered, his lips curling upwards as he looked at the image of the bandaged Abandoned Wave. No. The evil energy surrounding him is too thin. An evil god envoy has received the blessing of the evil god. Even if he used a treasure to suppress the evil energy, it should not be this thin. Perhaps an evil god apostle developed by an envoy? Forget it. Let's just go and take a look. Saying so, Shifeng locked in the coordinates and used space movement. Suddenly, he vanished from the top of the magic tower. Chapter 1348, Black Flame Appears. Chapter 1348, Black Flame Appears. With the death of the high-tiered evil beasts and evil demons, the war in Stone Forest Town gradually entered its final stage. Previously, Starmoon Kingdom's various major powers had celebrated this sudden war, but their expressions had turned solemn. Fear of Zero Wing filled their hearts. An army of 500,000 plus high-level, high-ranked monsters. Who in Starmoon Kingdom could possibly stop such a powerful force? Zero Wing had done just that. Moreover, Zero Wing had displayed horrific strength. Aside from the Tier 3 NPC army, the intermediate mana pulse cannons and miniature ballistas were more than enough to dishearten the kingdom's major powers. If these weapons were aimed at their guild towns, the consequences would be dire. Before this battle, the major powers had only felt a little threatened by Zero Wing's number of experts and high-quality items. However, those aspects couldn't threaten their lifeblood. If worse comes to worst, they would fight a war of attrition, competing with wealth and resources. But things had changed. Zero Wing had already revealed that it had the power to destroy any large guild's foundation in Starmoon Kingdom. A battle of attrition wasn't necessary. Zero Wing could simply cripple their guilds. Zero Wing, how much of your strength have you hidden? Singular Burial felt as if he had aged several years as he stared at the livestream, especially when the hero Gilbert had made his appearance in the war's final moments. Singular Burial admitted that Heaven's Burial's development was quite fast. However, compared to Zero Wing, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Now, The only thing worth celebrating was that Heaven's Burial had gained access into Evernight City before the other guild. There was also the fact that Abandoned Wave could continue to create monster armies. Only, now that they had revealed the threat of the evil beasts and evil demons, Abandoned Wave wouldn't be able to continue developing in the Star Moon City region. Meanwhile, across the street from Zero Wing's residence in White River City, Ghost Shadow and Daybreak Fog scouted the building from their seats in a restaurant's 5th-floor room. As the two watched Zero Wing's residence, they wore helpless expressions. The original plan had involved the Ghost Shadow Legion and the 3rd Legion working together to assault Zero Wing's residence, doing whatever it took to destroy the guild stable. However, due to the war over in Stone Forest Town, the Zero Wing members that had been grinding monsters and raiding dungeons had returned to the residence. As a result, the building was protected by more than 3 times the members they had expected. Hence, they could only watch the building, waiting for these guild members to leave for Stone Forest Town. However, since the war had started, the number of players in the residence had increased rather than decrease. Moreover, now that victory was in sight for Zero Wing, more players had swarmed to the guild to apply. Among them were plenty of famous adventurer teams that both Ghost Shadow and Daybreak Fog recognized. Meanwhile, in the wilderness outside of Stone Forest Town, Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood quickly made their way towards the Dead Soul Forest atop their mounts. "Brother Wave, you're saying that I qualify to join the Evil God's temple?" Flame Blood asked excitedly, his eyes practically glowing as he looked at Abandoned Wave. Of course, although it is very difficult for players to join the Evil God's temple, and there are very few lost available, Beast Emperor has declared that players with sufficient strength and a powerful backer will have the opportunity to join. However, the final decision rests in Beast Emperor's hands. He only has a few slots remaining. Fortunately, since you are one of Heaven's Burial's upper echelons, you should have a high chance of getting one of those slots, Abandoned Wave said, nodding. "I refuse to believe that we can't take Zero Wing down if we work together once you become an Evil God Apostle as well. Then I'll have to thank you for recommending me, Brother Wave. As long as I become an Evil God Apostle, the guild leader won't hesitate to give us his full support. We might even be able to take down the Black Dragon Empire, much less Star Moon Kingdom," Flame Blood said excitedly. Before this, he hadn't been particularly interested in becoming an Evil God Apostle and joining the Dark Forces. After all, the cost to do so was high. Joining the Dark Forces meant joining humanity's enemy. Henceforth, it wouldn't be so easy to enter an NPC city. He'd also forsake the lifestyle ordinary players enjoyed. Moreover, if the various large guilds discovered him, they'd hunt him to the ends of God's domain. If he died, the consequences would be unimaginably severe as well. If he were caught, the result would be worse. His only option would be to delete his account and start over. However, after coming into contact with Abandoned Wave and witnessing the power of an Evil God Apostle, he had begun to reconsider his position. It might even help him achieve heights that were previously out of his reach. Unfortunately, Abandoned Wave had tactfully rejected his previous request to join the Evil God's temple. He hadn't expected the man to change his mind. "Relax. I now have a clear grasp of Heaven's Burial's foundations. Moreover, I just received a message from Beast Emperor requesting to meet you, stating that he has sent a subordinate to fetch you," Abandoned Wave said, chuckling. While Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood chatted, a spatial tear appeared above them. It quickly widened, forming a black hole, and a figure emerged. Black Flame. How is he here? Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood stared at the figure. They were extremely familiar with this player as he was their main target. "I've finally found you. Why are you in such a rush to leave?" Shifeng asked as he softly landed on the grassy ground. He wore a smile as he pinned Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood with his gaze. Both wore black cloaks, so he couldn't get a clear view of their appearances and levels. However, he could sense their tension. This was especially true for the bandaged Abandoned Wave. He knew that the previous monster invasion had been the Evil God's temple's doing, but even after using the magic tower, he hadn't been able to locate the person responsible. This time, However, he used the magic tower to search for the culprits during the entire battle. Thanks to the magic array that had summoned the evil demons, he had gained a general idea of the culprit's location. Honestly, Shifeng had been shocked to learn of the Evil God's Temple's appearance in Star Moon Kingdom. The Evil God's Temple might not be a threat early on, but if it were not exterminated in time, not even 2 or 3 super guilds would be able to take it down, much less Zero Wing. Now that he had found a clue leading to the Evil God's Temple, he couldn't ignore it. I had never expected the almighty guild leader, Black Flame, to grace us with his presence. To what do we owe the pleasure? Abandoned Wave asked, trying to look like a passerby. At the same time, he sent the Beast Emperor a message, notifying him of Shifeng's arrival and requesting reinforcements. Black Flame's strength was known throughout Star Moon Kingdom. He was the kingdom's bona fide, #1 expert. Although Abandoned Wave was confident of his own strength, he knew that he was far from powerful enough to defeat someone on Black Flame's level. Working with Flame Blood wouldn't change that. Of course, were his high-tiered evil demons still alive, he'd have no reason to fear Black Flame. He'd even be confident of killing the man. Are you trying to suggest that you're not connected to the Evil God's Temple with how dense the evil energy surrounding you is? Shifeng demanded. Well, are you going to reveal the temple's headquarters? If not, I can simply drag you to the War God's Temple. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you about the consequences of being captured. Although the Evil God's Temple's followers had far more power than any ordinary player, they had to pay a corresponding price. One death was enough to drive these followers mad. If the War God's Temple captured them, their life would be hell. Abandoned Wave's heart sank as he listened to Shifeng. He hadn't expected this man to know Evil God's Temple players' true fear. It's over. It's over. What should I do? Sweat dripped down Abandoned Wave's forehead as he watched Shifeng's gradual approach. Neither keeping silent nor exposing the location of the Evil God's Temple's main headquarters was an option. Abandoned Wave had never expected that some minor character he had once looked down on would force him into such a situation. When Shifeng was less than 30 yards away from Abandoned Wave, a spatial tear formed before the bandaged player. Suddenly, someone emerged from the tear. It was none other than the Beast Emperor, Abandoned Wave's leader. Chapter 1349, Black Flame and Beast Emperor. Chapter 1349, Black Flame and Beast Emperor. Beast Emperor. Abandoned Wave grew ecstatic as the towering figure appeared before him. As per usual, Beast Emperor wore a black cloak and bandages that covered his entire body. However, Beast Emperor's aura and radiating evil energy were much stronger than the last time Abandoned Wave had met the man. Despite the lack of malice, Abandoned Wave couldn't help but feel an indescribable fear as he stared at Beast Emperor's back. Of course, he was also relieved. Now that Beast Emperor had arrived, he was safe from Shifeng. This is Beast Emperor? Meanwhile, Flame Blood, who stood beside Abandoned Wave, stared at the man before them with a dumbfounded look. Although Abandoned Wave had told him that Beast Emperor was strong, Flame Blood hadn't realized just how strong. The man's aura was on par with that of a great lord. The instant Beast Emperor had arrived, he had felt his body grow heavy. This was the first time he met a player that didn't feel like a human, but some kind of terrifying creature. Beast Emperor's arrival had also halted Shifeng's steps. With such dense and powerful evil energy surrounding him, is he an evil god envoy? The cloaked man shocked Shifeng. The instant Beast Emperor had appeared, the evil energy he exuded tainted the surrounding area. If normal players spent too much time in this pollution, they would undoubtedly become demonkin. Even Great Lord-ranked evil beasts and evil demons could only pollute an area of 20 to 30 yards, yet Beast Emperor polluted a radius of over 50 yards. With the evil god's blessing, his evil energy was also denser than normal. If evil beasts and evil demons' evil energy were akin to air, then the Beast Emperor's evil energy was like liquid. Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame? Beast Emperor asked Shifeng in a gravelly voice. Sure enough, you're as strong as the rumors say. No wonder those old fellows are talking about you. Let me introduce myself. I'm called Beast Emperor. I am also the apostle that activated the evil god's temple in Star Moon Kingdom. May I know if Guild Leader Black Flame would be so kind as to pardon my two friends? I can assure you that the beasts and demons will not bother Stone Forest Town again. If I let them go, those evil beasts and evil demons will leave Stone Forest Town alone? Is this some kind of humble threat? Shifeng asked. You can think of it that way, Beast Emperor acknowledged. In his opinion, God's domain had fewer threats to offer as time went on. A measly kingdom's #1 guild was not one of them. Abandoned Wave was one of the basic evil god apostles under him. Abandoned Wave could only control a maximum of 600,000 evil beasts, which couldn't be more than 30 levels higher than his own. The strongest evil beast he could control was only Tier 4 lower rank, and he could only control up to 10 at a time. As for evil demons, Abandoned Wave could only control a maximum of 5,000, and they could not be more than 20 levels higher than him. The strongest evil demon Abandoned Wave could control was only Tier 3 middle rank, and his maximum was 20 at a time. If Abandoned Wave could push Zero Wing to the brink of destruction with a half-baked army, what could an evil god envoy such as himself accomplish? If I say no? Shifeng asked, smiling. He then vanished. You're rejecting my goodwill? Beast Emperor's gaze turned frosty when he heard Shifeng's reply. Immediately, he searched his surroundings for the enemy player. As if Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood faced a powerful foe, one focused on their surroundings while the other activated Truth Shield to protect himself. However, before any of the three could react, Shifeng appeared beside Abandoned Wave, turning both Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray against the man. Shifeng could easily cross 30 yards with a few steps. By the time Abandoned Wave realized what was happening and attempted to use Vanish, the seemingly slow swords had passed through his body. Only after he had been hit did his body begin to disappear. However, the two attacks had devoured over 35,000 HP, dropping it into the red. He had nearly been thrown over the river Styx. How are his reactions so fast? Flame Blood was stupefied. Shifeng's slashes were not indefensible. Only, Shifeng's reaction speed was simply too quick. He had executed the two slashes as if he had moved on instinct. The instant Abandoned Wave disappeared, Shifeng retrieved a dark blue crystal ball from his bag and shattered it. No, you can't do that. From stealth, Abandoned Wave practically screamed when he saw the shattered crystal ball. The crystal ball Shifeng had shattered was a mobile jail specifically designed to capture dark and red players. If a dark or red player had less than 10% of their HP, the capture would be successful. Mobile jails had the same effects as jails in NPC cities. This wasn't an item that ordinary players could afford. The War God's temples sold mobile jails that could hold a single player for 50 gold each. Mobile jails that could hold up to 10 players cost 300 gold. Even wealthy players wouldn't purchase such an expensive tool without a specific reason. Although Abandoned Wave had considered using a skill to resist capture, once the mobile jail activated, it would capture any player within 15 yards that fit the requirements and stop them from using skills or tools. They wouldn't even be able to move. Not even an invulnerable state could save them. In the blink of an eye, a black hole devoured Abandoned Wave, and he vanished as if he had never existed. Meanwhile, the crystal ball Shifeng had shattered had recovered, but instead of dark blue, the crystal ball was now black. Black Flame, you bastard! Beast Emperor glared at Shifeng, evil energy overflowing from his body. His aura also began to increase. Release him now. Otherwise, don't even think of leaving this place alive. Although he was an evil god envoy, someone who enjoyed a high position in the evil god's temple, he was only granted 5 apostles. Even if one of his apostles died, he wouldn't get another. Hence, he was extremely careful when selecting apostles. After all, players without enough strength and resources weren't likely to be of much help. Although Abandoned Wave had lost the Blackwater Corporation's support, he had already given Abandoned Wave one of his 5 apostle slots. Losing Abandoned Wave was the equivalent of losing 600,000 evil beasts and 5,000 evil demons. Leave here alive? Shi Feng turned to Beast Emperor. Chuckling, he said, "Are you joking? Or do you think I can't tell that you're just a mirror image? You saw through it?" Beast Emperor was stunned. He did not have any skills that allowed long-distance teleportation, but he could dispatch a mirror image, sending it to command his own army and that of his apostles. Not only did this skill guarantee his safety, but it also allowed him to keep his subordinates in check. Although his mirror image was invulnerable, it couldn't attack either. The mirror image was only a replica that lasted 30 minutes. A doppelganger? Flame Blood looked at Beast Emperor in confusion. Both Beast Emperor's aura and evil energy far exceeded Abandoned Waves. At the end of the day, a doppelganger was only a doppelganger. Everyone knew that, although they looked like the real deal, doppelgangers didn't have the aura of the original player. Yet, no matter how he looked at Beast Emperor, the man should be real. But what Beast Emperor and Flame Blood didn't know was that Shi Feng had activated Omniscient Eyes. He could see the truth of everything within 100 yards of himself. The instant Beast Emperor had appeared, Shi Feng had activated Omniscient Eyes to avoid an ambush. After all, if one enemy appeared suddenly, others were likely nearby. If Beast Emperor really wore a black cloak, though, even Omniscient Eyes wouldn't reveal his identity. However, as this Beast Emperor was only a mirror image, the black cloak could only hide his appearance. It did nothing to hide the mirror image's data from Omniscient Eyes. Moreover, as the mirror image was invulnerable, it couldn't attack. It was similar to his divine steps. Despite his ruse failing, Beast Emperor showed no signs of panic or worry. On the contrary, he laughed and said, "As expected of the player, the secret pavilion dubbed the Sword King. Ordinary peak experts are no match for your strength and insight. However, did you think I've spent so much time talking to you just for fun?" As soon as Beast Emperor had said so, a black figure descended from above. The figure hovered above Beast Emperor as it gazed down at Shi Feng. Evil Demon, Dark Creature, Grand Lord. Level 70. HP 35, 000/35, 000. Chapter 1350, Full-Powered Assault. As the evil demon appeared, the area's atmosphere changed. Dense evil energy polluted the area, and shadows clustered around the evil demon. However, the more frightening aspect was the evil demon's aura. Even an expert like Flame Blood could not help but shudder, his movements becoming sluggish. So, this is a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon? Flame Blood was both shocked and afraid as he stared at the hovering evil demon. His fear wasn't due to the demon's aura. Rather, the evil demon before him felt almost human. Its condescending gaze and sneer made it look like a player in an evil demon skin. Flame Blood had never realized that there was such a massive difference between a Great Lord and a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon. To upgrade an evil demon to the Great Lord rank, Abandoned Wave had to devour many players' souls. Of course, the demon had to have enough potential to evolve. Otherwise, absorbing souls would only increase its level, not its tier. Every time an evil demon was promoted, it would require several times more souls to reach the next rank. One could just imagine how difficult it was to produce a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon. Yet, Beast Emperor intended to use such a creature to lead the way. If they had had the help of a Grand Lord during their siege against Stone Forest Town, the battle might have ended in their favor. Black Flame, I have given you your one chance. Since you've refused, I'll show you what it feels like for a demon to devour your soul. Beast Emperor smirked at Shi Feng. If an expert like you turns into an evil demon, I'm sure it will have a lot of potential. Peak experts' corpses were very valuable to Evil God's Temple players. Such corpses had a much greater chance of becoming evil demons with high growth potential. The evil demon created would have a better chance of becoming a high-tiered creature. As Beast Emperor finished speaking, the evil demon above him vanished as it dashed towards Shi Feng with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the evil demon arrived before its target, slashing at Shifeng's head with claws wrapped in dark gray fog. However, mid-swing, the evil demon abruptly changed its attack trajectory, creating a silver arc that split away from the gray fog and moved towards Shifeng's neck. Meanwhile, the gray fog retained its form as it continued towards Shifeng's head. Rapid switch. Shifeng could not help his surprise. He hadn't expected the evil demon to have grasped such a superb technique. Moreover, the transition was so smooth and sudden that even a Void Realm expert like himself had failed to detect warning signs. It was as if the demon cells had altered from attacking his head to swiping at his neck. In this crucial moment, one of Shifeng's blades, which he had employed to counter the fog-shrouded claws, changed directions. While the abyssal blade continued to block the descending claws of gray fog, Killing Ray turned to block the evil demon's real claws. Boom! Boom! As the blades and claws met, the collision scattered dazzling sparks. The ground beneath Shifeng's feet sunk slightly. The impact then threw Shifeng, and he landed over 20 yards away. He instantly lost over 10,000 HP. Is this a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon's strength? When Shifeng struck the ground, both of his hands were numb. His blades vibrated, releasing a low hum. Sure enough, its strength and speed far exceed an ordinary Grand Lord. If not for his quick reaction and diverting Killing Ray, he would have likely died. Even so, since he had pulled Killing Ray away from his parry, he hadn't been able to mitigate the damage completely, causing him to lose 1/6 of his total HP. At this rate, even if he blocked every one of the demon's attacks, he would only last 6 attacks. He had only been saved due to his Tier 2 Sword Master class, one of the 10 Great Saint classes, and his excellent equipment. If a Tier 2 metric tons of the same level had received that last attack, they'd most likely lose a minimum of 20,000 HP. He's not dead. Beast Emperor was momentarily stunned when he saw Shifeng stand up with most of his HP intact. He knew just how powerful a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon was. Even the current strongest MT in God's domain would die instantly if they didn't activate a life-saving skill in time. Upon reaching the Grand Lord rank, evil demons' combat standards underwent a qualitative transformation. Players had no hope against these Grand Lords' transition speed. After factoring in the Grand Lord's frightening, destructive power, any player that attempted to solo such a creature would die instantly. He even blocked that attack? Sure enough, Black Flame's strength has improved significantly yet again. Flame Blood was also surprised to see Shifeng so lively. Even against a Great Lord-ranked evil demon of the same level, an MT would be forced to activate a life-saving skill to survive, not to mention against a level 70 Grand Lord. If not for the NPC guards and various magic arrays, Zero Wing would have been easily annihilated during the siege. Yet, even without any support, Shifeng blocked the Grand Lord's attack. This was simply inconceivable. Sure enough, you are quite impressive. But how many attacks do you think you can block? Although Shifeng had surprised Beast Emperor, the situation hadn't changed. As he said so, the evil demon darted forward once more. This time, the gray fog around its claws transformed into a dark gray greatsword. It brandished the weapon at Shifeng, sending 5 streaks of gray light towards the swordsman's blind spots. Just as the 5 streaks of gray light were about to devour Shifeng, golden dragon scales and divine runes began to envelop his body. His aura transformed as well, resembling that of a prehistoric beast. A stream of blue energy flowed from Killing Ray and into Shifeng's palm. Arcs of blue electricity danced across his body. Suddenly, Shifeng looked like a god that had descended to the mortal world. Heavenly Dragon's power. Tier 2 Blade Liberation. This was the first time Shifeng had used twofold Berserk after completing his Tier 2 promotion. Even against the King of Darkness, Shifeng had only used Heavenly Dragon's power. However, against the Grand Lord-ranked evil demon, Shifeng did not dare to be careless, as even the slightest mistake could end his life. Following which, Shifeng lightly swung Killing Ray towards the evil demon. Shadow Blade. Immediately, 1 streak of blue light and 9 streaks of black light sliced at the evil demon. The instant Shifeng's sacred sword and the evil demon's greatsword collided, the ground they stood on shattered from the resulting impact. Even Flame Blood, who stood 30 yards away, nearly lost his footing. The 5 streaks of gray light were repelled back, carving several long grooves into the dirt. After repelling the evil demon's attacks, all 10 of Shifeng's attacks landed. The streaks of light easily bit into the evil demon's steel-like body, green blood spewing from its wounds as the impact threw the creature over a dozen yards backward. At the same time, the evil demon's HP plummeted. Minus 161,267. Minus 323,497. Minus 160,916. Since killing Ray dealt double damage against dark creatures, the evil demon's HP dropped by over 2 million in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1351, Monster-like Player. Chapter 1351, Monster-like Player. As the dust settled, it revealed the 3-meter-tall evil demon half kneeling on the ground. Cracks broke the dirt for over a dozen yards beneath the demon. What? Flame Blood's eyes nearly fell from his sockets when he saw the injured evil demon. A Tier 3 NPC would barely be a match for a Great Lord-ranked evil demon, yet Shifeng had sent the creature flying. Beside Flame Blood, Beast Emperor stared at the demon with a solemn expression. He found it inconceivable that Shifeng could contest and surpass a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon's strength. You, heal the evil demon. I'll have it protect you. Black Flame's berserk skill won't last long. Once it ends, he will die. Beast Emperor roared at Flame Blood. He had lost his previously complacent expression. We just have to buy enough time for the reinforcements I've sent to arrive. Although he thought that it was almost impossible for Shifeng to kill the demon, he instructed Flame Blood to heal the creature as a precaution. Even if Shifeng could suppress the evil demon, he wouldn't kill it. He had only ordered the fastest Great Lord-ranked evil demon to separate from the main contingent to save Abandoned Wave. It would take some time before the rest of his forces arrived. Once the follow-up forces arrived, Shifeng would lose any hope of escape or survival. Flame Blood nodded and immediately went into action. First, he cast Recover on the evil demon, healing it for over 2,300 HP every 5 seconds. He followed up with a Truth Shield, which could absorb over minus 11,000 damage. Although these spells were almost negligible compared to the evil demon's HP, the Truth Shield and Recover would heal the creature's injuries. At the very least, it would be able to fight at peak condition. Flame Blood began to chant an incantation. As Heaven's Burial's best cleric, Flame Blood had double cast right off the bat. He had chosen to cast the Tier 1 spell, Life Recovery, and the Tier 0 spell, Healing Light. Not only was Flame Blood's chanting very fast, but he was also accurate. He was only slightly less efficient than Violet Cloud. Of course, there was a massive gap between his brain activity and hers. Shifeng didn't sit idly by while Flame Blood healed the evil demon. Without hesitation, he activated the Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike, vanishing and reappearing before the demon in an instant. Sword's Orbit. Suddenly, a glittering galaxy formed around Shifeng's body. Dazzling stars bombarded the evil demon, one after another. Both Flame Blood and Beast Emperor were shocked. Despite the stars appearing slow, in reality, they moved so quickly that they could barely react to the attacks. The stars they saw were simply residual images their brains had created. Fortunately, the evil demon possessed godlike reaction speed. With a physique that surpassed that of ordinary players, it reacted immediately and blocked the incoming attacks with its claws. However, as Shifeng had activated twofold Berserk and Instant Strike, both his strength and attack speed exceeded the evil demon's. The Grand Lord couldn't keep up. The brilliant stars continued to bombard the monster, each collision ripping pain screams from the evil demon's throat. The evil demon's agonizing screams echoed across the grassland, causing all who heard it to shudder. If other players saw this, they'd likely confuse Shifeng for the monster, while assuming that the evil demon was some innocent player. Each star that penetrated the evil demon's body dealt devastating damage. Minus 431,571. Minus 435,197. Minus 871,054. For a moment, Flame Blood had even forgotten to chant his spells as he stared at the screaming demon with a dumbfounded expression. Is he a monster? Flame Blood had intended to mitigate some of Shifeng's damage with his heals, but after seeing the swordsman's devastating power, he realized that his efforts would be utterly futile. Only now did Flame Blood understand why Shifeng hadn't prioritized killing him, a healer. It wasn't because Shifeng didn't want to kill him. Rather, he didn't need to. Since he was negligible, the swordsman didn't need to waste time on him. After all, Berserk skills' durations were extremely limited. The evil demon's HP bar continued to plummet. Every hit Shifeng landed reduced it by 1%, 2% with a critical hit. The demon's HP rapidly decreased from 93%, 90%, 80%, 70%. By the time Instant Strike's 3-second duration ended, the evil demon had only 64% HP remaining. However, as soon as Instant Strike's effects wore out, Shifeng's attack speed and damage dramatically decreased. Seeing this, Beast Emperor released a sigh of relief. Had Shifeng continued dealing such horrific damage, the evil demon would have lost all of its 35 million HP and died in less than 20 seconds. Now that Shifeng's attack speed had decreased, the evil demon could finally keep up with the attacks, blocking them. In fact, the demon launched powerful counterattacks with the dark fog it had summoned, forcing Shifeng to dodge and waste time. It was only a matter of time before Shifeng's berserk skill ended. Sure enough, one person's strength isn't enough, Shifeng thought as he was forced into a corner. The Grand Lord-ranked evil demon's superb physique was even more powerful than a Tier 3 player's. Players of the same tier might have some difficulty blocking his slashes, but to the evil demon, doing so wasn't difficult in the least. Reacting quickly, Shifeng retrieved 2 Summon Guard scrolls from his bag. Although he was strong enough to suppress a Grand Lord for a short time, whether it was an evil demon or a normal monster, players had one disadvantage: HP. This was why it was so difficult to solo monsters of the same or a higher tier as players progressed in the game. When Shifeng finished chanting, 2 golden magic arrays appeared beside him. Kite and Anna emerged from the arrays. Although it hadn't been long since Shifeng last saw his personal guards, the 2 NPCs had leveled up considerably. After completing his Tier 2 promotion quest and returning to White River City, Shifeng hadn't immediately resummoned his personal guards. Instead, he left them in the Dark Canyon to continue leveling. Compared to the time flow in God's domain, time passed 5 times faster in the Dark Canyon. Moreover, the canyon's environment was far more suitable for training. The last time Shifeng had seen Kite, the NPC was level 70. Now, Kite had reached level 74. As for Anna, she was already level 75. She was undoubtedly the highest level personal guard in the game right now. The instant these 2 NPCs appeared, Kite swung his greatsword down. Countless wind blades surrounded the evil demon, sealing its movements completely. As for Anna, she waved her staff and chanted an incantation, summoning forth 10 level 75, Lord-ranked Rock Guardians and a Great Lord-ranked Golden Giant. Under Anna's control, the Rock Guardians positioned themselves to form a magic array, lowering the evil demon's basic attributes by 15%. Unless one of the Rock Guardians died, the array would remain active. Without wasting time, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash. At the moment, his doppelganger's attributes were even higher than Kite's. Each Abyssal Blade Phantom also dealt as much damage as the Lord-ranked Rock Guardians. With his doppelganger and Kite support, Shifeng overwhelmed the evil demon. Although Kite's and Anna's damage output was no match for Shifeng's individually, when combined, they dealt even more damage than their master. Time passed gradually. Although Shifeng's berserk skills were running out, the evil demon's HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. 60%, 45%, 30%. When the evil demon's HP fell below 20%, it finally went berserk as it shrank and its skin turned crimson. Its entire body began to release more gray fog. Evil Energy Outbreak was a desperate skill that only Grand Lord-ranked demons and above could use. When activated, the skill would increase the user's strength, movement speed, and attack speed by 30% and physique by 15%. However, the skill was a double-edged sword that would also decrease the user's maximum HP by 30%. Only 2 seconds remained of Shifeng's 24-second, two-fold berserk state. His aura had already begun to weaken. As if it had realized that Shifeng couldn't hold out much longer, the evil demon's lips curled up as it formed a sharp spear with the gray fog surrounding its body. With the slightest movement, the spearhead sliced space itself and created a spatial tear. The evil demon then threw the weapon at Shifeng. As the spear flew through the air toward Shifeng, a loud boom shook the area. Responding quickly, Anna directed the golden giant to block the attack. Surprisingly, however, the dark gray spear passed through the giant without causing any harm. As the spear was about to find its target, Shifeng instinctively used divine steps, summoning 10 invulnerable doppelgangers around the evil demon, switching positions with one of these doppelgangers. Instinctively, Shifeng turned his blades on the evil demon. Flame burst. Divine providence. At this time, his phantom kill doppelganger activated flame burst and attacked the evil demon in tandem. Although the evil demon responded very quickly, Shifeng switched positions with another doppelganger after every slash, not giving the demon a chance to block his attacks. By the time Shifeng landed his 15th hit, his sword's scorching flames had devoured the demon's last strand of HP. When the Grand Lord collapsed, it transformed into innumerable light particles like shattered glass and disappeared. Shifeng's experience bar rose madly, his level instantly increasing from 53 to 54. He had earned even more EXP from killing the evil demon than from soloing an archaic species. It had given him nearly as much EXP as a level 70 mythic monster. Shifeng was astonished. If he could kill a few more of these evil demons, his level would skyrocket. This is an evil god crystal? As the evil demon disappeared, the gray fog condensed to a single point. The gray fog then formed a crimson crystal that hovered quietly in the air, releasing an intensely mighty aura. Chapter 1352, Auction House Design. Chapter 1352, Auction House Design. It died. Flame blood froze when he saw the evil demon inside the magic array disappear. Even a great lord-ranked evil demon of the same level would require a team of hundreds of elite players, led by dozens of experts, to take down. They had learned this lesson during their experiments in the Frozen Scar. In the end, the Great Lord had more than 2/3 of its HP remaining after wiping out the entire elite team. Yet, Shifeng killed a level 70 Grand Lord-ranked evil demon by himself. Beast Emperor wore an indescribably grim expression. Not only had Abandoned Wave been captured, but he had also lost a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon. It had taken a lot of effort to nurture 5 evil demons. Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were not easy to produce. It all depended on an evil demon's potential. He had killed many peak experts to obtain 5 evil demons capable of reaching the Great Lord rank. After his momentary rage, the Crimson Crystal, which had formed after the evil demon's death, drew Beast Emperor's attention. How is this possible? How could a mere Grand Lord possibly drop an evil god crystal? Shock, excitement, and greed flashed in Beast Emperor's eyes as he stared at the crystal. It was highly unlikely that players outside of the evil god's temple would understand how valuable the item was. However, to evil god's temple players, the evil god crystal was an absolute treasure. It was even too valuable to trade for a mythic-ranked evil demon. Shifeng grabbed the evil god crystal and shoved it in his bag before Beast Emperor could get a closer look. His eyes became bloodshot with fury as he wanted nothing more than to kill Shifeng with his own hands. Unfortunately, he was only here as a mirror image. He could not touch Shifeng. Beast Emperor quickly calmed himself. Turning to the somewhat feeble Shifeng, he smiled and praised, "Guild Leader Black Flame, you're truly capable. Even the strongest evil demon under my command wouldn't be a match for you. As expected of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert." "What? Trying to persuade me with sweet words after failing with brute force?" Shifeng sneered as he glanced at Beast Emperor. Although he suffered a weakened state, decreasing his attributes by 70%, he was easily strong enough to kill Flame Blood and drag Abandoned Wave back to the War God's temple. He knew that an evil god envoy could only create a limited number of evil god apostles. Losing even one apostle would undoubtedly weaken Beast Emperor. Beast Emperor's expression darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He was the evil god's temple's sole evil god envoy. He was fated to become an overlord, establishing the evil god's empire in God's domain, yet a guild leader from a measly kingdom stood before him, ridiculing his failure. If only he were here physically, he would give Shifeng a taste of despair. "Black Flame, let's not waste time talking. Why don't we make a trade?" Beast Emperor said after suppressing his rage. "You'll gain at most some merit points for handing an evil god apostle over to the War God's temple, but I can offer your guild resources others dream of and access to dark cities. Zero Wing desperately needs these." The evil god's temple was one of God's domain's strongest dark forces. It had branches throughout numerous kingdoms and empires. He couldn't help Zero Wing gain access to every NPC dark city, but getting access to a few shouldn't be a problem. This was also why Heaven's Burial was willing to help Abandoned Wave gather so many evil beasts and evil demons in such a short time. "Sure, I might get some measly merit points for handing over an evil god apostle, but ridding God's domain of an apostle is just as good," Shifeng said, chuckling. Although he was interested in access to multiple dark cities, getting rid of an evil god apostle that had been persistent in picking fights was a better option. If not for the Adventurers Association's assistance in Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing might have failed to protect it. Shifeng would have been forced to accept mutual destruction, using a method to prevent anyone from claiming the town. Beast Emperor nearly popped a vein when he heard Shifeng's refusal. Taking a deep breath, he tried again. "How about this? I have an auction house design in my possession. I also have a secret land key that can open the secret land door, allowing you to send 1,000 players through at a time. Aside from the resources the secret land has to offer, you can gain far more magic crystals there than in the Stoneclaw Mountains. I will also help Zero Wing gain access to 5 dark cities. In return, you just need to hand over the mobile jail and the Crimson Crystal." The auction house design might not be useful for a basic town, but it was a different story for Stone Forest Town. Once a player town had an auction house, it would lure more players, and the ruling guild would make a profit from the handling fees. Of course, the secret land key was obviously quite valuable. If a guild periodically harvested the resources from the secret land, it wouldn't need to fight other guilds for resources. With these items, Zero Wing wouldn't need much time to improve by leaps and bounds. A measly 10 or 20,000 War God's temple merit points couldn't compare to these benefits. Beast Emperor's offer stunned Shifeng for a moment. The auction house design was extremely rare in God's domain. It was any less rare than the teleportation magic array design. However, while the teleportation magic array design could be used multiple times, the auction house design was a one-time use item. He had never expected Beast Emperor to offer up such an item. The secret land key was also extremely valuable. It was only slightly less valuable than mineral veins that produced magic crystals. Shifeng had to admit that Beast Emperor's offer was incredibly tempting. Meanwhile, Flame Blood, who overheard the offer, was also dumbfounded. Heaven's Burial dreamed of obtaining both items, especially the secret land key. He would never have dreamed that Beast Emperor would offer such items and access to 5 dark cities in exchange for Abandoned Wave and the Crimson Crystal. Not even super guilds would refuse such an offer. "How tempting! But I still refuse." Shifeng responded, smiling. "I'm not in the habit of breeding troublemakers. If an evil god apostle had only attacked his town by chance, he might consider letting them go. However, the apostle in his hands had intentionally picked a fight. Truth be told, even if he released this troublemaking apostle, he wouldn't be afraid for his future. After all, once Zero Wing reinforced its foundations, its development speed would only continue to increase. Furthermore, an evil god apostle required a large amount of resources to create evil beasts and evil demons. If Star Moon Kingdom's various large guilds were cautious, creating more underlings wouldn't be easy. However, he had no interest in fighting siege wars for no good reason. Moreover, he still had plenty of things he needed to attend to. He did not have enough time to waste in Star Moon Kingdom. Again, Beast Emperor was stunned. However, he demanded in a chilly voice, "Do you really intend to fight me to the bitter end?" Chapter 1353, Crazy Black Flame. Chapter 1353, Crazy Black Flame. Beast Emperor's deep voice echoed throughout the grassy plains. The surrounding temperature dropped. Flame Blood couldn't help but shudder. This Beast Emperor was only a mirror image. It didn't have any offensive ability. Beast Emperor wasn't even backed by a superpower. However, no guild would dare to underestimate his strength. The various superpowers were no exception. Although Flame Blood didn't know how much power Beast Emperor truly wielded, he had learned that Beast Emperor still had two other evil god apostles. They had been apostles much longer than Abandoned Wave and had considerably powerful backers. Unlike Abandoned Wave, the other two apostles operated in secret in other kingdoms. They weren't like Abandoned Wave, acting boldly in the open in Star Moon Kingdom. Abandoned Wave's actions were part of the reason he had gathered such a large army of evil beasts and evil demons so quickly. After a moment of silence, Shi Feng shook his head and laughed. "Do you really believe that I'm afraid of your evil beasts and evil demons?" Shi Feng asked calmly. He didn't know much about the evil god's temple, but he knew that evil beasts and evil demons weren't easy to produce. Unlike evil beasts, evil demons couldn't be summoned. Evil beasts could only travel on foot as well. This was also why evil god's temple players paid more attention to evil demons. It was practically impossible for the evil god's temple to amass another army of that size with Abandoned Wave's army annihilated and the resources around Star Moon City mostly exhausted. If it were possible to create evil beasts and evil demons without limit, evil god's temple players would have long since become invincible. Of course, Beast Emperor might summon his own evil demons against Stone Forest Town, but with how rare they were, sending an army of demons to capture the town would be a waste. When Flame Blood heard Shi Feng's reply, he thought he had heard wrong for a moment. Has Black Flame lost his mind? Flame Blood stared at Shi Feng incredulously. He simply could not figure out what was going through Shi Feng's mind. Not only had Shi Feng refused a profitable business proposition, but he had also gone out of his way to provoke someone who shouldn't be pushed. He was a lunatic. Good. Very good. I had thought you were an intelligent man, Black Flame, but it would seem that you're just a frog in a well with no idea of how vast heaven and earth are. Beast Emperor's expression darkened as several veins popped across his forehead. Since you want war, I'll give it to you. Saying so, Beast Emperor disappeared, his voice echoing across the grassy plains for a long time. Flame Blood was stupefied. He had assumed that Beast Emperor had been trying to buy time while waiting for his forces to arrive. However, it would seem he had been wrong. What Flame Blood did not know was that, although Beast Emperor had considered buying time, he had dispelled the thought after Shi Feng had summoned Kite and Anna. After all, of the evil demons he had sent to fetch Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood, only 3 Great Lords remained. If those Great Lords had worked together with the demon that had died, they could suppress Shi Feng and wear him down until he died. Unfortunately, now that the Grand Lord was dead, he knew that he had lost his chance of defeating Shi Feng with the 2 personal guards by his side. The 10 Rock Guardians' magic array alone could suppress his 3 Great Lord-ranked evil demons. Shi Feng could even kill Flame Blood before his eyes. If Zero Wing had sent reinforcements, they might even claim the Great Lord's lives. Hence, there was no reason to linger. While Flame Blood was dazed, Kite appeared before him, the NPC's greatsword forming a blue arc as it sliced the cleric's throat. Before Flame Blood had realized what had happened, he died and dropped a piece of equipment. Start a war. Shi Feng could not help but chuckle as he stared at the Beast Emperor's previous location. He then picked up the equipment Flame Blood had dropped before returning to Stone Forest Town. In reality, Shi Feng looked forward to Beast Emperor's war. He had already activated Star Moon Kingdom's epic-ranked main storyline quest and was required to extract the Evil God's temple from the kingdom. Since Beast Emperor was the Evil God envoy that had activated the Evil God's temple in Star Moon Kingdom, their fight was only a matter of time. Rather than let the Evil God's temple quietly develop in Star Moon Kingdom, it was more beneficial to incite Beast Emperor to increase the temple's activity in the kingdom. This way, he could locate the Evil God's temple's base of operations faster and complete his quest. Moreover, it was thanks to Beast Emperor that he had thought of a plan to develop Stone Forest Town while earning a lot of money. Others might not know where to obtain the auction house design, but he recalled a certain location that would guarantee the acquisition. The neutral map, Morning Battlefield. Once the ancient Orc Empire's capital, the area hid plenty of treasure. This was especially true for the Imperial Palace's hidden treasury. The treasury contained rare items that the Empire had obtained by conquering other nations. The auction house design was one of those treasures. Moreover, it wasn't just any ordinary design. It was a Grandmaster's advanced auction house design. Ouroboros had obtained the design in the past. In the end, the guild had constructed the most gorgeous auction house in Star Moon Kingdom. It had caused quite a commotion. Even after 10 years, it had still been the #1 auction house in the kingdom. Beast Emperor's appearance had also given Shi Feng a massive windfall. The Evil God Crystal. Ordinary players might disregard the Evil God Crystal, throwing it away. The item's introduction only stated that it contained a horrific amount of evil energy, after all, and those who carried it would be cursed to encounter disaster and misfortune. While this introduction was correct, it did fail to mention a particular aspect. The evil energy the Evil God Crystal radiated had a corrosive effect on normal players. It had a similar effect to residing in areas polluted with evil energy for too long. However, the evil energy within Evil God Crystals was also incredibly pure. It could help evil demons or beasts to evolve. Doing so would also increase the monster's growth potential. This was why Beast Emperor had wanted it so badly. It had another, more frightening purpose as well. It could become a power core for a city's magic array. Although the Evil God Crystal wasn't as effective as the Titan's Heart, it was still an extremely precious power core. If used to power a city's magic array, it would upgrade the array to a whole new level. Both the city's defenses and its mana density would increase significantly. Various large guilds had desperately sought after the crystal in the past. Shi Feng hadn't expected a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon to drop the item. Normally, only Mythic-ranked evil demons and above had a small drop rate. In the past, the super guild ruling the Lionheart Empire had annihilated the Evil God's temple, which had destroyed nearly half of the empire in the process. It had only obtained 2 Evil God crystals after slaughtering dozens of Mythic-ranked and above evil demons. In the end, the guild had used the 2 crystals to power 2 of its cities. Both cities had eventually grown to become the #1 and #2 guild cities in the empire. After seeing the Evil God crystal's wonderful potential, God's Domain's various large guilds had searched for and hunted down the temple's evil demons to obtain Evil God crystals of their own. When Shi Feng saw the crystal drop from the Grand Lord, he even wondered if his eyes had played a trick on him. Chapter 1354, Town Changes. In Stone Forest Town, the evil beast and evil demon army gradually scattered. As a result, the intense battle had become a good opportunity to grind EXP. It was not very often that one came across chieftain rank and above monsters. Even when they did, fights between players might ensue. On average, both the evil beasts and evil demons provided more EXP than monsters of the same rank and level. Although more than 1/3 of the Zero Wing members had died in this siege war, the surviving members' levels had increased significantly. Most of them had leveled up at least once, while some had even gained 2 levels. As the siege war ended, Zero Wing had obtained a large number of level 40+ elite members. This is just too scary. Even those powerful monsters failed to conquer Stone Forest Town. With this, Zero Wing's position in Star Moon Kingdom is as stable as a mountain. Both the Star Alliance and Heaven's Burial have lost their chance to become the kingdom's #1 guild. If I had known this would happen, I would have joined Zero Wing sooner. I might have been a core member by now. You think becoming core member in Zero Wing is that easy? I've heard that the first condition to become a core member is to reach the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Although everyone's combat standards have improved significantly since the game's launch, those capable of reaching the 6th floor are still considered experts in first-rate guilds. On the other hand, you're stuck on the 5th floor. How could you possibly have a chance of becoming a core member? If Zero Wing can protect Stone Forest Town from such a large army of monsters, setting up our headquarters there might not be a bad idea after all. Tomorrow, we'll head to Stone Forest Town and purchase a private house. You want to get a private house with your standards? Don't make me laugh. One of my brothers is an upper echelon in a small guild. He's told me that several small guilds have decided to purchase the town's houses. Your adventurer team only has 100 or so members. Do you think you can compete with small guilds that have several thousand players? Stone Forest Town's victory over the Evil Beast and Evil Demon army was a hot topic among many players on the official forums. The strength Zero Wing displayed flabbergasted everyone. After this battle, no one in Star Moon Kingdom would dare challenge Zero Wing's position. Many of the previously hesitant independent players changed their minds, determined to join the guild. Many of these independent players hadn't considered applying to Zero Wing due to the guild's extremely high recruitment standards. If they joined other first-rate guilds, they would also receive far more benefits than if they joined Zero Wing. However, now that Zero Wing had proven how much stronger than other first-rate guilds it was, its high requirements made sense. Is this Zero Wing's true strength? Blue Phoenix, who had remained in White River City, was surprised to see peace returning to Stone Forest Town as she watched the livestream. Despite facing an army of 500,000+ monsters, not only had Zero Wing annihilated their enemy, but it had also only suffered a little over 10,000 casualties. However, although Blue Phoenix was shocked by the large number of high-tiered NPCs defending Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing's revelation of its intermediate mana pulse cannons and fleet of miniature ballistas frightened her. After all, while NPCs could not be dispatched outside of the town or city they belonged to, it was a different story for the intermediate mana pulse cannons and miniature ballistas. These war weapons could be employed against cities or to defend strategic locations. Not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could compare to Zero Wing's firepower. Blue Phoenix had been prepared to lend Zero Wing the gnome cannons and special ammunition she had brought with her as a backup, but she was grateful that she hadn't. Both she and Phoenix Rain would have been laughingstocks. It seems I need to report this to Big Sis Rain. After giving the matter some thought, Blue Phoenix decided to report this situation immediately. Back in Stone Forest Town, Shifeng discovered a long line of independent players outside of the guild residence after using a guild transfer scroll to return. These players were all considerably high-leveled. Even the weakest among them was level 38, while some had reached as level 41. Their equipment was equally impressive, with the most inferior being Secret Silver rank. With a quick glance, Shifeng estimated that at least 200 such players waited outside the residence. Shifeng also spotted quite a few level 20+ players in line. "Guild leader, you're finally back," Aqua Rose said, smiling when she saw Shifeng emerge from the residence's teleportation hall. "Has something happened?" Shifeng asked curiously when he saw Aqua Rose's excited expression. "After we finished clearing out the monsters close to the residence, some of the players that bought Stone Forest Town's private houses teleported to the town and offered to cooperate with our guild. After a quick search, we discovered that most were representatives of well-known adventurer teams from other kingdoms and empires. There were also quite a few adventurer team representatives from Star Moon Kingdom and merchant players. Now that they feel certain of Stone Forest Town's security, they want to cooperate. Those adventurer teams have also stated that they're willing to sell us their rare materials for 70% market price in the future. However, they've requested that Zero Wing build more private houses suitable for adventurer teams. As for the merchant players, they'd like to see us sell a few shops in town. Of course, they're willing to pay for these structures. As she spoke, Aqua Rose gestured to the various adventurer team representatives and merchant players. In God's domain, adventurer teams and merchant players generally didn't invest in smaller guilds towns. There were two reasons for this. First, guild towns had a lack of player traffic. Second, these independent players were concerned about a town's safety. In guild wars, there were no guarantees that rival guilds wouldn't capture or destroy a guild town. A few adventurer teams had only decided to purchase Stone Forest Town's private houses because of the tempting benefits the town offered. Several hundred gold coins might be astronomical to ordinary players, but it was affordable to the kingdom's top adventurer teams. However, setting up a main base of operations in a guild town was a different story. To adventurer teams with hundreds of players, it was clear that private houses, which could only accommodate a small number of players, were not suitable. Such teams needed the ruling guild to construct houses that catered to their activities, but guilds generally refused to construct such massive structures for no good reason. Moreover, purchasing such a large house would cost more than just a few hundred gold coins. Hence, both sides needed to compromise. But no adventurer team would risk such an investment until a guild town was stable. After this siege war, Stone Forest Town had proven that it was just as secure as an NPC town, allowing players to develop in the area without worry. Because of this, many well-known adventurer teams and merchant players hurried to Stone Forest Town, afraid that their competition would steal their opportunity. Not even Aqua Rose could make the decision to allow so many players into Stone Forest Town. She had to wait for Shi Feng to return. "Guild leader, would you like to meet with them?" Aqua Rose asked. Chapter 1355, Adventurer House. Chapter 1355, Adventurer House. God's domain had plenty of adventurer teams. Aside from a few lone rangers, independent players with similar goals usually formed teams that were exempt from guild restrictions. Some of the top adventurer teams in the game were even as strong as some of the game's guilds. Take the Midnight Tea Party for example. It explored various dangerous locations in God's domain, constantly challenging its limits. The adventurer team was little more than a power group of lunatics. When these people gathered, even super guilds feared their prowess. Owl was another well-known adventurer team, just as famous as the Midnight Tea Party. However, Owl had more members than the Midnight Tea Party, and they weren't as addicted to battle. Rather, Owl consisted of players that enjoyed challenging all kinds of quests. In the past, Owl had even completed a few quests that super guilds had failed. Due to these top adventurer teams' fame, the guild towns and cities they occupied would become instantly popular as countless like-minded players swarmed to these locations. However, the Midnight Tea Party had been an exception in the past. The adventurer team had never set up a fixed base, and the team members' whereabouts had been a mystery, making the team nearly impossible to locate intentionally. Meanwhile, when a large number of adventurer teams occupied a guild town, the ruling guild would rake in considerable profit long-term, and these teams would help defend the town if it were attacked. Other guilds typically avoided targeting guild towns and cities that had multiple top adventurer teams. After all, not only would these guilds make an enemy of the defending guild by attacking the town, but they'd also make enemies of the adventurer teams. It simply wasn't a wise decision. Adventurer teams setting up in a guild town always benefited the ruling guild. They sure moved quickly. Shi Feng was slightly confused as he watched the various adventurer team representatives outside of the residence. He had assumed that it would take some more time before these teams made a decision. After all, the battle in Stone Forest Town had just ended, and investing in a guild town was an incredibly important decision that would affect the team's development. They needed to consider their options carefully. When I first saw them, I had assumed that they were experts some guild had sent to snatch the town token, Aqua Rose said, giggling. However, after listening to what they had to say, it seems that they were already interested in setting up in Stone Forest Town. Only, they were hesitant due to concerns over the town's safety. After seeing Zero Wing's foundations, they rushed over. Tell them that Stone Forest Town still needs repairs, so we won't be selling any adventurer houses just yet. Once we've repaired the town, we'll construct 5 adventurer houses. When the time comes, the houses will be available in the candlelight auction and will go to the highest bidder, Shi Feng decided after giving the matter some thought. This, Aqua Rose was at a loss for words when she stared at Shi Feng's serious expression. Normally, guilds hope to house as many adventurer teams as possible in their towns to increase the town's overall strength. Some large guilds even sold their adventurer teams for a low price to attract these teams. Yet, not only had Shi Feng decided to sell a limited number of these adventurer houses, but he also intended to sell them off to the highest bidders. Such a bold decision was likely to chase away these adventurer teams. Just convey my decision. A town's development is never dependent on how many adventurer teams it has. As long as they are strong enough, 2 or 3 teams will be enough, Shi Feng said. A town's land was limited, and adventurer houses easily took up enough space for 20 private houses. Rather than increasing the town's security with a few measly adventurer teams, they'd benefit from more independent players visiting the town for rest and relaxation. Understood. I'll let them know. Aqua Rose could not help but sigh. Although she understood Shi Feng's reasoning, not even powerful adventurer teams were likely to pay a high price to occupy a guild town. After all, these teams would serve as free guards after investing in the town. Although Stone Forest Town offered considerable benefits, these benefits meant little to powerful adventurer teams. At most, they'd buy 1 or 2 private houses over competing for an adventurer house. Sure enough, once Aqua Rose informed the various teams of Shi Feng's decision, it caused a commotion among the various players. This incident immediately hit the kingdom's official forums, dissuading a few well-known adventurer teams from occupying Stone Forest Town. They're only selling 5 adventurer houses. Do they want us to pay to sever as the town's bodyguards? Zero Wing is dreaming. There are tons of guild towns that want us. Only an idiot would compete for those 5 slots. Zero Wing is too arrogant. Do they think that our only option is to set up in Stone Forest Town? Zero Wing's announcement came as a shock to ordinary players. They had never expected such a boastful stance from the guild. Of course, these players had never considered setting up a base in the town. After all, they could only afford a private house in Stone Forest Town in their dreams, much less an adventurer house. To Star Moon Kingdom's various adventurer teams, however, Zero Wing was just trying to scam them. Meanwhile, inside an ancient ruin in the Apocalypse Empire, a 20-man team rested in its temple. Corpses of level 55+ monsters littered the ground around them. The weakest of their enemies had been a chieftain, while the strongest had been a great lord, yet this 20-man team had slaughtered them. Moreover, not one member of the team had died. Ha! Black Flame, you really are an interesting man. Endless Scars laughed when she heard about Zero Wing's announcement. Big Sis Endless? Cloud Yarn, the cleric sitting beside her, was confused by Endless Scars' smile. Cloud Yarn wasn't the only one. The other team members also turned to look at their leader. Even the other members of the team could not help but turn to look at Endless Scars. Endless Scars had actually laughed. They could count the number of times they've seen her laugh since they had joined the team on their fingers. It's nothing. Zero Wing intends to auction off adventurer houses, and they're only selling a handful, Endless Scars explained. They're auctioning houses in limited quantities? What powerful adventurer team would be foolish enough to garrison in Stone Forest Town? Everyone was surprised to hear about Zero Wing's latest announcement. No matter how excellent Stone Forest Town's conditions were, the Stoneclaw Mountains was a regional dungeon with a level cap of 50. Many adventurer teams had already begun to purchase mounts for their members, and it wouldn't be long before they were over level 50. There weren't any other high-level and high-resource maps near Stone Forest Town. Powerful adventurer teams' priority was to level up and upgrade their weapons and equipment. Everything else was secondary. Even with the town's high mana density, there was no point to occupying Stone Forest Town. What sane adventurer team would possibly be willing to pay a huge price to set up a base in the town? Foolish, is it? As Endless Scars read the report about the siege war in Stone Forest Town, her interest in Zero Wing grew. After all, the guild had abandoned the opportunity to strengthen its town and used a completely different approach than the other guilds. Endless Scars found the guild's actions both confusing and intriguing. While Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers discussed the matter, Shi Feng, the perpetrator of this commotion, returned to White River City. After leaving the teleportation hall, he took an advanced horse carriage to the War God's Temple. Chapter 1356, Abandoned Waves End. Chapter 1356, Abandoned Waves End. Star Moon Kingdom, Star Moon City. After the battle in Stone Forest Town, many merchant players from neighboring kingdoms and empires gathered in the city. 3 out of 10 players that arrived in the teleportation hall were low-leveled merchant players in ordinary equipment. Normally, such a scene could only be found in imperial capitals. Upon arriving at Star Moon City, the merchant players teleported to the closest NPC town to Stone Forest Town. The long line at one of the departure teleportation arrays stupefied players. Why are all these merchant players heading to Stone Forest Town? Isn't it just a measly guild town? Why make such a huge fuss over it? Don't you know? When Zero Wing announced that it would auction adventurer houses, it had also declared that it would sell all kinds of shops to outsiders. These merchant players are heading to Stone Forest Town to get a better idea of the town's situation. The shops in NPC cities are too expensive. There's also a lot of competition with the various large guilds' shops on top of the high property tax every month. It's simply impossible for ordinary merchant players to afford. The shops in guild towns, on the other hand, are much cheaper. The monthly property tax is also much lower. Most importantly, Stone Forest Town's player traffic rivals in NPC cities. Due to the battle arena, expert players have gathered there, and they generally have plenty of precious resources. Merchant players will be able to buy and sell their items more conveniently if they had a shop in Stone Forest Town. Everyone knows that Stone Forest Town has near impeccable security now. Naturally, merchant players are eager to move into Stone Forest Town. In that case, wouldn't it be amazing if we developed in Stone Forest Town? Independent players quickly started making preparations to shift their base of operations to Stone Forest Town. Originally, the Candlelight trading firm's presence already made Stone Forest Town a good place to develop. Unfortunately, NPC cities sold a much more diverse selection of items than the Candlelight trading firm. Now that so many merchant players were planning to invest into Stone Forest Town, with some even coming from other kingdoms and empires, Stone Forest Town would sell a greater variety of items. Stone Forest Town's variety of merchandise might rival, or even surpass, Star Moon cities. Unlike shops in NPC cities, players could construct simple teleportation arrays in guild town shops. Merchant players could teleport directly to their shops without passing through Star Moon City or spending hours traveling by carriage. This encouraged merchant players to sell more products in Stone Forest Town, facilitating the transfer of merchandise. Heaven's Burial's upper echelons had gathered in the residence's meeting room. The meeting room was silent as everyone stared at Singular Burial, who wore a solemn expression. Despite foolishly throwing away the opportunity to invite famous adventurer teams to occupy Stone Forest Town, even more independent players were attracted by the mass of merchant players. Both Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing would develop rapidly. As a result, the gap between Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing would expand. Our only hope is to take down the Frost King as soon as possible. Although the rewards won't help us overtake Zero Wing, we can put up a fight, Singular Burial said helplessly. Not only was Zero Wing undamaged by abandoned waves, but it had helped increase Stone Forest Town's fame. He wouldn't have let Abandoned Wave take action so soon if he'd known this would happen. To make things worse, Abandoned Wave had been captured, With Abandoned Wave finished, there was no guild in Starmoon Kingdom capable of stopping Zero Wing from becoming the kingdom's overlord. Guild leader, I just received good news, Daybreak Fog said. Good news? Singular Burial inquired. What kind of good news could there be at a time like this? Didn't Black Flame kill Flame Blood? Broken Flow had brought his team to resurrect Flame Blood after failing at his task. Although Flame Blood had suffered grievous losses, he got to meet Abandoned Wave's leader, Beast Emperor. Beast Emperor had even secretly added Flame Blood as a friend, Daybreak Fog explained. Beast Emperor took the initiative to contact Flame Blood, stating that he wishes to have a personal chat with you. Beast Emperor also said that he's willing to help Heaven's Burial annihilate Zero Wing. Abandoned Wave's leader, is it? Singular Burial smiled. Alright, tell Flame Blood to send Beast Emperor a reply. Say that I'm willing to have a proper discussion with him. Daybreak Fog conveyed Singular Burial's response to Flame Blood. Shi Feng alighted from the advanced horse carriage and came face to face with White River City's War God's Temple. The War God's Temple served as a waypoint for teleporting to the Abyss battlefield. There were more players entering and leaving the War God's Temple now than the Adventurers Association. Players would visit the War God's Temple at least once a day. If the Adventurers Association was a good place for individual players to earn money, then the War God's Temple was a good place for players to level up and improve their foundational strength. If the Abyss battlefield didn't limit players to just one life per day, every player in the game would likely stay cooped up there and refuse to leave. Although the Abyss battlefield's monsters didn't drop coins, they dropped weapons and equipment as well as gave honor points. Honor points could be used to purchase tools, top-tier weapons, and equipment from the War God's Temple. It was extremely difficult to survive inside the Abyss battlefield. Moreover, the higher level one reached, the more difficult the monsters would be. Expert players below level 50 could stay in the Abyss battlefield for an entire day as long as they didn't go anywhere too dangerous. Though their income would be lower if they didn't take risks, after a few days of grinding, they could still accumulate enough points to purchase good equipment. The weapons and equipment for sale at the War God's Temple were more suited towards PvP. The items' effects and basic attributes would be inferior to the items dropped by field bosses and team dungeons. Even so, the Abyss battlefield was still a paradise for solo players. After level 50, however, surviving in less dangerous maps would be even more difficult for expert players. Level 50 plus weapons and equipment cost substantially more honor points. Eventually, rather than a place for farming items, the Abyss battlefield became a training ground for expert players and a place for ordinary players to grind for the double EXP potion. When Shi Feng arrived at the War God's Temple's third-floor hall, a level 150, Tier 3 Great Mage greeted him. Sir, how may I help you? Casting a glance at the NPC, Shi Feng noticed that it was a senior administrator at the War God's Temple named Roland. I've captured an evil god apostle, so I'm here to claim the bounty. The first-floor hall of the War God's Temple dealt with all matters relating to the Abyss battlefield. The second floor was the War God's Temple's quest area, where players could accept quests or turn in their completed quests. Players were awarded merit points for completing War God's Temple quests. Similarly, players could spend merit points on items here. Players were allowed to freely enter the War God's Temple's first two floors. The third floor was different. As it was a place that specifically dealt with matters relating to the dark forces, players wouldn't be allowed to set foot onto the third floor if they didn't have any related matters. An evil god apostle? Roland's old face twitched. With a slightly suspicious look on his face, he looked at Shi Feng and said, "Can you allow me to confirm your claim's validity?" Sure. Shi Feng took out the mobile jail and handed it to Roland. After Roland received the mobile jail, he chanted an incantation and tapped his finger on the crystal ball. An image appeared above the mobile jail. The image displayed Abandoned Wave trapped inside a dark space. Abandoned Wave was continuously hurling attacks at the surrounding space. He radiated evil energy, and his eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he had already fallen into madness. It really is an evil god apostle. Shock flashed in Roland's eyes. The War God's Temple and the Evil God's Temple had a hostile relationship. Meanwhile, evil god apostles had received the evil god's blessing. They were rare in God's domain. Roland returned the mobile jail to Shifeng and said respectfully, "Esteemed adventurer, please follow me. I'll bring you to meet with the Vice Temple Lord. I believe the Vice Temple Lord will be very happy to meet you." Chapter 1357, War God's Temple's Reward. Chapter 1357, War God's Temple's Reward. In the triumphant hall on the War God's Temple's 4th floor, Senior Administrator Roland led Shifeng to one of the hall's astrology rooms. The astrology room was as dark as night, while the circular ceiling glittered like the night sky. From time to time, shooting stars streaked by. The room's beauty was mesmerizing. As Shifeng entered the room, Roland closed the doors from the outside. Instantly, Shifeng felt an indescribably pleasant sensation run through him. With the fascinating scenery, he couldn't help his desire to remain in this room for the rest of his life. Why is the mana density in here so high? Shifeng was curious about the incredibly dense mana surrounding him. This was the first time he had ever set foot in an astrology room. The War God's Temple's astrology rooms were forbidden to players. If not for having captured an evil god apostle, Roland wouldn't have led him here. Before entering the room, Shifeng hadn't sensed any usual mana density from inside. Yet, as soon as Roland left and shut the doors, mana started pouring filled the space. It was 3 times as dense as Stone Forest Town's mana, which had the support of 3 magic towers. If players could duel other experts or practice their skills and spells in such an environment, their growth would be astonishing. "Young adventurer, you've arrived." A deep voice echoed throughout the entire astrology room. Shifeng could not help but turn to the voice's origin. He spotted an old man in dark blue mage robes and wielding a staff. The old man manipulated a magic water ball as if he were searching for some kind of new spell. This old man was none other than Capra, one of the 3 Vice Temple Lords in White River City's War God's Temple. He was a level 180, Tier 3 Great Mage. He could be considered the oldest NPC in White River City. Not even Magistrate Weissman was as old. Capra should be the most knowledgeable NPC in White River City. After all, not only was Capra a Tier 3 Great Mage, but he was also a magic array master. However, due to Charlin's occupation of White River City's library, he ranked 2nd. "I hear that you've captured an evil god apostle?" "Yes, Lord Capra." Shifeng immediately retrieved the mobile jail from his bag. As soon as he revealed the crystal ball out, it vanished and reappeared in Capra's hand. "Not bad. This is indeed an evil god apostle." Capra nodded lightly. Suddenly, the mobile jail began to crumble, following which, a cloaked, bandaged figure appeared before the old man. The moment Abandoned Wave appeared, the black cloak and bandages covering him were destroyed, exposing his true appearance. Abandoned Wave? Shifeng was slightly surprised to see this man. Although his appearance had changed significantly, Shifeng easily recognized him. Shifeng hadn't expected Abandoned Wave to be the evil god apostle that attacked Stone Forest Town. However, after considering the matter, it seemed reasonable. The Blackwater Corporation had given up on Abandoned Wave. With his connection to the Evil God's Temple, becoming an evil god apostle was a matter of course if he wanted vengeance against Shifeng. "I'm free." Abandoned Wave was ecstatic when he realized that he had emerged from the mobile jail, but after looking around him, his mood plummeted. Not only did Shifeng, disguised as Black Flame, stand before him, but a level 180, Tier 3 NPC also stared at him. Abandoned Wave's first thought was of escape. Immediately, Abandoned Wave ruffled through his bag space, trying to retrieve a Tier 1, instantaneous movement magic scroll. Shifeng had caught him off guard earlier, so he hadn't had the opportunity to use it. As long as he could reach the scroll, he could flee. The instant Abandoned Wave got his hands the Tier 1 Instantaneous Movement Magic Scroll, he glanced at Shifeng with a sinister smile. Black Flame, just you wait. I'll give you a taste of despair the next time we meet. Following which, Abandoned Wave unfurled the magic scroll and activated it. Abandoned Wave's elated expression returned the instant the scroll activated. It was as if he could already see Shifeng's tragic ending. However, after a few seconds, Abandoned Wave realized that he hadn't moved. And since he had activated the scroll, the instantaneous movement magic scroll faded from his hands. Despair! Shifeng could not help but laugh and shake his head when he saw the confusion on Abandoned Wave's face. Don't you realize that you're in the War God's temple? In God's domain, all teleportation tools and skills were useless inside a War God's temple. Players could only use these items after leaving the building. This was basic knowledge to God's domain's players. Hearing the words, War God's temple, fear twisted Abandoned Wave's expression. He was fully aware of the consequences should the War God's temple capture him. Beast Emperor had warned him about this. When the War God's temple captured an Evil God's temple player, it signified the end for said player. The captured player's only option would be starting a new account. Moreover, they wouldn't be allowed to rejoin the game immediately. They would have to wait 1 month before they could create the new account. After experiencing the joy God's domain had to offer, being unable to play for an entire month would be unbearable for players. Moreover, by the time Abandoned Wave rejoined the game, God's domain would be a different world with how fast it was developing. Black Flame. Abandoned Wave practically screamed Shifeng's name. Although he wanted to say more, Capra had already begun to chant an incantation. In the next moment, dozens of golden chains appeared around Abandoned Wave, piercing his body. He screamed in pain as he started to burn. Eventually, he turned to ash and vanished from the astrology room. Abandoned Wave's hatred for him hadn't particularly surprised Shifeng. Even a peak expert would struggle to catch up if they were banned from the game for a month and had to start from scratch. The Blackwater Corporation had also given up on Abandoned Wave long ago. With Abandoned Wave standards, they were not likely to meet again. Furthermore, Beast Emperor had lost an Evil God Apostle slot. Following which, a series of system notifications reached Shifeng's ears. System, congratulations! You have captured an Evil God Apostle. Rewarding 10,000 War God's Temple merit points, reputation with the War God's Temple increased by 500 points, 100 million EXP, 50 free mastery points, and 5 legacy skill points. System, congratulations! You are the first person to have eliminated an Evil God Apostle. Rewarding War God's Warrior title. System, Capra's favorability has increased by 300 points. What an abundant reward! Shifeng's excitement grew as he read the notifications. This was especially true when he saw the War God's Warrior title and his increased favorability with Capra. He had only heard of the War God's Warrior title in the past. He didn't know much about it. Although this title wouldn't benefit a player's strength, it elevated players to 1 rank below the temple's vice-temple lords. With this benefit, he could easily purchase items that required extremely high reputation in the War God's Temple's exchange center. He wouldn't need to complete numerous high-difficulty quests, increasing his reputation. However, the title was slightly less valuable than his favorability with Capra. Capra was a magic array master. If he could earn enough favorability with Capra, he would gain access to all sorts of magic arrays. He might even get to purchase the rumored advanced mana gathering magic array, which could double the mana density in a 500-yard radius. Not only was this array's effective area vast, but it also increased the mana density by so much. One could just imagine how much it could benefit a guild. Countless players had tried all sorts of methods to gain favorability with this NPC. Unfortunately, doing so was extremely difficult and would become even more so after every 100-point increment. Very few players had gained 100 points of the Elder's favorability in the past. Only a handful had ever earned 200 points. Shi Feng had never even heard of any players earning 300 points. Chapter 1358, Lost Magic Array. Chapter 1358, Lost Magic Array. With such high favorability and merit point rewards, it's no wonder why those guilds had hunted Evil God's temple players in the past. Shi Feng couldn't help his growing elation as he looked at his rewards. Although the 10,000 merit points was a lot, without the corresponding reputation and favorability, they were useless. Even after challenging the 12 trials, he had only been awarded 6,800 merit points. The items he could purchase were extremely limited. With 10,000 merit points, he had a greater variety available to him. Moreover, he could purchase items from Capra. Lord Capra, I've heard that you are a magic array master. I have always been very interested in magic arrays. May I know if I can purchase a few from you? Shi Feng asked. Purchasing items from Capra required a minimum of 100 favorability. Although 300 points were far from the maximum favorability one could earn with Capra, Shi Feng had never heard of a single player with such high favorability in the past. You are interested in magic arrays? Capra's elderly eyes shone with an excited light when he heard the words, magic array. He continued, of course you can. Very few youngsters are so studious. Come here. This magic water ball holds all of my records on magic arrays. If you wish to learn one, you can use this. However, the War God's Temple rules still apply. To learn a magic array, you'll need to pay the corresponding merit points. Learn them from the magic water ball? Shi Feng was slightly confused, though he nodded and approached the magic water ball. He had come to purchase magic arrays from Capra in the past as well, but the old man had been in a workshop instead of an astrology room. All of his magic arrays had been displayed on a bookshelf. He hadn't expected that he would get to choose an array from a magic water ball. Magic arrays were not as easy to learn as most players assumed. The process was extremely complex. Learning a magic array from a book was troublesome and difficult. Learning from a magic water ball was much easier. Players could practice the production steps through the water ball without wasting precious materials. This would greatly help improve one's learning speed. As Shi Feng tapped on the floating water ball, an exchange list appeared before him. Amazing! There are so many advanced magic arrays available. Shi Feng's eyes glowed as he read the exchange list. If one had to point out the most difficult item to obtain in God's domain, it would definitely be magic arrays. Magic arrays also provided the most assistance. For example, there were suppression magic arrays, summoning magic arrays, defensive magic arrays, and many more. Unfortunately, obtaining a basic magic array was incredibly challenging for the various large guilds, not to mention intermediate and advanced rank. Shi Feng now had access to more than 30 basic magic arrays, 8 intermediate magic arrays, and 3 advanced magic arrays. In the past, Capra had only given Shi Feng one advanced magic array option, the Advanced Mana Gathering Magic Array. Now, however, there were 3. Of course, they were also frighteningly expensive. Basic magic arrays only cost between 500 and 1,500 merit points, while intermediate magic arrays cost between 3,000 and 5,000 merit points, and the 3 advanced magic arrays cost between 8,000 to 15,000 merit points. Among the advanced magic arrays, the cheapest was the Advanced Mana Gathering Magic Array. It was worth as much as the 7 Luminaries ring he had purchased long ago. Celestial Magic Arrays. Glancing at the 3 advanced magic arrays, Shi Feng was stunned. Celestial magic arrays weren't like the arrays players commonly stumbled upon. These had survived since ancient times, lost in God's domain for many years. Every celestial magic array was incredibly powerful, and because they borrowed power from the stars, they didn't consume as much mana as ordinary magic arrays. Celestial magic arrays had been very popular in God's domina, but for some unknown reason, they had vanished. Yet, those magic arrays had appeared before Shi Feng. Shi Feng found it hard to imagine that he could actually purchase celestial magic arrays from Capra. He had only ever heard rumors of such a thing. In his previous life, very few guilds had possessed celestial magic arrays. Purgatory's Star Magic Array, Advanced Celestial Magic Array. Suppress all enemies within a 200-yard radius, weakening their basic attributes by 70% if they are Tier 3, 50% if they are Tier 4, and 20% if they are Tier 5. Required merit points, 15,000. Starlight Gathering Magic Array, Advanced Celestial Magic Array. Creates an enclosed space with a 500-yard radius, increasing the mana density within the enclosed space by 300%. Required merit points, 12,000. Although the introductions were brief, Shifeng read them with bated breath. The Advanced Mana Gathering Magic Array could only increase the mana density in a 500-yard radius by 200%, but the Starlight Gathering Magic Array increased the density by 300%. Although there was only a 50% boost to players' performance, it was a qualitative difference. As for the Purgatory Star Magic Array, even challenging Tier 4 mythic monsters would become easier with its power. After all, the majority of the advanced magic arrays available in God's domain could only suppress Tier 4 mythic monsters by 30%. For a time, Shifeng was fraught with indecision. He had initially planned to purchase the Advanced Mana Gathering Magic Array, saving his remaining points for special tools that could aid him in the morning battlefield. However, the Starlight Gathering Magic Array just too tempting. He had experienced such a powerful array in a super guild's main city in the past, and he had to admit that the magic array had been wonderfully effective. When he had practiced his combat techniques inside the magic array, his training efficiency had risen by leaps and bounds. Even the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower could not compare to that magic array's effects. Only the Holy City of Titan could surpass it. However, to reach locations such as the Holy City, one's status needed to be extremely high, and they needed to pay an exorbitant price. Very few large guilds could afford such a price. Forget it. Let's just pick it. Shifeng gritted his teeth and chose the Starlight Gathering Magic Array. It was extremely difficult to obtain War God's Temple merit points. If he purchased the Advanced Mana Gathering Array, it would be a long time before he gathered enough points to purchase the Starlight Gathering Magic Array. Now that Stone Forest Town had stabilized, and he had begun his city's construction, setting up the Starlight Gathering Array in both locations would further reinforce their popularity. System: the Starlight Gathering Magic Array requires 12,000 merit points. You have 3,500 War God's Temple reputation points. You may pay 20% of the merit point cost in coins. Do you wish to use coins? System: based on the system's analysis of the current market, each merit point is worth 2 gold coins. Do you wish to proceed? Purchase. Shifeng agreed to the transaction without hesitation. 4,800 gold for 2,400 merit points wasn't particularly expensive. Fortunately, the required currency wasn't magic crystals. He wouldn't have been able to fork over a single crystal. Shifeng wasn't particularly surprised that the cost of merit points had increased. In the future, he would likely have to part with an exorbitant amount of gold coins in exchange for merit points. After all, as players reached higher levels, their income would continue to increase. The game's player population was also increasing. As a result, more coins would become available in God's domain. It was only natural for their value to depreciate. Of course, the main God system constantly worked to lower inflation by reducing the number of coins in the market. Suddenly, Capra asked curiously, "Young adventurer, you have chosen a celestial magic array." Yes. I am very interested in learning the magic arrays that have been passed down since ancient times, Shifeng confirmed, nodding. Practically every God's Domain player had been interested in celestial magic arrays in the past. I won't stop you from purchasing it. However, I need to remind you that celestial magic arrays aren't like your conventional magic arrays. Producing them requires extremely rare materials. They are impossible to mass-produce, Capra reminded. Thank you for the information, Lord Capra, Shifeng responded respectfully. He had already been aware of the celestial magic array's flaws. However, even the advanced mana-gathering magic arrays materials were exceedingly difficult to obtain. Since both arrays materials were challenging to collect, it was wiser to choose the more powerful array. Following which, Capra chanted an incantation. Suddenly, a palm-sized water ball separated from its massive counterpart. The ball of water then landed in Shifeng's hands. After obtaining the Starlight Gathering magic array and leaving the War God's temple, Shifeng received a communication request from Aqua Rose. "What's the rush? Has something happened?" Shifeng asked when he saw the woman's anxiety. "Guild leader, check the official forums." Some time ago, Heaven's Burial signed an agreement with several top adventurer teams and dozens of well-known adventurer teams. These adventurer teams have officially occupied Heaven's Burial's town. News of this has already reached the various large guilds, Aqua Rose hurriedly reported. Chapter 1359, Pioneering the Ancient Empire. Chapter 1359, Pioneering the Ancient Empire. Top adventurer teams have occupied Heaven's Burial's town? The report confused Shifeng. In God's domain, adventurer teams fell into various ranks, just like guilds. When referring to Star Moon Kingdom's adventurer teams, the well-known team's overall strength could compare to a first-rate guild's elite teams. As for the kingdom's top adventurer teams, every one possessed several dozens of experts. Among these expert players, a small portion could rival first-rate guilds' peak experts. When it came to raiding team dungeons, they were even stronger than some large guilds' main forces. Normally, these top adventurer teams ventured to dangerous maps that even guild elite teams avoided. Their leveling speed was no slower than guild elite players that occupied high-resource maps. This was also why these top adventurer teams paid no attention to the benefits most guild towns offered, so much so that they even ignored invitations from large guilds. Based on Aqua Rose's report, however, it seemed that more than one top adventurer team had set up a base in Heaven's Burial's town. Why wouldn't Shifeng be surprised? He immediately checked the official forums, getting a detailed idea of the situation. Heaven's Burial and 3 top adventurer teams have reached an agreement. These adventurer teams will occupy Red Iron Town and will explore the Frozen Scar alongside the guild's forces. Good news! Red Iron Town will soon open the Red Iron Mine to the public. Players will gain access to the mine for a 30% harvesting fee. These 2 messages caused an uproar on the Star Moon Kingdom forums as everyone talked about the town. This is going to be awesome. I've heard that the Red Iron Mine is a small-scale regional dungeon. Not only do the mine's monsters have higher drop rates, but you can also harvest all sorts of ores. We'll make a killing. Why is Heaven's Burial being so generous? 3 of Star Moon Kingdom's top adventurer teams and many well-known teams have garrisoned in Red Iron Town. The town's security will likely only be second to Stone Forest Town. And there are so many high-resource maps nearby. There is even a teleportation array very close to the town. Developing in Red Iron Town might not be a bad idea. It seems Heaven's Burial has finally gotten serious. This is going to be interesting. I wonder which town will take the position of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild town? Stone Forest Town or Red Iron Town? Stone Forest Town is definitely the #1 town right now, but it might not stay that way. After all, Heaven's Burial is quite powerful. With the assistance of 3 top adventurer teams, it won't be long before they explore the Frozen Scar's entire map. Red Iron Town's players will be able to teleport to any of Heaven's Burial's towns from Evernight City. Transportation to and from Red Iron Town will become far more convenient than traveling to and from Stone Forest Town. I guess that's true. There really aren't any level 50+ high-resource maps near Stone Forest Town either. It's only suitable to players below level 50. Considering long-term development, Red Iron Town is the better option. Moreover, with 3 top adventurer teams based in the town, it'll be easier for adventurer teams to contact each other in the future. The new changes in Red Iron Town tempted many players. While it was important to increase one's individual strength, leveling and upgrading equipment was more so. More players were reaching level 40, Yet despite having met the level requirement to gain a mount, most were too poor to purchase one and had to continue their travels on foot. Red Iron Town was also attractive due to how easy it would be to earn coins. Heaven's Burial is even willing to part with such a gold mine? Shi Feng was astonished as he read the forum posts. It was not easy to open a mine. First, a team needed to defeat the mine's boss. Otherwise, the monsters inside would continue to respawn quickly. The monsters would also scale to the highest leveled player that entered the mine. As the boss respawned periodically, players were also required to defeat it each time they encountered it. Furthermore, the mines or deposits were limited and would only respawn when the boss did. When a guild occupied a mine, they generally only allowed their own people inside. Yet, Heaven's Burial was generous enough to open the mine to the general public after clearing its monsters and boss. Although iron ore wasn't particularly valuable, not many towns in God's domain had access to in or vein. Hence, the various large guilds would prioritize towns with the most common or veins as they offered a plethora of riches. Guild leader, once it secured the adventurer team's assistance, Heaven's Burial dispatched a 1,000-man elite team to pioneer the Frozen Scar. They also sent their 100-man main force. Even the main force's weakest player is level 42. They'll clear the map much faster than their previous exploration, Aqua Rose said helplessly. On the other hand, we just survived a massive war. Although we didn't have many casualties, we had lost many of our experts and main force members. During the final stand at the guild residence, in particular, we lost a significant number of our main force members and core members. While weapons and equipment aren't a problem, the players who were killed by evil demons suffered double the usual penalty. Our main force and core members that had died lost 2 levels apiece. This has significantly slowed our progress in the Blizzard Fortress and with the Frost King. Moreover, the dark guilds around White River City are growing bolder. We've had to dispatch our experts to deal with them from time to time. Guild leader, should we recall Snow's forces and prioritize killing the Frost King? It had never been wise to underestimate Heaven's Burial's main force. And now that so many top and well-known adventurer teams had joined Heaven's Burial's exploration team, the team's overall strength had increased. In contrast, Zero Wing had been forced to dispatch its main force and experts to various locations to expand the guild's influence. As a result, their exploration team's strength had fallen. If they let Heaven's Burial get the Frost King's first kill, Heaven's Burial's position in Evernight City would become unshakable. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would lose the best opportunity to gain access to Evernight City. If that happened, Stone Forest Town's popularity would plummet by the time mainstream players reached level 50. In fact, Red Iron Town had nearly caught up to Stone Forest Town. Forget it. We can't recall Snow. If we don't have a team of experts there to defend the branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire, the Empire's large guilds will take the opportunity to strike, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. This was why he had refused to ask Gentle Snow for help to protect Stone Forest Town. He then said, "This is a golden opportunity. It's been a while since Zero Wing had a large-scale guild operation. Aqua, see to the necessary preparations. Round up 1,000 people. Aside from the main force members and core members, do not select any elite players below level 40. After you've finished, have them gather in Dark Lake Town. We're going to pioneer the ancient Orc Empire." Guild leader, you're going to lead the operation? Aqua Rose's excitement grew as her guild leader issued orders. Normally, the guild leader would organize guild operations as their main purpose was to increase the guild's prestige and motivation. However, Shi Feng was usually too busy. Normally, he was impossible to find. Hence, Zero Wing's vice guild leaders, such as herself and Gentle Snow, organized these events. Although nobody in the guild had complained, practically every player that joined Zero Wing knew of Black Flame, and they were all dying to meet him. The guild's main force and core members were particularly eager to quest and raid dungeons with their guild leader. "Meet him. I'll take command this time." Shi Feng nodded. He had initially intended to head to the Frozen Scar, but the environment was simply too harsh. Without sufficient preparation, the Frost King was impossible to raid. Moreover, his current goal was to help his people level up. Naturally, they had to travel to a higher-level map. The guild members will go crazy when they hear this. Aqua Rose responded, smiling. She immediately disconnected the call and began to address the necessary arrangements. Chapter 1360, Shocking Everyone. Chapter 1360, Shocking Everyone. White River City, Zero Wings residence. After disconnecting her call with Shi Feng, Aqua Rose published an announcement in the guild chat. The guild leader will be leading a guild operation personally. All main force members and core members in Star Moon Kingdom gather in White River City immediately. Elite members level 40 and above may apply to join by contacting me. Priority will be given to those with guild mounts. The instant the announcement published, the guild chat exploded with comments. Vice Guild Leader, this isn't a trick, right? Boss Black Flame is really going to lead us. What? The guild leader is leading a guild op himself. Are we going after some guild? This is awesome. I need to apply. Big Sis Aqua, can't you relax the requirements a little bit? I've just reached level 40 after many difficulties. I can't afford a guild mount right now. Ha! This is great. I've been saving up and bought a guild mount as soon as they were available. For a time, Zero Wings members were frenzied. This was especially true for the main force and core members. They were all fully aware of what benefits a guild leader-led operation would offer. Not only could they level up incredibly fast, but they'd also get to see the guild leader in action up close as they gained combat experience. Less than a minute after the announcement, Aqua Rose received over 1,000 applications. At the same time, plenty of members were disappointed. After all, despite such a rare opportunity to join a large-scale operation led by their guild leader himself, they didn't qualify to join because they had already spent their GCP and coins on upgrading their weapons and equipment. They did not have any money to purchase a guild mount. While Aqua Rose selected participants from her elite members, the various guild experts scattered across Star Moon Kingdom returned to the residence in White River City. Very quickly, the overall mood in the residence lifted considerably as the guild members' excitement grew. Meanwhile, the players lined up outside the residence's entrance hoping to join Zero Wing were stunned as they watched Zero Wing's experts return. Not only were these experts above level 40, but they were also ridiculously well geared, with even the most inferior piece of equipment being level 40 fine gold rank. Many of these experts even wielded level 40 dark gold weapons. Meanwhile, the number of such experts returning continued to increase. The most incredible sight was the tall, mighty thunder wolves traveling next to these experts. After entering the guild residence, these experts lined up outside of the guild hall, yet despite their quiet stances, they all radiated an indescribably heavy pressure. What's Zero Wing planning? Their guild mounts are so cool. Why do I get the feeling that I couldn't even defeat one of those guild mounts in a fight? Everyone was utterly stupefied. Although many players had already reached level 40, very few had mounts, yet hundreds of thunder wolves stood before them. Players who didn't know any better might assume that this was an NPC army. Moreover, everyone could see around 50 different types of mounts aside from the thunder wolves. Every mount was bronze rank or above. Not everyone had a clear grasp of Zero Wing's power, but after this display, they finally understood why Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. While other guilds struggled to get common mounts, Zero Wing had already popularized the Thunderwolf. Shortly after Zero Wing's 1,000-man legion had gathered, with Aqua Rose in the lead, the legion departed for White River City's teleportation hall. As the 1,000-man legion rode their mounts across White River City, players unconsciously made way as the legion's imposing momentum swept over them. When Zero Wing's legion stopped in front of the teleportation hall, the adventurer teams and guild teams visiting from other kingdoms, confused and curious about what was happening. 1,000 mounted players stood before the teleportation hall's entrance. The various guild teams, who had stopped in White River City on their way to the Twin Towers Kingdom to level, were afraid of leaving the teleportation hall, concerned that their lives might be at stake if they did. "Which guild are these players from?" a burly man with silver hair in the teleportation hall asked in shock. "You don't know? Are you new to God's domain?" a level 31, simple-looking swordsman asked. "I am new, actually. I've just reached level 10 today and came to White River City." The silver-haired man nodded. "No wonder," the swordsman said as he took a look at the level of the silver-haired man and his companions. Indeed, they were all level 10 players. They are all Zero Wing members. Zero Wing is Star Moon Kingdom's bona fide #1 guild. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I join Zero Wing as well. Zero Wing. The name was somewhat familiar to this silver-haired. "Big brother Tianji, isn't Zero Wing the guild that Hall Master Jiang wanted to work with?" a bald man asked quietly. "What? That's the guild that kind belonged to?" Tianji was stunned. How is that possible? Before he led the White Tiger Dojo's disciples into God's domain, he had to establish a firm understanding of the game. After all, they had learned that competent fighters would have an edge in God's domain. To fighting experts like himself, combat was commonplace. Hence, battles in a virtual world would be trivial. However, as he encountered the game's virtual combat, he quickly realized that the combat in God's domain wasn't very different from combat in reality. Although he and his subordinates had an advantage, there were some slight differences between virtual combat and real-life combat. Their advantage was limited. After playing the game for some time, he also gained a general understanding of various NPC towns' guilds. Surprisingly, these guilds were far more impressive than he had assumed. At one point, he had dueled an expert from a small guild. Even with his skills, the expert had defeated him. The experience had taught him how impressive God's domain truly was. Of course, he was confident of surpassing these small guild experts sooner or later. After all, he had only begun playing the game a few days ago. With the White Tiger Dojo's strength and enough disciples, he was confident that they could establish a guild and raise it to third-rate status quickly. If they wanted to contest with second-rate guilds, the dojo would be required to invest a large amount of resources and time. As for contesting against first-rate guilds, it was too soon for the dojo to aim so high. After all, first-rate guilds were backed by major corporations. They also had dozens of years' worth of history in the virtual gaming world and had long since established their own training systems. The White Tiger Dojo had no hope of catching up to first-rate guilds in a short time unless they annexed second-rate guilds or purchased shares of a particular first-rate guild. Investing in a first-rate guild would depend on whether or not the guild was willing to sell shares. After all, these guilds didn't lack willing investors. Tianji never thought that Shifeng, some no-name dojo's head instructor, directed such a power. Meanwhile, as Zero Wing's members left White River City through the teleportation arrays, news of the Legion's mobilization reached Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers. Why is Zero Wing dispatching such a massive force? With so many experts, has Zero Wing targeted some guild? Could Zero Wing be planning to exterminate the Dark Guilds? Normally, these major powers ignored a 1,000-man elite team. However, they couldn't ignore such a legion from Zero Wing. After all, every one of those players was an expert. If Zero Wing had targeted a particular guild, even a 10,000-man elite army would not be able to stop this legion. For a time, the various major powers discussed their guesses about Zero Wing's intentions. They also recalled their own members to their respective cities. Chapter 1361, Ancient Orc Empire. Chapter 1361, Ancient Orc Empire. Inside a snow-dusted gorge in the frozen scar. The air was cold enough to fog players' breath. Ice-covered plants glittered like ice sculptures, littering the ground. A 1,000-man legion advanced through the gorge with level 42 and above Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors guarding the forefront, creating an iron wall that blocked the narrow path. Level 46 and 47 Violent Frost Bears, Strength-type High Lords, crashed into this iron wall relentlessly. Violent Frost Bear, Elemental Creature, High Lord. Level 47. HP 31, 000/31, 000/000. Even with a successful block, ordinary MTs would lose over 10,000 HP with each of these Frost Bear's normal attacks. Not only did these attacks contain an immense amount of the Violent Frost Bear's strength, but their attacks also had the Freezing Penetration effect. Freezing Penetration have the target's reaction speed, attack speed, and healing received. Moreover, shields couldn't completely block the effect. Factoring in the Violent Frost Bear's high attack speed and their Tier 2 skill, Snow Trample, the frontline's MTs could die in an instant if the healers lost focus. This was why so many teams had been stuck in this snowy gorge, unable to proceed into the Frozen Scar. However, when this Legion's Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors received the Violent Snow Bear's attacks, they never received more than -7,000 damage. Even when the High Lords used their skills, the MTs didn't sustain more than -20,000 damage. To these MTs, who had over 40,000 HP, these bears were little more than pests. Guild Leader, the Frozen Heart is quite impressive. It seems that Beast Emperor hadn't lied. With the Frozen Heart, our chances of raiding the Frost King have increased by at least 20%, Daybreak Fog commented as she looked at the pulsing crystal heart in her hand. This is only the beginning, Singular Burial said, chuckling. Each of the top 3 top adventurer teams working with us have their own specialties. Due to their participation, our team is considerably stronger. It is only a matter of time before we kill the Frost King. Zero Wing had just experienced a great war. Although the monster army hadn't damaged the guild's overall strength, it had made a mess of Stone Forest Town. Zero Wing had also lost nearly half of its main force and core members. It would take the guild a considerable amount of time to recover to its peak. Moreover, Zero Wing was currently expanding its influence on multiple fronts. Its enemies weren't limited to Heaven's Burial. The Black Dragon Empire's various guilds also eyed Zero Wing, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Based on the reports he had received, he knew that various minor conflicts had broken out between Zero Wing and the Empire's large guilds. Furthermore, the shadow of a certain superpower seemed to loom behind many of these guilds. If Zero Wing wanted to stabilize its position in the Black Dragon Empire, it would need a large number of experts to defend it. Now that Zero Wing needed to recuperate, Heaven's Burial had an opportunity to catch up. With the Frozen Heart, their leveling efficiency in the Frozen Scar was exceptional. As an Azura mode regional dungeon, these monsters provided far more EXP than monsters elsewhere. Once Heaven's Burial's core members reached level 49, they could challenge level 50 large-scale team dungeons before other guilds and secure the Frost King's first kill. At that time, Red Iron Town might even be on par with Stone Forest Town. Heaven's Burial also had Beast Emperor's secret support. As Singular Burial sketched out his plan in his mind, Daybreak Fog suddenly paled. Guild Leader, this is bad. Apparently, Zero Wing had dispatched a legion of 1,000 experts. Every member of the legion has a mount, and Black Flame himself is in command. Although we still don't know their intentions, everyone suspects that the guild has targeted someone. Guilds throughout the kingdom have begun to recall their main forces and ordered their other teams to spread out. Should we do the same? Daybreak Fog asked worriedly after reading the message she had just received. A 1,000 expert legion was no trivial matter. Moreover, Black Flame himself led this group. Do our spies in Zero Wing know where the legion is going? Singular Burial asked. Our spies' ranks aren't high enough for the guild operation, Daybreak Fog replied, shaking her head. Although she had wanted to send experts into Zero Wing, the guild's management was incredibly strict. The guild actively used the main god system's contracts to restrict members in ways they didn't normally pay attention to. Daybreak Fog found it hard to imagine that Zero Wing had only established a few months ago. Not even first-rate guilds could compare to Zero Wing's setup. The guild investigated every expert they accepted, making it very difficult to spy on Zero Wing. They had been forced to send a few players with potential, having them gradually grow stronger. However, what Daybreak Fog did not know was that Shifeng had been a guild leader in God's domain for nearly a decade. Meanwhile, the guild systems in 10 years would be far more complex. He had various ways to deal with spies. Although he couldn't eradicate all of the spies among the middle and lower echelon members, he could contain the guild's important secrets. As a precaution, scatter the Ghost Shadow Legion's assassins throughout the Frozen Scar. Have them report back as soon as they discover Zero Wing's legion. Singular Burial commanded after giving the matter some thought. In reality, though, Singular Burial doubted that Zero Wing would pick a fight with Heaven's Burial. After all, both guilds had a neutral stance with each other on the surface, focusing on their own development. Zero Wing had no reason to deal with Heaven's Burial. Abandoned Wave had led the monster army against Stone Forest Town. Flame Blood had also reported that his identity hadn't been exposed. Moreover, if their guilds fought, other guilds would take advantage of the situation. After all, God's domain had already entered the era of mounts. The various large guilds were developing rapidly. However, Singular Burial decided to be careful due to Shifeng's penchant for the unexpected. Meanwhile, in Dark Lake Town, which most players avoided, Shifeng configured his team and issued their tasks. Alright, let's set out. Once the team was ready, they left the town. Big Sis Aqua, there aren't any high-resource maps nearby. Since he's gathered so many of us, does Guild Leader plan to raid one of the Dark Forces towns? Blackie asked curiously as he gazed at the wilderness around him. Dark Lake Town was located near Star Moon Kingdom's border. The town's surroundings were bleak, without any resources to speak of. Even though the local maps were suitable for level 40+ players, no one was willing to go this far to level. Only the nearby dark towns were worth any attention. The dark forces tended to operate in this area since it was so close to the kingdom's border. Not only could a crusade against these dark towns increase the guild's popularity, but they could also gain access to the treasure these dark towns hid. Only, the dark towns in this area were extraordinary and would be very difficult to raid. I'm not sure. The guild leader has said that we'll understand once we arrive, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. She didn't know Shifeng's intentions either. Based on what she knew, level 65 to 40 NPCs guarded these dark towns. Raiding such a town was still beyond their abilities. However, as everyone considered the possibilities, Shifeng led the Legion across Star Moon Kingdom's border and into the neutral map, Morning Battlefield. For the most part, everyone was familiar with Star Moon Kingdom's maps, but they knew very little about the maps outside of the kingdom. However, that did not prevent them from sensing the danger in their surroundings. What is this place? When the Legion entered the Morning Battlefield, many shuddered involuntarily as they felt a dense killing intent wash over them, their minds alerting them to the danger. Suddenly, they noticed 3 to 4 meter tall, green orcs. These orcs wielded spears, bows and arrows, and wore simple armor. Around 500 orcs patrolled a short rampart. Although far fewer, some orcs wielded massive war axes, wearing slightly better equipment. Even so, everyone on the team felt a massive pressure radiating from the war axe-wielding orcs. Orc Sentinel, Humanoid Creature, Chieftain. Level 75. HP 8, 400, 000/8, 400, 000. Orc Captain, Humanoid Creature, Great Lord. Level 77. HP 78, 000/78, 000/000. Humanoid creatures possessed considerably high intellect. Escaping these monsters' pursuit along would be challenging, not to mention killing them. Guild Leader, are we here to grind these monsters? Sweat dripped down Shadow Sword's forehead as he stared at the orc captains on the ramparts. From where he stood, he counted at least 20 orc captains, and this wasn't Stone Forest Town. They didn't have the assistance of the magic towers and NPC guards. Charging at these monsters would be suicidal. Relax. Shifeng smiled nonchalantly. He then removed miniature ballistas and exploding arrows from his bag, one after another. The morning battlefield was an excellent grinding map. Unfortunately, it wasn't suitable for ordinary player teams. These orcs moved in large groups and were incredibly strong individually. In general, only Tier 2, 100-man teams had any hope of safely grinding here. Although his players hadn't reached Tier 2 yet, they could compensate with the miniature ballistas. Chapter 1362, Team Skyrockets. Chapter 1362, Team Skyrockets. Miniature ballistas. Are we? As Zero Wings players watched Shifeng reveal one miniature ballista after another, their jaws hit the floor as they considered a possibility. Miniature ballistas were war weapons that most guilds treated like their own children. No guild would use them outside of a guild war or siege. Yet, Shifeng intended to use such precious weapons to grind monsters. If other guilds learned about Zero Wings' extravagant grinding method, they would most likely try to strangle Shifeng. Guild leader, isn't this a little too wasteful? Even Aqua Rose was astonished as she stared at the miniature ballistas. The other guild members might not realize where these miniature ballistas had come from, but she did. Although players could craft these miniature ballistas, each one was considerably expensive to make. The materials alone cost more than 100 gold. Even with a master engineer like Burning Abyss and the basic meditation room, the production success rate wasn't particularly high. As a result, each ballista cost around 500 to 600 gold to produce. As for the exploding arrows, each cost roughly 3 silver to craft. Aside from risking the miniature ballista's destruction in battle, their durability would decrease from repeated use. The repair fees would also be a painful expenditure. Using these weapons to level guild members was too extravagant. Don't mind that. Resources are meant to be used. Rather than collecting dust in the guild warehouse, they can help strengthen our guild members. As our members grow stronger, the guild can earn even more resources. Using these weapons isn't a waste at all, Shifeng said, smiling. All right, have our people set these ballistas up quickly. When he had been Shadow's guild leader in the past, he, too, had treated war weapons like precious treasure, not daring to use them casually. After all, those weapons had been irreplaceable. However, that wasn't the case now. Since they could produce these war weapons, there was no reason to stockpile them in the guild warehouse. Using them to strengthen the guild was a wiser decision. Particularly, now that Zero Wings core members were over level 40, with some of the guild's upper echelons so close to level 50, they could challenge their Tier 2 promotion quests sooner if the guild helped them level quickly. As Tier 2 players, they'd be more help to the guild than these miniature ballistas. For a moment, everyone felt touched by Shifeng's words. While other guilds' upper echelons wrung their members dry, Shifeng used the guild's most precious resources to help them grow stronger. A short moment later, a row of 50 miniature ballistas were lined up a short distance away from the tattered ramparts. Even capturing a city would be easy with so many war weapons. Then, Shifeng summoned a demon with the Bible of Darkness. Now that Shifeng had been promoted to a Tier 2 swordmaster, he could summon a Tier 3 demon without the assistance of items or skills. He no longer needed to force the demon into becoming a mindless puppet either. After the massive demon gate appeared, an 8-meter-tall demon emerged. 2 crimson horns grew from its forehead, and it carried a spear covered in emerald fire. Purgatory Demon, Dark Creature, Demon. Level 64. HP 24, 000, 000/24, 000, 000. As expected of our guild leader, he can even summon a Tier 3 demon. Summoners would die from envy if they knew about that item. Zero Wings members were further awed by Shifeng after watching him summon the Tier 3 Purgatory Demon. Generally, large guilds reserved Tier 3 summoning scrolls as trump cards. They wouldn't even sell these scrolls for thousands of gold. Shi Feng hadn't actually used a scroll, of course. Rather, he had used an ancient book. Tools were different from magic scrolls. While magic scrolls were one-time use items, tools could be used repeatedly. Hence, tools of the same rank and category were worth dozens of times more than their magic scroll counterparts. The Purgatory Demon will attract the orc's attention. Healers, keep the Purgatory Demon alive. As for those responsible for controlling the miniature ballistas, prioritize the orc captains. Please protect the ballistas. Shi Feng commanded once his team was almost ready. If he sent level 40+ players to face these orcs, their attacks would only annoy the creatures without the magic tower's buff. The only way they could deal enough damage was to employ the miniature ballistas. If not for the miniature ballistas, he wouldn't have dared to lead this team here. Suddenly, the Purgatory Demon flapped its massive wings and in the blink of an eye, hovered above the ramparts. It then used the Tier 3 skill, Flame Shower. Among the demon's Tier 3 skills, Flame Shower had largest AoE range. Although it wasn't particularly effective against monsters, it was enough to pull the orc's aggro. Fire rained down in a 100-yard radius. The orc sentinels only received around -20,000 damage, while the orc captains sustained half that. The damage was negligible to these orcs. The orcs on the ramparts raised their bows and fired at the Purgatory Demon. Fire! Shi Feng commanded. Immediately, the 50 miniature ballistas fired a volley of exploding arrows from 500 yards away from the ramparts. At this distance, Zero Wings members would still receive EXP as the monsters died and the Great Lord ranked orc captains would have difficulty dodging the attacks. Shio! 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 A series of fiery lights bombarded the ramparts. Damages of up to -160,000 appeared above an orc captain that attacked the Purgatory Demon. In the blink of an eye, this orc captain lost nearly 8 million HP. Moreover, due to the arrow's armor penetration, the orc captain sustained severe injuries, decreasing its combat power. Although the damage was impressive, each volley cost 1 gold, 50 silver. Even for experts, it was as much as 2 or 3 days net income. Meanwhile, Shi Feng controlled the Purgatory Demon to use the Tier 3 single-target skill, Onslaught against the orc captain, dealing over -400,000 and reclaiming its aggro. As the orcs retaliated, the Purgatory Demon flew about, dodging over 90% of the attacks. Even when struck, the dozens of healers, who had moved close to the bottom of the ramparts, responded immediately, maintaining the demon's HP above a safe threshold. Following which, Zero Wings members launched volley after volley of exploding arrows. The first orc captain soon fell from the wall. A level 77 Great Lord was already worth a frightening amount of EXP. Including the bonus EXP from defeating a higher-level opponent, everyone's experience bars increased by a noticeable amount despite sharing it among 1,000 players. It gave so much EXP. This is amazing. I'd have to grind for dozens of minutes to get this much EXP. Everyone was elated. Normally, it took a long time to kill a Great Lord of the same level, but they had taken 30 seconds or so to defeat the level 77 Great Lord. Moreover, once the orc captain died, it dropped several items. However, as they were still engaged in battle, no one moved towards the loot. After killing the first orc captain, the team focused their fire on the other orc captains. In such a way, one orc captain after another fell from the ramparts. By the time they had annihilated the 20+ captains, many level 42 players had leveled to 43. As for Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, and the other upper echelons, they had reached level 49, they were only one level away from level 50 now. Chapter 1363, Dispute Between Towns. Chapter 1363, Dispute Between Towns. Now that they had eliminated the orc captains on the ramparts, dealing with the orc sentinels had become much easier. They didn't even need a full volley of exploding arrows to kill a sentinel. The team on had to watch from afar. Only the healers were a little worn out as they had focused on healing the purgatory demon from time to time. With the miniature ballistas firing one volley after another, it took less than half an hour to clear out the orcs on the wall. Although the orc sentinels hadn't given as much EXP as the captains, everyone's experience bars rose by a sizable chunk. Their leveling speed was dozens of times faster than normal. This leveling speed is amazing. At this rate, we'll level up again in a few more hours. Zero Wings members were ecstatic. They hadn't experienced such astounding leveling speed since obtaining their Tier 1 classes. Only, sustaining this leveling speed required a large number of exploding arrows. Of course, EXP wasn't the only thing the Zero Wing Legion had obtained. There was also the items scattered above the ramparts. Following which, Shifeng jumped onto the wall to collect the loot while the rest of his guild members pushed the miniature ballistas forward. The benefits of pioneering a new map are wonderful. The drop rate is much higher than usual. Shifeng was inwardly astonished as he picked up the loot. After reaching level 50, monsters' drop rate in God's domain would decrease drastically. A level 50+ chieftain might not drop as much as elite monsters right now. However, contrary to expectations, the loot dropped by the orcs was considerably good. Over 8 gold had dropped in coins alone. There were also 20+ level 70 common weapons and pieces of equipment, which could be dismantled for raw materials. 3 level 70 bronze weapons and pieces of equipment and various ordinary materials had dropped as well. All of those items were only the level 75 orc sentinels loot. The orc captain's loot was far more impressive. In total, the orc captains had dropped over 10 level 70 mysterious iron weapons and pieces of equipment. If sold, each piece of equipment could easily fetch 5 gold or more, while the weapons could go for at least 10 gold. They were far more valuable than mysterious iron weapons and equipment below level 50. The orc captains also dropped 2 pieces of level 70 secret silver equipment, a pair of mage boots and a pair of plate gloves. Each of these items could easily fetch over 100 gold. The orc captains had also dropped high-ranking potions and Tier 2 magic scrolls. Overall, the loot's value, more or less, made up for the exploding arrows cost. An advanced recipe fragment. As Shifeng organized the orc captain's loot, he noticed half of a tattered piece of paper. When he clicked to check its description, he could not help his elation. Magic Soul Potion Recipe Fragment. In God's domain, advanced rank recipes and designs weren't easy to purchase. Moreover, most advanced recipes and designs dropped as fragments. Players rarely found complete recipes and designs. On the market, advanced recipes and designs generally sold for a minimum of 500 gold, though this was only in the case of ordinary recipes and designs. Players couldn't even buy valuable ones with coins, and people generally wanted items of equal value. Shifeng had never expected to obtain the Magic Soul Potion recipe, which was an extremely rare drop in the morning battlefield. The Magic Soul Potion was a rare potion. It was an advanced potion that increased the user's basic attributes by 10% and magic resistance by 100% for 1 hour. Unlike the potions that gave a fixed amount of magic resistance, the Magic Soul Potion would never become outdated. Even after players had reached level 200, the potion had been incredibly popular in the past. Hence, many large guilds had often grinded in the morning battlefield. Unfortunately, the recipe's drop rate was abysmal. In the end, very few guilds had obtained the complete recipe. Could this be a benefit of pioneering the map? Shifeng wondered. If he could obtain a complete Magic Soul Potion recipe, it would be a great help to guild members when raiding large-scale team dungeons. Moreover, they wouldn't need to prepare as much to raid the Frost King with the Magic Soul Potion. They could start raiding the boss once the team's basic attributes met the requirements. Guild leader, has something good dropped? Aqua Rose asked when she saw Shifeng's smile. It's certainly not bad. Shifeng then shared the loot information in the team chat. When the Legion members saw the list, they couldn't help but gasp. We killed all those great lords and chieftains, yet we got so few items in return. Guild leader, why don't we go somewhere else? We'll only lose money if we stay here. Blackie and the others suggested. If they continued at this rate, although their levels might increase very quickly, the guild would suffer for it. While it is true that we're not compensating for our losses, if we can gather 4 more magic soul potion recipe fragments, we'll earn back everything we've lost and more, Shi Feng said, chuckling nonchalantly. He proceeded to lead everyone deeper into the morning battlefield. In reality, their losses hadn't been that great. After all, he also had the Soul Orb, which allowed him to absorb souls from Great Lord rank monsters and above. He could turn every 30 souls he absorbed into a soul crystal. He had obtained 1 from their first slaughter, lessening their losses considerably. Hearing Shi Feng's words, the Legion regained its motivation as they silently swore to complete the magic soul potion recipe. As the team ventured farther into the morning battlefield, they encountered far more orcs. Their strength continued to increase as well. Unlike the first orc army, which had only consisted of great lords and chieftains, the following armies included lords and high lords as well. Fortunately, Shi Feng could summon an additional Tier 3 demon after 3 hours. This time, he had called forth a magical class demon. With 1 melee and 1 magical class demon, the demons could barely weather the orc army's attacks, buying Zero Wings members enough time to kill the high-tiered bosses. After grinding for nearly 9 hours, Shi Feng and the others finally left the morning battlefield's outer region, reaching the inner area. Throughout their expedition, the previously level 42 and 43 players had gained 1 or more levels. Now, most of the Legion's members were level 45. If they chose, they could monopolize all top 100 spots on Starmoon Kingdom's ranking list. Aqua Rose and the others who were level 49 hadn't gained any additional levels due to the massive amount of EXP they needed to cross the hurdle. Even so, they were not too far from level 50 either. As for the magic soul potions recipe fragments, due to Shi Feng's continuous use of divine providence, the team had gathered 4 fragments by the time they reached the inner region. While the Legion explored the morning battlefield, Stone Forest Town's repairs had almost completed. The battle arena had resumed its normal operation, and more players than ever before had gathered in the town. The town's player population had already passed the 1 million threshold. Among these players, many were merchant players and adventurer teams originating from other kingdoms and empires. All of these players had come to attend the candlelight auction tomorrow, which would include Zero Wing's private houses and shops as the main attractions. Overall, Stone Forest Town's prospects were impressive. In fact, Phoenix Rain, Zero Wing's collaborator, had reaped a massive profit from the situation. Currently, all the virtual products in her virtual store sold like hotcakes. Among the products, the most popular were the furniture and fashion coats made from wood and cloth in God's domain. Meanwhile, Red Iron Town had also attracted a lot of attention in Starmoon Kingdom. Red Iron Town was home to the first player-operated auction house in Starmoon Kingdom. The town's popularity among NPCs had risen considerably due to its auction house, so much so that Red Iron Town had been promoted to intermediate rank. Now, Heaven's Burial even surpassed the Star Alliance. Moreover, Heaven's Burial had recently announced that it would hold an auction for Red Iron Town's private houses and shops at the same time as the candlelight auction. Almost everyone on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums discussed the situation. Which town would they decide to develop in? After all, both towns had advantages. With Red Iron Town's rise to glory, many players who had been interested in Stone Forest Town's houses and shops began to hesitate. At this time, Melancholic Smile contacted Shi Feng and asked, "Guild leader, should we hold the auction earlier than planned? If we hold it at the same time as Heaven's Burial, it'll be difficult to encourage high bids." Interesting. So, they've already started working with Beast Emperor? When Shi Feng saw Red Iron Town's auction house, he instantly understood what was happening. After all, the auction house design wasn't easy to obtain. Shi Feng could not help but laugh at the situation as he said, "Fine. Since they want a competition, let's give it to them. Chapter 1364. The Price of Playing with Fire. Chapter 1364. The Price of Playing with Fire. Guild leader, you intend to compete against them? Melancholic Smile was startled when she heard Shifeng's words. Before this, Red Iron Town had become quite popular among the kingdom's players due to its strategic location and its connection to Evernight City. Once Heaven's Burial opened the Red Iron Mine to the public, it had attracted even more players and adventurer teams. Now, the town also had an auction house, allowing players to sell their items there while paying a cheaper processing fee than in the auction houses in NPC cities. Furthermore, the town had received its promotion to intermediate rank, able to accommodate even more players. If they truly wanted to compete with Red Iron Town, they'd have to lower their asking prices for Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops. The other Zero-Wing upper echelons might not know the guild's top secrets and current financial state, but Melancholic Smile, who managed a large portion of Zero-Wing's affairs and transactions, did. Right now, Zero-Wing urgently needed 35,000 gold to cover the additional expenses incurred while constructing the guild's new city. Without the reimbursement fee, the city's construction would halt. Moreover, the longer they delayed paying off this debt, the higher the fee would become. This was the true reason for auctioning off Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops. Now that Stone Forest Town had lost its advantages over Red Iron Town, competing with Heaven's Burial wasn't wise. Since Heaven's Burial wants to play, as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, Zero-Wing cannot back down. Shifeng declared, laughing. However, since they want to play, let's raise the stakes. Announce to the public that any player or adventurer team that purchases a private house or shop from Heaven's Burial will be banned from all of Zero-Wing's towns and cities. Guild leader. Isn't that going a little too far? Shifeng's words shocked Melancholic Smile. Such a declaration was tantamount to declaring war against Heaven's Burial. Now that Stone Forest Town didn't have a clear advantage, such a move was far too risky. Relax. Just announce it. I'll have someone bring you the recipe for the magic soul potion soon. Have the guild's alchemists produce them as quickly as possible. Craft as many as you can, Shifeng instructed calmly. Magic soul potion? All right. Melancholic Smile nodded helplessly. Since Shifeng had given the command, she could only manage Stone Forest Town to the best of her ability. Although she was somewhat opposed to Shifeng's decision, she, too, was a little miffed at Heaven's Burial. It wouldn't be a bad idea to use this opportunity to put the guild in its place. This way, Zero-Wing would secure its position as Starmoon Kingdom's overlord. Following which, Melancholic Smile disconnected the call and organized her subordinates to see to the necessary preparations. She also posted Shifeng's declaration on the kingdom's official forums. The announcement flabbergasted the players that heatedly debated the two towns. This is crazy. Zero-Wing has lost its mind. Heaven's Burial is merely provoking the guild. Does Zero-Wing need to take things this far? All hail Zero-Wing. This is what you get for provoking Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild for no reason. Heaven's Burial's upper echelons will cry with regret. I agree. When Heaven's Burial's upper echelons see this message, they'll regret their provocation. Of all the things they could do, they had to steal traffic from Stone Forest Town. Not only will they fail, but they might have spelled doom for their town. This is going to be interesting. I wonder which of them will survive in the end? Shortly after Melancholic Smile created her post, it had been upvoted to the top of the forums. Ordinary players were more than happy to watch such an interesting development. After all, neither the guild town's private houses nor the shops had anything to do with them. The various adventurer teams and merchant players, however, had a different reaction to the news. This was especially true for the various adventurer teams that had already garrisoned in Red Iron Town. When they saw the post, they turned deathly pale. Zero-Wing is insane. Why are they being so desperate? Although they had already set up in Red Iron Town, they still visited Stone Forest Town's battle arena to train and improve their combat techniques. Moreover, if they obtained the championship in the Battle Arenas tournament, they'd have the opportunity to learn a secret technique. But Zero Wing's announcement had destroyed their chances. After all, even large guilds' core members had a very low chance of learning a secret technique, much less Adventurer Team's independent players. They would also lose the opportunity to purchase the items from the town's wandering merchant NPCs. The various adventurer teams that had garrisoned in Red Iron Town began to resent Heaven's Burial. Of all the things the guild could do, it had to play with fire and provoke Zero Wing. Now their adventurer teams had been caught in the crossfire. 5 short minutes after Melancholic Smile announced Zero Wing's intentions, over a dozen well-known adventurer teams in Red Iron Town declared their intent to withdraw. The merchant players who had considered purchasing shops in the town had begun to hesitate as well. Although Red Iron Town was prosperous, it was no match for Stone Forest Town. Most importantly, Stone Forest Town had the money-making machine, the battle arena. With the battle arena, the town attracted countless experts. The top adventurer teams in Red Iron Town also began to panic. Zero Wing, do you really think we need your battle arena to improve? Zero Wing thinks too highly of itself. Such tactics are only useful against well-known adventurer teams. Although the post had somewhat shaken the 3 top adventurer teams, they were still confident of their own strength. Even without the battle arena, they could find areas to train their combat standards. Moreover, they were confident that with their assistance, Heaven's Burial could nurture Red Iron Town to surpass Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, in the morning battlefield, Aqua Rose, Alluring Smile, Blackie, and the other upper echelons had reached level 50 while Shifeng had conversed with Melancholic Smile. Wonderful! I've finally reached level 50. Blackie laughed when he saw the golden glow envelop his body. I can finally challenge my Tier 2 promotion quest. The rest of these core members were also excited. Currently, every expert's goal was to obtain their Tier 2 class. This was especially true for Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other upper echelons, as they knew Shifeng had already completed his. They had also witnessed Shifeng's battle against Evil Fire, so they were fully aware of how powerful a Tier 2 class was. It was on a completely different level from a Tier 1 class. Since you've reached level 50, you can go and challenge your Tier 2 promotion quest now. When Shifeng saw that Aqua Rose and some others had reached level 50, he took a fist-sized stone tablet from his bag. It was none other than the Sea God's legacy, which Shifeng had obtained in the Sea Dragon secret land. Smiling, he said, I have a special legacy. I'm sure you're all aware of hidden class's flaws, so I won't go into detail. Whoever wants to class change into a hidden class can apply with me. There are a total of 10 slots available. 10 slots? Shifeng's words rendered Aqua Rose and the others speechless. Every player in God's domain sought to obtain a hidden class. God's domain's various superpowers constantly tried to obtain high-rank legacies. Unfortunately, even they had only gotten their hands on a few. Yet, Shifeng had 10 legacy slots. Moreover, the instant Shifeng had revealed the Sea God's legacy, it seemed as if the space around them had frozen. They felt the tablet radiate an intense pressure, so much so that they felt a bit sluggish. One could easily imagine how extraordinary the stone tablet was. The legacy was definitely a high rank. Chapter 1365, Extravagant Assault. Chapter 1365, Extravagant Assault. Who's up to the challenge? Shifeng asked as he looked at Aqua Rose and the others. Although he had held onto the Sea God's legacy for a while, he had kept it hidden in his bag due to its level 50 requirement. Now that Aqua Rose and the others had reached level 50, this was a good opportunity for them to take the challenge and obtain the legacy. Other players would likely need to improve their equipment after reaching level 50, but Aqua Rose and the other upper echelons already wore complete Tier 1 set equipment. Moreover, Aqua Rose and the others had consumed the moonlight fruit, their physiques improving considerably. At their current standards, improving their combat power would take a lot of time and effort. Hence, this was the best time for them to attempt the class change. If one of them obtained the Sea God's legacy, Zero Wing would have another peak expert. During naval combat, the Sea God's legacy player's performance would be even more impressive. Guild leader, what rank is the legacy? Aqua Rose asked curiously. Among the 10 legacy slots, 9 are for the Sea God's Guard legacy. At its weakest, it's an advanced legacy. The last slot is the Sea God's legacy. It's the strongest, even superior to peak legacies. Whether or not you obtain these legacies depends on your strength, Shi Feng explained. Even superior to peak legacies? Everyone gasped, their eyes shining as they gazed at the legacy tablet. Even advanced legacies were beyond most players' reach, yet among Shi Feng's 10 legacy slots, the weakest was advanced rank, and the strongest was superior to a peak legacy. If news of this went public, it would cause a huge commotion throughout God's domain. It might even tempt superpowers to move against Zero Wing. Thoughts of obtaining these legacies flooded these players' minds. As for alluring Summer and Cola, they glanced at each other and smiled bitterly. If not for the Dragon Soul Potion, they, too, could have tried for the Sea God's legacy. Since Violet Cloud already had the Astromancer hidden class, she didn't mind missing the opportunity to obtain the Sea God's legacy. Following which, Shi Feng sent Aqua Rose and the others, who were up to the challenge, into the legacy space. As for Violet Cloud, Alluring Summer, and Cola, Shi Feng gave them the magic soul potion recipe and sent them back to White River City for their promotion and class change quests, respectively. Once Aqua Rose and the others completed their class change, Shi Feng intended to claim the Manatite mine in the Sea of Death, solving Zero Wing's magic crystal problem. The crystals from the Stoneclaw Mountains, the battle arena, and team dungeons simply weren't enough for the guild's expenditures. He also had the Ring of Gospel, which he needed to give a frightening number of magic crystals each week. Shi Feng had considered securing the Manatite mine earlier, but the island it was on was too dangerous. Current players simply couldn't contend with the monsters there. Hence, he had put the matter on hold. However, if Aqua Rose and the others obtained the Sea God's legacies, they could claim the mine. Only the various superpowers had qualified to hold the Manatite mine in the past. If Zero Wing had their own, it would boost the guild's development by leaps and bounds. Quickly, Shi Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart. Completing the Ancient Orc Empire quest was his current priority. It was the reason he had led this legion to the morning battlefield. Following which, Shi Feng led Zero Wing's members and cleared out the Orc armies in their path, slowly advancing towards the Ancient Orc Empire's capital. Once in the morning battlefield's inner region, the Legion encountered far more, stronger orcs. On average, these orcs were above level 80. If not for the miniature ballistas, they wouldn't have been able to continue. After another 3 hours or so grinding, Shi Feng and the others finally reached the ancient city's ruins. As the capital of an empire that had once shaken the God's Domain continent, one could still feel the city's might even after the corrosion of time. The city walls alone were 50 meters tall, and the main gates depicted over a dozen massive, divine figures. Numerous high-rank buildings filled the city. Among them, the most awe-inspiring was the Ancient Orc Empire's palace. It loomed like a massive mountain, and one could easily overlook the entire capital from the top of the palace. Despite having fallen to ruin, the capital's mana was far denser than elsewhere. Even from outside, Zero Wing's players could feel it. However, compared to those factors, the number of orcs inside the city was shocking. The Legion was stupefied. The ancient city should have been lost to history, yet Zero Wing's members felt as if they had just walked into a current orc city. Orcs constantly passed through the city's main gates, and those that entered the city seemed like well-trained soldiers. Their auras and levels were far superior to the orcs the Legion had encountered on the way here. Even the lowest-leveled orc was level 80. Chieftain-ranked orcs were everywhere as well. From time to time, These players also spotted level 85 Grand Lords leading squads as they patrolled the walls. Their eyes shone with wisdom. Guild leader, you don't intend to attack this city, right? Zero Wings members gulped as they stared at the ancient city before them. They were the elite among Zero Wings elites, and even the weakest among them could reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor. They were quite confident in capturing a dark town with 50 miniature ballistas, but as they stared at the scene before them, they couldn't help but panic. They could already see tens of thousands of orcs, including at least 20 level 85 Grand Lords and more than 200 Great Lords. There was doubt that more orcs lay beyond the city walls. This wasn't a place for current players. Moreover, orcs weren't like wild beasts. These monsters possessed a certain degree of intellect. If they attacked even one of these orcs, they might aggro every orc in sight. Even with 2 level 64 tier 3 demons on their side, they had little hope against these powerful orcs. Why are so many monsters here? Shi Feng, who stood at the foot of a mountain, was similarly stunned as he stared at the imperial capital before him. Is this because of the quest? When he had come here in the past, only a few orc tribes had lived in the area. Now, however, the ancient city had a large orc population. But after giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng found the situation reasonable. After all, this was an SSS-rank commission. The system wouldn't make it easy to obtain the disintegration axe. Otherwise, Star Moon Kingdom wouldn't have failed all 3 of the freebie SSS-rank commissions. We won't be able to force our way through the front gates. We'll have to lure the orcs out. Glancing around the ancient city, Shi Feng discarded his plan of a direct assault. Unless he had a team of 3,000 level 80 elite players and a large stock war weapons, clearing out the orcs on the city walls would be impossible. With their current combatants, they had no chance of defeating these orcs. However, after going through great lengths to reach the city, Shi Feng refused to give up without a fight. Lure the orcs. When everyone heard of Shi Feng's crazy plan, they wondered if they had misheard him. Whether or not they could lure these orcs without dying, how were they supposed to enter the city if they succeeded? However, Shi Feng didn't offer an explanation as he began to distribute tasks. The imperial capital had 4 entrances, all of which were heavily guarded. Forcing their way in would be suicidal. Even the tier 3 demons would die instantly in a head-on charge. After all, the level gap was too massive. There were also so many high-tiered monsters defending the entrances. If they wanted to lure these orcs out of the city, they had to use the miniature ballistas. The miniature ballistas had a maximum range of 3,000 yards. Even level 85 Grand Lords would need some time to cross such a distance. Shi Feng would have Zero Wings members use the miniature ballistas to lure the orcs from all 4 entrances. However, they wouldn't target the orcs on the walls, but the orcs inside the city. Fortunately, he had the 7 Luminaries ring. As long as he input the correct coordinates, he could use space movement to infiltrate the imperial capital. He would never use such a strategy to enter a normal capital, but the ancient Orc Empire's main city had long since fallen into ruin. It was no longer protected by magic arrays. Aside from the Orc Palace, which was strengthened by divine runes that would prevent him from teleporting into the building, he could teleport anywhere within the city. The orcs inside the city were the only problem. Even if he were familiar with the terrain, he would undoubtedly die if he teleported into a group of orcs. He needed them to leave the city first. Only then would he have an opportunity to infiltrate the Orc Palace. Following which, Shi Feng selected 16 miniature ballistas with the least amount of durability remaining, stationing them near the 4 entrances. He then gave the players manning the miniature ballistas Tier 1 instantaneous movement scrolls. This way, these players could leave the battlefield as soon as the orcs left the city. They could then find a safe location and use a return scroll to leave the morning battlefield. He had the rest of his legion take the remaining miniature ballistas back to Stone Forest Town and rest. Although this plan would sacrifice 16 miniature ballistas, it would be a worthwhile trade if he successfully entered the Orc Palace. When Zero Wings members heard Shifeng's crazy plan, they thought it was extravagant. Shifeng wanted to trade 16 miniature ballistas for a single opportunity. Throughout God's domain, Shifeng was likely the only player mad enough to do something like this. The other superpowers guild leaders would never make such a gamble. Time passed quickly. Under Shifeng's command, the 16 miniature ballistas moved into position. Guild leader, our side is ready. Alright, begin. Once everyone was prepared, Shifeng adjusted his position and gave the command. Immediately, the 16 miniature ballistas launched exploding arrows at the ancient capital's walls. The exploding arrows passed through the walls easily. Before the orcs on the walls could even react, the exploding arrows exploded inside the city. Boom! A series of explosions shook the air. Deafening roars then echoed from beyond the city walls. What? Mythic monsters are inside the city. Shifeng inwardly rejoiced when he saw 3 figures appear above the city and charge towards the miniature ballistas. Had he snuck into the city recklessly, he would have lost his life. Shortly after these mythic-ranked orcs left the city, the orcs inside the capital went into a frenzy, too, surged out of the city. There's my chance. Seeing the orcs pour out of the city and the 3 mythic orcs more than 200 yards away from its walls, Shifeng activated space movement and leaped into the spatial tear that formed before him. After vanishing from the foot of the mountain, he appeared before the orcs' palace's main entrance. Chapter 1366, Ancient Treasure Chest. Chapter 1366, Ancient Treasure Chest. The instant Shifeng appeared before the towering palace, he immediately sensed 2 sources of killing intent locking onto him. If an ordinary player were standing in his place, the pressure definitely would have suffocated them. Sure enough, the game won't let players enter the palace so easily. Shifeng glanced at the 2 stone statues situated on each side of the palace's main entrance. The killing intent he felt came from none other than these 2 statues. Originally, he thought that once he had lured away the orcs surrounding the palace, he could enter the palace undetected. However, his distraction attempt had failed to draw these 2 gargoyles from their stations, as they simply stood guard before the palace's entrance. Gargoyle, Demonic Beast, Great Lord. Level 85. HP 90, 000, 000/90, 000, 000. The instant these 2 gargoyles awakened, they let loose an angry roar that echoed throughout the entire ancient city. Their cries immediately notified the orcs, which had left the city to deal with the invaders, that there was an intruder at the palace. The orcs promptly turned around and raced back. Damn it. Shifeng promptly activated Wind Rider and dashed into the palace. The terrain inside the orc palace was complex. Moreover, the interior was slightly cramped. There, he would not have to take the full brunt of the orc army. In the next moment, Shifeng transformed into a streak of light as he disappeared into the inner section of the palace. As for the awakened gargoyles, they flapped the wings on their backs and chased after him. Guild leader, not good. The 3 mythic-ranked orcs returned to the city right away after destroying the miniature ballistas. A Zero-Wing member, who was hiding at the foot of a mountain, reported hurriedly in the team chat when he saw the mythic orcs flying back to the city. Already? Shifeng frowned slightly. He then replied, I got it. You guys should leave this place now. Although the gargoyles were currently chasing after him, after he activated Wind Rider, he was much faster than they were. Moreover, now that he had entered the palace, with the interior of the palace akin to a maze, even if he couldn't throw the gargoyles off his trail, the gargoyles wouldn't be able to do anything to him within a short period. The only problem was the 3 mythic orcs. If they spotted him, he definitely wouldn't even have a chance to escape. He needed to locate the disintegration axe before those mythic orcs discovered him. If he failed in his attempt this time, the difficulty of his next attempt at entering the palace would no doubt be much higher. Fortunately, Shifeng was still relatively familiar with the palace's terrain. Without faltering, he rapidly wound closer and closer to the palace's underground treasury. Roar! As Shi Feng neared the underground treasury, the two gargoyles grew enraged, continuously letting out one roar after another while also spitting out gray breaths. Everything that came in contact with this breath was immediately petrified. Players could not block this move, only dodge. When Wind Rider's duration was close to running out, Shi Feng was still more than halfway to the underground treasury. Meanwhile, like navigators, the two gargoyles constantly reported their exact locations to the orcs inside the city. If I don't get rid of these two gargoyles, those 3 mythic orcs will most likely find me in short order. A deep frown formed on Shi Feng's face as he looked at the two gargoyles dogging his heels. He finally understood why nobody managed to complete this commission in the past. Anyone who wished to complete it needed sufficient combat power to capture the ancient city. However, doing so was easier said than done. Although he had managed to get into the palace using a trick, if he did not kill the two gargoyles chasing after him, it would be only a matter of time before he had to face off against the 3 mythic orcs. However, even if the two gargoyles simply stood still and did nothing, he wouldn't be able to kill either one of them due to their ridiculously high HPs. Just as Shi Feng was trying to think of a way to deal with the gargoyles, he suddenly discovered a forked path ahead of him. Meanwhile, the two branches headed in opposite directions. A forked path? Shi Feng's lips curled up slightly when he saw the fork ahead. Although killing the gargoyles was beyond him, throwing them off his trail would be sufficient to achieve his goal. As long as he could escape the gargoyles' perception range, the two great lords would no longer be able to locate him. Following which, Shi Feng activated Phantom Kill. He and his doppelganger then split up, each of them taking one of the paths ahead. However, the path Shi Feng himself chose did not lead to the palace's treasury but to the underground library. The gargoyles had long since locked on to Shi Feng's presence, so they completely ignored the doppelganger as they continued in pursuit of the real body. Soon, the distance separating Shi Feng and his doppelganger widened. 100 yards, 300 yards, 500 yards. When Wind Rider's duration ended and Shi Feng landed back on the ground, the two gargoyles immediately moved to surround him. They then revealed sinister expressions as they stalked up to Shi Feng step by step. 700 yards, this should be enough. Looking at the gargoyles that were already preparing to assault him, Shi Feng silently guessed the distance between him and his doppelganger. In God's domain, different monsters had different perception ranges. According to statistics, setting aside those with very high intellect, monsters at the Great Lord rank generally had a maximum perception range of 500 to 600 yards, while mythic monsters was between 1,000 and 1,500 yards. Thus, when players were targeted by mythic monsters, escape was generally impossible. As for the gargoyles, due to them being demonic beasts, they could be considered relatively sensitive monsters. Hence, their maximum perception range should exceed 500 yards. As a precaution, Shi Feng chose to put at least 700 yards between himself and his doppelganger before swapping positions. In the next moment, the two gargoyles let loose angry roars as they spat out gray whirlwinds from their mouths. In this cramped space, it was practically impossible for Shi Feng to avoid the whirlwinds. Replace. Shi Feng directly used his doppelganger replace skill, switching positions with his distant doppelganger. At the same time, he also had his doppelganger activate defensive blade to buy him as much time as possible. You guys have fun with my doppelganger. Shi Feng smiled faintly when he appeared in the other pathway. He could tell that the killing intent locked on him had already disappeared. He then activated Windwalk and dashed towards the underground treasury. Although there were no longer any monsters on his tail, Shi Feng did not dare to be careless. He immediately activated Omniscient Eyes to constantly scan his surroundings. The reason he had done so was the increase in density of traps as one got closer to the palace's treasury, and accidentally triggering even one of them might result in death. When Shi Feng had come here in the past, The Orc Palace had long since been explored by other players. Back then, the traps inside the palace were mostly disabled already. He had only visited it to try his luck and see if he could come across any treasure chests. After all, treasure chests spawned randomly. Meanwhile, the chances of stumbling across a treasure chest in a location like a palace was much higher than elsewhere. What? There really is a treasure chest. Shortly after Feng headed off to the treasury, he discovered a small, secret room in a corridor leading to a small courtyard, and placed inside the secret room was a treasure chest. I don't think I saw this secret room in the past. However, the magic barrier set up to protect this room really is complex. I wonder what rank the treasure chest stored inside is. Omniscient eyes only allowed him to perceive the shape of the treasure chest. He could not determine the quality and color of the materials used to create the treasure chest itself. Following which, Feng walked over to the secret room. Fortunately, no traps were set up inside the secret room. There was only a magic barrier that concealed the room from the eyes of players, so there was no danger whatsoever. If he did not take away such a treasure chest, then he really would be doing a disservice to himself. The concealment technique used is really brilliant. Not only is there a magic barrier to hide the room's presence, but there is also a physical mechanism hiding it. Even an expert in cracking traps would not be able to notice this room. No wonder nobody managed to discover this place in the past, Feng muttered in astonishment. Unfortunately, even if the room was skillfully hidden, such trickery was no use against omniscient eyes. Breaking through the magic barrier was a piece of cake. Feng just activated Flame Burst and sent 10 or so attacks at the wall concealing the room. Once the barrier was shattered, the real wall appeared before him. He then pulled the chain hidden by the foot of the wall. In the next moment, the wall slowly rose, revealing the secret room. The instant the secret room was opened, Feng felt a dense wave of mana washing over him, giving him a pleasant feeling. His mind also felt refreshed. In the next moment, however, a terrifying aura enveloped his body, making even movement difficult. After Feng saw the true nature of this treasure chest, he could not help his surprise. An ancient treasure chest. Chapter 1367, God's Possession. Chapter 1367, God's Possession. Feng's breathing grew short as he looked at the pitch-black treasure chest, which was covered in a thick layer of dust, sitting inside the room. An ancient treasure chest. This was something he had only heard about in rumors, but an ancient treasure chest was a treasure chest handed down from the ancient gods. Although the treasure chest seemed to be made of black iron, in reality, it was made of obsidian crystal, one of the materials that were second to only the 7 Luminaries crystal. Every ancient treasure chest was worth an unimaginable amount of money in God's domain because they contained the possession of gods. Rumors had it that even the most inferior item one could obtain from an ancient treasure chest could rival those from an epic treasure chest, while better ones could rival even the items from legendary treasure chests. Meanwhile, the rarity of ancient treasure chests was on par with epic treasure chests. Feng had only ever heard about them and never personally seen one before. According to rumors, one could come across an ancient treasure chest only in extremely dangerous ancient ruins. He never imagined that he would actually find one in the ancient Orc Empire. So this is an ancient treasure chest? It really is amazing. When Feng arrived before the ancient treasure chest, he felt as if his entire body was about to be crushed. As the ancient treasure chest was an item personally created by a god, in addition to the divine runes carved by a god on the treasure chest, the closer Feng approached the ancient treasure chest, the stronger the divine might he experienced. Now that he was standing right in front of the ancient treasure chest, it felt as if the blood inside his body had turned to lead. Right now, his body was so sluggish that even a Lord-ranked monster of the same level could kill him easily. If a Tier 1 player were standing in his place right now, they would have already collapsed to the ground and become paralyzed. However, this was also the reason why the ancient treasure chest was not locked. The divine might the treasure chest exuded was the best protection. The instant Shi Feng activated the ancient treasure chest, the divine runes carved on it started glowing. Immediately, the mana inside the secret room rampaged as the treasure chest sucked it in. This phenomenon continued for several seconds before ceasing. By the time the treasure chest stopped absorbing the ambient mana, the pressure it exuded had also grown significantly. Only one item? Shi Feng could not help falling speechless as he looked at the pitch-black ring floating inside the treasure chest. The ancient treasure chest's size was equivalent to a large wardrobe, yet the space inside the treasure chest was only the size of a basketball. However, Shi Feng did not pay heed to this contradiction for too long as he picked up the pitch-black ring and inspected it. Cannot be appraised. So this is an item left behind by a god. No matter how he tried to examine the ring, as if the ring was just a stone on the side of the road, it revealed no information whatsoever. This was the first time Shi Feng had come across an item that could not be appraised in God's domain. Even when he obtained the Destroyer of Immortality before, when he first tried appraising the item, he had at least managed to get a name from it, albeit an extremely vague one. If not for the shabby ring in his hands being stored inside the ancient treasure chest just a moment ago, he might have treated it as garbage and tossed it aside. After all, the pitch-black ring was simply too ordinary. There was nothing special about it whatsoever. However, although he was unable to appraise it, he had no intention of giving up. After waiting for 10 minutes, he activated Omniscient Eyes and started appraising the ring once more. What? It still can't be appraised. Just what is this ring? Shi Feng could not help being surprised when he saw the system's response. Until now, Omniscient Eyes had never failed to appraise an item. Even someone as powerful as Charlene had praised the Omniscient Eyes before. Yet, now, Omniscient Eyes was actually ineffective on the pitch-black ring. Meanwhile, there was only one possibility for Omniscient Eyes to give a response of cannot be appraised, and that was because Omniscient Eyes' appraisal rank was still insufficient. He required a stronger appraisal skill. Shi Feng could only think of one appraisal skill that surpassed Omniscient Eyes, Eyes of Truth. This was something he had learned from Charlene. However, as to how he could obtain the Eyes of Truth, that he did not know. He could only try asking Charlene about it later on. But before then, he couldn't do anything about the pitch-black ring. Following which, Shi Feng stored the ring and left the secret room. Compared to identifying the pitch-black ring, completing his quest was more important right now. There were many traps on the way to the underground treasury, and any trap could easily end a player's life. Even a peak assassin would lose their life here if they were not careful. Hence, for Shi Feng, who was a swordsman, reaching the treasury was even more difficult. The only choice he had was to rely on Omniscient Eyes to avoid the traps. If he came across an unavoidable trap, then he would use absolute defense to tank it. In the end, Shi Feng took several times longer to complete the journey, which originally should have taken only 10 minutes or so. As he neared the treasury, he suddenly received a message from Melancholic Smile. The message was very simple. Some time ago, many evil demons started appearing around White River City and Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, the evil demons that appeared were all Lord rank and above. Moreover, these evil demons moved with great caution. As soon as they executed an attack in one location, they would immediately move elsewhere, giving the Zero Wing members dispatched no opportunity to surround them. This situation suddenly depressed the number of players wishing to travel to Stone Forest Town significantly. Although Stone Forest Town itself was safe from the invasion of monsters, ordinary players and adventurer teams that did not possess a private house in Stone Forest Town could only get to Stone Forest Town from the nearest NPC town via horse carriage. Meanwhile, although horse carriages were fast, they did not possess any offensive capabilities. Hence, the only fate awaiting ordinary players assaulted by evil demons was death. With the journey to Stone Forest Town so dangerous, many players would naturally give up on going to Stone Forest Town. So Heaven's Burial is no longer even trying to hide that it's colluding with the evil god's temple? Shi Feng's complexion darkened. This situation left him with no choice but to complete his quest quickly and return. Even ordinary experts would be no match for Lord-ranked evil demons. Only experts on Aqua Rose's level had a chance against such monsters. However, Aqua Rose and the others were currently challenging their class change quests and promotion quests, so there were no powerful experts stationed in Stone Forest Town right now. Hence, the only way to deal with the evil demons was to surround and kill them in groups. However, the evil demons would flee as soon as they launched an assault, giving no opportunities for Zero Wings members to do anything. Now, only he could do something about this situation. As soon as an evil demon appeared, if he was notified of the coordinates of the assaulted players, he could go to the scene immediately using the 7 Luminaries Rings space movement. However, he had just managed to enter the Orc Palace after going through so much trouble. If he returned before completing his quest, it would be much more difficult to get into the palace again on his next attempt. Following which, Shi Feng sent Melancholic Smile a message, telling her to have Zero Wings members form patrol squads and patrol the routes leading to Stone Forest Town for the time being. Although doing so required a lot of manpower, they would be able to suppress the evil demons to a certain extent and prevent them from casually attacking the merchant routes. Time passed quickly. After spending another 2 hours or so traveling inside the palace, Shi Feng finally arrived at the hall before the palace's treasury. Inside the spacious hall, which was strengthened by divine runes and magic arrays, an armored orc with its eyes shut sat quietly before the treasury's doors. From afar, the orc looked just like a statue. I was wondering why no orcs came searching for me at the underground treasury after such a long time had passed. So there was still such a guard here. Shi Feng could not help but frown as he looked at the armored orc while hiding in a dark corner of the corridor. Although the orc guarding the treasury was not very large, it could even be described as thin and old. Any player that crossed it at this stage of the game would definitely die. The reason for this was this orc being none other than the chieftain of a tribe. Orc Chieftain, Humanoid Creature, Mythic. Level 85. HP 320, 000, 000/320, 000, 000. Against this monster, even a 100-man elite team of level 85, Tier 2 players would be annihilated. Shi Feng knew this because he had led a team to raid an Orc Chieftain before, except that he had already been promoted into a Tier 3 Sword King back then. In terms of strength, the Orc Chieftain was much more powerful than the 3 mythic-ranked orcs that had charged out of the city. Moreover, its intellect could rival even that of an NPC. It was like a sage among orcs. Even a 1,000-man elite team of the same level would wipe unless they had a tool that could target the Orc Chieftain's weakness. Just as Shi Feng was thinking about how to get past the Orc Chieftain, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind him. Moreover, the sound was also growing louder. Chapter 1368, Mythic Orc. Chapter 1368, Mythic Orc. Upon hearing the footsteps, Shi Feng instinctively activated Omniscient Eyes. Immediately, he could see everything happening within 100 yards. A patrol squad. With Omniscient Eyes perception, he sensed a group of 6 level 85 orc warriors moving towards his position, every one of them a great lord. If not for the orc warriors having to disable the various traps, they would have long since reached his position. After watching the orc warriors disable the traps one after another, Shi Feng made a rough estimate. His guess was that these orc warriors needed roughly 20 seconds to disable each trap, which meant they would take a maximum of only 3 minutes to reach him. Moreover, the corridor leading to the treasury did not have any forks. Once the patrol squad disabled the traps and entered the corridor, he would have nowhere to hide. The security here is really tight. It seems I can only give that thing a shot. Shi Feng shifted his gaze to the Orc Chieftain resting before the treasury. now that his goal was already before him, there was no way he would simply retreat without doing anything. Besides, these orcs were highly intelligent. Who knew what sort of changes would occur on his next attempt at entering this place? Also, judging by the earlier sight of orcs continuously entering the city gates, he could tell that the number of orcs in the ancient city would most likely become even more frightening in the future. Following which, Feng took out a Summon Guard scroll from his bag and summoned Anna. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 3 demon. Although a level 64, Tier 3 demon was no different from a fly to a level 85, mythic ranked orc. Right now, every second counted. When he had visited the Orc Palace in his previous life, there had been no Orc chieftain defending the treasury. However, there had been a magic barrier, and the toughness of this magic barrier could even rival the magic array protecting White River City. Even Tier 4 mythic monsters would be helpless against it. In order to enter it, players needed to use 1 mana stone to disable the barrier temporarily. While he had already prepared the mana stone required, disabling the magic barrier was time-consuming. To be precise, it took 30 seconds to disable the barrier. 30 seconds might not be a long time, but surviving against a level 85 mythic orc for 30 seconds would be an extremely challenging feat for Feng's current self to accomplish. After Anna appeared, she summoned 10 level 75 rock guardians and 1 level 75 Great Lord ranked golden giant. Although these summoned creatures were nothing in the face of the orc chieftain, they could buy him some time. Let's begin, Feng commanded. Anna promptly controlled the golden giant to dash forward, the Great Lord making the ground shudder as it ran. Almost immediately, the orc chieftain, who was still over 200 yards away from the golden giant, discovered the Great Lord's presence. Upon opening its eyes, the orc chieftain gave the golden giant a look of contempt. In the next moment, a wave of crimson energy flooded out into the surroundings from the orc chieftain's body. The instant this energy wave enveloped the golden giant's movements turned sluggish as if the Great Lord had just run into a muddy swamp. Even its basic attributes fell by 20%. Impossible! An orc has actually grasped a Tier 4 domain. Feng was shocked when he saw the crimson domain that had formed around the orc chieftain. Even Tier 4 NPCs would not necessarily possess a Tier 4 domain skill. Any monster or NPC that managed to grasp a Tier 4 domain would have their strength categorized as Tier 4 peak. Unless one had a sufficiently powerful magic array, defeating such monsters and NPCs was practically impossible for player teams below Tier 4. After all, not only could a domain suppress its user's enemies, but it could also strengthen its user. Unless one possessed a domain of their own to serve as a counter or had overwhelming power, they would definitely be killed. Although the orc chieftain's domain was not very powerful and had a range of only 200 yards, even a 1,000-man elite team would not be able to defeat it without the aid of an advanced magic array's suppression. The golden giant had only crossed a distance of 10 yards or so when the orc chieftain already appeared before it. In terms of size, the orc chieftain looked no different from an infant as it stood before the golden giant. However, when the golden giant, a strength-based Great Lord, sent a punch at the orc chieftain, the latter easily stopped the blow with just one hand. In the next moment, too lazy to even use its weapon, the orc chieftain countered with a punch of its own at the golden giant's body. Along with a loud boom, a strong gust of wind enveloped the entire hall as the golden giant went flying over 30 yards. Its body got embedded deep inside a wall while its HP instantly plummeted over 1 million as well. The orc chieftain's strength surprised even Feng. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, the orc chieftain was simply not an opponent that players at this stage of the game could go up against. Just one attack would be more than enough to kill a Tier 2 metric tons of the same level with their life-saving skill activated. The orc chieftain was an existence that was far superior even to the evil earth dragons that appeared during the siege war. When the orc chieftain appeared before the golden giant once more and was about to swing its fist at the Great Lord again, Anna quickly had the 10 rock guardians rush forward and form a magic barrier, trapping the Orc chieftain in it. Unless the Orc chieftain killed the rock guardians, it would not be able to escape the barrier. Meanwhile, with the barrier activated, not only did the rock guardians' basic attributes increase, but the damage they received would also be shared equally among themselves. Hence, it would take the Orc chieftain some time to whittle down the rock guardians' combined HP of over 200 million. Good. Seeing the Orc chieftain trapped, Feng activated Wind Rider and dashed towards the doors of the treasury without hesitation. Despicable thief. The Orc chieftain immediately noticed Feng approaching the treasury's doors, the originally playful look on its face turning serious. It then retrieved the greatsword slung on its back and sent a fierce slash at the magic barrier. The Orc chieftain's slash opened a crack in the magic barrier, nearly slicing the barrier in two. For a moment, Feng even thought that the magic barrier would fail to contain the Orc chieftain. Fortunately, the Orc chieftain's attack did not reach the magic barrier's shattering limit, and the barrier mended itself rapidly by absorbing a portion of the rock guardian's HPs. However, in the blink of an eye, each rock guardian lost over 100,000 HP. After seeing its first attack fail, the Orc chieftain shifted its target from the magic barrier itself to one of the rock guardians. Scorching flames enveloping its greatsword, the Orc chieftain swung the weapon down on its new target. Immediately, every one of the Lord-ranked rock guardians lost over 300,000 HP. Their destruction was only a matter of time. As for the golden giant, that was similarly trapped inside the magic barrier. Although it tried to interfere with the Orc chieftain's attacks, the latter paid no attention to the golden giant whatsoever. The Orc chieftain simply focused on attacking the rock guardians, chipping away at their HP. Moreover, the rate at which the rock guardians were losing HP kept rising. Quick, move quickly. After arriving before the treasury's doors and starting the disabling process for the magic barrier, Feng could not help but grow anxious as he looked at the loading bar that appeared before him. At the rate at which the Orc chieftain was dealing damage, the rock guardians would die in less than 30 seconds. Meanwhile, while Feng was disabling the magic barrier, he could not suffer any interruption at all. As long as he came under attack or tried using a skill or tool, he would have to start the disabling process all over again. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. When 2/3 of the loading bar was filled up, the sound of an explosion entered Feng's ears. All 10 rock guardians were annihilated. Moreover, right now, the Orc chieftain's body was covered in flames. It was obvious that the Orc chieftain was no longer pulling its punches. Letting out an angry roar, the Orc chieftain dashed straight at Feng. Gnashing his teeth, Feng shouted, "Anna!" Just in time, Anna finished chanting the last verse of her incantation. In the next moment, a golden magic array formed at the ceiling of the hall. A silver-armored Valkyrie then appeared covering Feng's back. Chapter 1369, Empire's Rise. Chapter 1369, Empire's Rise. Angel Summoning. This was the strongest trump card Feng could use right now. Although he knew that the 10 rock guardians couldn't hold off a mythic-ranked orc for long, he hadn't expected them to die so quickly. Only 22 seconds had passed since he had started the disabling process. To make matters worse, he wasn't allowed to receive damage or use skills to defend himself. Doing so would reset the disabling process. "Human, you have angered me. You dare come and steal the king's treasure? You will pay for this transgression with your life." The Orc chieftain's wrathful bellow echoed throughout the hall, shaking the very stone. The Orc chieftain's eyes were bloodshot, and its muscles had expanded significantly. Flames danced across its body. As a result, when it dashed toward Feng, it looked like a flying meteor. Even with over 100 yards between them, Feng couldn't help but shudder when he felt the Orc chieftain's violent killing intent wrap around him. Since he was so close to disabling the magic barrier, the Orc chieftain had entered its berserk state, both its strength and speed receiving significant buffs. Although Anna could summon a Tier 4 Valkyrie, She was only level 75. The Valkyrie she summoned would be the same level. A level 75 Valkyrie was already at a disadvantage against a level 85 Mythic Orc, not to mention while that Mythic Orc was in a berserk state. As the loading bar was nearly full, the Orc chieftain stood less than 30 yards away from Shifeng. "Turn to dust," the Orc chieftain shouted as it swung its great sword, the flames around the weapon descending on Shifeng. The Valkyrie finally moved as the flaming pillar was about to smash into Shifeng. Before anyone noticed, a golden lightning spear had appeared in the Valkyrie's hand, and she threw the lightning spear at the flaming pillar. Boom! As the lightning spear left the Valkyrie's hand, a thundering boom echoed throughout the hall. The instant the spear encountered the pillar of fire, the flames scattered as the lightning spear continued towards the Orc chieftain. However, despite the lightning spear's astonishing speed, moving so fast that even Shifeng didn't have time to react, the Orc chieftain struck the incoming spear down with its great sword, diverting the attack trajectory. Boom! When spear and greatsword collided, brilliant sparks scattered around the impact. The resulting shockwave of the collision was so powerful that even Shifeng, who was quite far away from the Orc chieftain, felt it. Following which, the Orc chieftain, who was in a berserk state, flew over 20 yards backward, fear surfacing on its face as it stared at the Valkyrie. So strong. Shifeng gaped at the scene. Although he knew that the Valkyrie was quite strong due to being a member of the angel race, he had never expected her to overwhelm a mythic monster with a tier 4 domain. Furthermore, the Valkyrie was 10 levels below the Orc chieftain. If not for Angel Summoning's 10-second duration, the Valkyrie might even kill the chieftain. Shifeng's excitement grew as he thought about killing a level 85, tier 4 peak monster. If he killed the Orc chieftain, he could obtain loot that was even more extraordinary than what ordinary mythic monsters dropped. After all, every tier 4 peak monster was an overlord in God's domain. Every one of these creatures' deaths would send tremors throughout God's domain. After landing her first attack, the Valkyrie's wings trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, she arrived before the Orc chieftain wielding another golden lightning spear. This time, she thrust the spear forward, moving so fast that even Shifeng's eyes couldn't keep up. However, the Orc chieftain wasn't fazed as he took a step forward and met the spear with his great sword. In an instant, the Valkyrie and Orc chieftain exchanged several blows, the two tier 4 existences filling the hall with lightning and fire. The battle's residual power alone prevented anyone from approaching. However, the numerous exchanges pushed the Orc chieftain back, one step after another, increasing the distance between him and Shifeng. Shifeng released a sigh of relief as the Valkyrie suppressed the Orc chieftain. In the meantime, the loading bar gradually continued to fill. When the loading bar was full, the magic barrier protecting the treasury disappeared. Damnable human! Seeing the magic barrier vanish, the Orc chieftain's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared hatefully at Shifeng. Die! Suddenly, the hall's mana grew violent as a gray, threefold magic array formed at the tip of the Orc chieftain's greatsword. The crimson flames dancing over the weapon also faded to a dark gray, radiating a deathly aura that even Shifeng was wary of. Suddenly, the Orc chieftain swung its greatsword in Shifeng's direction 9 times, sending 9 gray fire pythons towards the swordsman. Although the Valkyrie tried to block the attacks with her lightning spears, she could only toss 7 spears in a single breath, striking down 7 fire pythons. The remaining 2 continued towards Shifeng unhindered. Watching the 2 fire pythons approach, Shifeng did not dare to be careless as he activated absolute defense while trying to open the doors before him. Although the treasury doors were massive, Shifeng pulled one open without much force. Although the gray fire had wrapped around him, they couldn't do any harm. Success! Shifeng was ecstatic. The Orc chieftain watched helplessly as Shifeng disappeared into the treasury with Anna at his heels. The treasury contained a teleportation array connected to a special space. The special space was similar to a dungeon. Once players entered, monsters and players outside wouldn't be able to reach them. Upon entering the treasury, Shi Feng stood before a large, golden shrine. Various treasures had been put on display inside the shrine, and every one of these items was extremely valuable to current players. "It's here!" Shi Feng was elated to see the pitch-black war axe inside one of the shrine's magic crystal pillars. The war axe inside the magic crystal pillar was none other than the disintegration axe, the weapon which had once belonged to the Orc Empire's founding emperor. Legend had it that this axe possessed boundless power, and a single hit could destroy a city. The disintegration axe had been the reason the Orc Empire had prospered and been feared by God's domain's various empires. However, for some unknown reason, the disintegration axe had been shattered, resulting in the Orc Empire's eventual downfall. The disintegration axe before him was merely one of the larger fragments. Although the disintegration axe's fragment was right before him, Shi Feng didn't hurry to grab it. Instead, he slowly checked the shrine's other treasures. If the Orc Palace's treasury were a unique dungeon, then these treasures were its loot. Only, while some of the items on display were available in unlimited quantities, some items would disappear forever once they were claimed. However, whether or not players could claim these items would depend on their abilities. Every team that entered the palace treasury only had 2 chances to pick an item. The higher quality the items they chose were, the stronger their opponent would be. Only after killing these monsters would players be granted their chosen item. After the 2 attempts, players would have to wait 5 days before re-entering the treasury. Shi Feng had long since familiarized himself with the monsters that could appear in the treasury, including their level of difficulty. Only, he wasn't sure if his quest would trigger any changes. After confirming the disintegration axe's location, the sound of a system notification reached his ears as he scanned through the nearby items. System announcement: a player has triggered the new expansion pack Empire's Rise. The system will undergo an update. The estimated duration is 10 hours. Please prepare to log out. Chapter 1370, Weapon of Legends Secured. Chapter 1370, Weapon of Legends Secured. The system announcement immediately caused a commotion among God's Domain's players. What? Why is the system starting an update now? I just joined a party for a dungeon. Who's the bastard that triggered a new expansion pack this time? 10 hours? This update is so long. I wonder what will have changed the next time I log in? For a time, the players heatedly discussed the announcement. Everyone was interested to see what the new expansion pack would bring. This was especially true for the game's various major powers. After all, every new expansion pack represented a new opportunity. If they could take advantage of the new opportunity, they might secure certain benefits. The expansion pack, Demon God's Disturbance, was one such example. This expansion pack had spawned dark cities in the various kingdoms and empires, giving many guilds an opportunity to rise to prominence. The ancient Orc Empire's rise has such a massive effect? Shi Feng was slightly astonished as he read the system announcement. As far as he could remember, normal expansion packs hadn't triggered updates in the past. Only large-scale expansion packs would do so. Moreover, the Empire's Rise expansion pack had triggered a 10-hour-long system update. Such a lengthy system update could rival a system upgrade. But Shi Feng didn't give it too much thought as he decided to log out and rest. No one would know the new expansion pack's contents until after the system update finished. It was currently 5 a.m. in the real world. As soon as Shi Feng logged out of God's domain and opened his eyes in the virtual gaming cabin, a series of messages and voicemails bombarded his screen. It seems that I have a lot to do since winning the friendly competition. Shi Feng briefly glanced through the messages and voicemails. Liang Jing had sent the majority of these messages, while a small portion were invitations, inviting him, the Big Dipper Dojo's head instructor, to participate in various companies' and corporations' events. He hadn't been this popular before the White Tiger Dojo's competition. Due to the fact that the White Tiger Dojo had gone to great lengths to promote the friendly competition, The Big Dipper Dojo had become incredibly popular after defeating the White Tiger Dojo. People came every day to join the dojo, including a few local, professional fighters. In addition, based on a report from Blackie, Zero Wing had recently recruited nearly 100 newcomers for internal nurturing. Blackie had also stated that if they continued recruiting internal members at this rate, the Greenwater Villa would soon reach maximum occupancy. Shi Feng had also considered this issue. However, Gentle Snow's negotiations had not been favorable as those several companies still refused to let go of Ouroboros's training grounds. All she could do now was wait. They would sell the training ground, sooner or later, since its upkeep was quite expensive and they wouldn't be able to afford it for long. However, Shi Feng had also considered constructing his own training ground since he had received a massive amount of funding from Phoenix Rain some time ago. He had only avoided this option thus far simply because it was so time-consuming. After going offline, Shi Feng began his busy day. Not only did he need to train, but he also needed to instruct Blackie and the others. When Shi Feng saw how cramped the Greenwater Villa was becoming, the need for his own training ground grew even stronger. That the afternoon, Liang Jing contacted him and reported, "Head instructor, a representative from the White Tiger Dojo has arrived with a message. It seems that Hall Master Jiang has invited you to the White Tiger Dojo for a drink. Would you like me to prepare for your departure?" "The White Tiger Dojo wants to meet with me?" Shi Feng could not help but laugh. Jiang Tianyuan had already rejected his proposal, only offering a vague reply. Now, the man wanted to speak with him again. "This is interesting, but I don't have time for that right now. God's Domain system update will finish soon. Tell them that I'm very busy, and we'll talk next time." Next time? Liang Jing was dumbfounded. They were talking about an invitation from Jiang Tianyuan. Even Chairman Xiao would obediently meet the man, yet Shi Feng rejected the invitation. However, since Shi Feng had given his reply, Liang Jing could only follow his instructions accordingly and reject the White Tiger Dojo's invitation. Meanwhile, Xie Chiwen, who waited in the Big Dipper Dojo, was momentarily stunned when he received Liang Jing's reply. Shortly after, however, a sneer twisted his expression. "This punk is quite bold. He even dares to reject the Hall Master Jiang's invitation." Xie Chiwen had worried that Shi Feng might become a threat to his position seeing as Jiang Tianyuan had actually sent the man a personal invitation, but he was more than happy to help Shi Feng dig his own grave. "All right, I'll report to the Hall Master, word for word." After Xie Chiwen left, Shi Feng returned to his room and drank a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluids before logging back into God's Domain. When Shi Feng logged back in, nothing had changed. He couldn't find anything different about the shrine. He was a little confused. Such lengthy updates normally generated some change, yet nothing was different. "Forget it. I'll worry about it after I get my hands on the item." Shi Feng promptly gave up on searching for the system updates changes and began to search through the shrine's items. He was very familiar with the monsters inside the Orc Palace's treasury. He knew this area's rules like the back of his hand. After players selected an item, a monster between level 50 and 100 would appear. Normally, the monster would only be 5 levels higher than the player. The monster's rank depended on the selected item, ranging between Grand Lord and High Lord. A different number of monsters would also appear. This number depended on how many players had entered the treasury. The treasury allowed up to a maximum of 20 people to enter at a time, and NPC guards would be included. If a 20-man team entered the treasury, 3 challenge monsters would appear per item. If it were a 6-man party, though, only 1 challenge monster would appear. For Shi Feng, who had Dark Gold and Epic Guards, this area was no more of a challenge than his own backyard. He just needed to select his prize. He could leave the rest to Anna and Kite. Shi Feng already knew what he was looking for, the Advanced Auction House design. In this treasury, the Advanced Auction House design was only second to the Disintegration Axe. It was a reward for the first player to infiltrate the treasury. It was only available once. It wasn't long before Shi Feng found the Advanced Auction House design and accepted its challenge. After all, he did not know what kind of enemy to expect when he selected the disintegration axe. On the off chance that he was no match for the challenge monster, he would also lose his chance to obtain the advanced auction house design as well. Suddenly, a 9-meter-tall, level 59 mechanical giant appeared in the middle of the shrine. Similar to Anna's rock guardians, which were made entirely of stone, the mechanical giant was a mechanical life form. Guardian Warrior, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord. Level 59. HP 80, 000, 000/80, 000, 000. Shi Feng instantly had Anna summon a level 75 golden giant to tank the Guardian Warrior, while Kite and Anna attacked from the sides. While Shi Feng attacked the Guardian Warrior, he also paid attention to the golden giant's HP, healing it with Life Bloom whenever its HP fell to a critical low. Although the level 75, Great Lord ranked golden giant didn't have an overwhelming advantage against the level 59, Grand Lord ranked Guardian Warrior, it had no problems facing the Guardian Warrior on equal footing. In less than 15 minutes, the Guardian Warrior collapsed at Shi Feng's feet, allowing Shi Feng to obtain the advanced auction house design. With this trip hasn't been in vain. Shi Feng smiled at the advanced auction house design. Due to the advanced auction house, Ouroboros had been the envy of many superpowers in the past. The income of the advanced auction house alone had been a considerable portion of Ouroboros's total income. Moreover, this was only the result of constructing the advanced auction house in one of the guild's towns. If the advanced auction house occupied a superpower's main city, it could generate several times more wealth. After obtaining the advanced auction house design, Shi Feng had Kite and Anna retreat. He would decide whether or not to involve his personal guards in the fight after he saw the challenge monster. He then waited another 3 hours for the Bible of Darkness's demon summoning skill to finish its cooldown, only accepting the disintegration axe's challenge after summoning a level 64, tier 3 demon. As soon as Shi Feng chose to take the challenge, he heard the sound of a system notification. System, you have discovered the disintegration axe. Do you wish to collect the weapon? Confused, Shi Feng chose to collect the weapon. Suddenly, an extra item appeared in his bag. It was none other than the disintegration axe, which had previously been inside the magic crystal pillar. I got it just like that? After seeing the disintegration axe in his bag, he glanced around him, searching for monsters. He then heard another system notification. System, you have selected 2 items from the treasury. You will be teleported to the nearest NPC city in 3 seconds. Before Shi Feng could even inspect the disintegration axe's attributes, his body transformed into a streak of light as he vanished from the treasury. Chapter 1371, Kingdom Changes. Chapter 1371, Kingdom Changes. Purple Thorn's Kingdom, Rock Sand City. Before Shi Feng could react, the system had teleported him here. HM? Why did it teleport me to this city? Shi Feng was little confused as he looked at his current location the system displayed. In the past, he had always been transported to Starmoon Kingdom's Dark Lake town after leaving the Orc Palace's treasury, yet he had been sent to the Purple Thorn's Kingdom this time. The teleportation hall bustled with activity. Shi Feng could even hear many independent teams recruiting members in the hall. Recruiting a team to grind orc bosses in Lakefront Town for honor points. Level 40+ experts only. We already have a healer. Recruiting for an escort quest, delivering resources to the front line. Need 2 more players. Level 38 and above. Must have in level 35 secret silver equipment or above. We already have MTs and healers. Practically every independent team wanted elite players or better. Shi Feng found such a scene hard to imagine in a border city like Rock Sand City. However, how fast these independent teams filled their slots was even more shocking. What is up with this city? After glancing at the players in the teleportation hall, he discovered that practically every player was at the elite standard or above. There were even quite a few level 40+ independent experts. The activity in this city's teleportation hall could even rival White River cities. Although Roxanne City was a major NPC city in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, it was close to the kingdom's border. The region didn't have particularly abundant resources either. Hence, finding so many players developing in Roxanne City was unusual. Expert players should be an even rarer sight. Yet, not only was Roxanne City's player population surprisingly high, but the quality of its players was also stunning. Before Feng could get a grasp of the situation, one of the larger-sized teleportation magic arrays lit up. A team of level 40+ players then emerged. Every one of these players wore a guild emblem belonging to none other than the first-rate guild, Star Alliance. Upon arriving, the Star Alliance members quickly left the teleportation hall. They summoned their mounts and made their way towards Roxanne City's main entrance. By the looks of it, they seemed to be in a rush. Shortly after the Star Alliance's team arrived, teams from other large guilds began to teleport in. Like the Star Alliance's teams, these teams also hurried towards the city's entrance. After watching this, Feng connected to the official forums to get a better idea of what was happening. The fact that so many large guilds had dispatched their expert and elite teams suggested that something big was going down. So, this is the case. Realization quickly dawned on Feng after he read through the Purple Thorns Kingdom's official forums. Due to the Empire's Rise expansion pack, orcs had begun to occupy areas near the morning battlefield. Although they had yet to occupy a large area, they were expanding. Meanwhile, the morning battlefield was now beyond recognition. The orcs had already claimed several neutral maps nearby. Thus far, 4 kingdoms had been affected by the morning battlefield's expansion. Orcs all over God's domain were becoming more active. Some had even captured NPC towns. To deal with these orcs, the continent's various countries had issued high-ranking quests. Although these quests were quite difficult, the remuneration was considerably abundant. Because of this, the areas these orcs had claimed became excellent locations to grind money and items. This was also a good opportunity for the game's various guilds to increase their popularity. These guilds had begun to receive team quests in their respective residences, each quest requiring them to hunt orcs. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg. The best part about this expansion pack was that players who reclaimed captured towns would obtain a town building order and town reputation order. These 2 rewards were precisely the reason that the large guilds were going crazy. The town building order allowed a guild to construct a town wherever they desired. Of course, the town could only be built in the country they had obtained the building order from. However, this wasn't a problem for the various large guilds, particularly for the first-rate guilds and above. Large guilds generally developed in multiple kingdoms and empires simultaneously, and they generally had a considerable amount of power in each location. So, supporting the development of one guild town wouldn't be a problem. The town reputation order had an even greater purpose. It could increase a town's popularity, which would hasten a town's promotion speed. The further a guild town developed, the more popularity it required to reach its next promotion. This was the main limit to guild town promotions. Meanwhile, the town reputation order could help solve this problem. Why wouldn't the various guilds go mad over this? Hence, many guilds had organized crusades against the orcs. Some had even organized armies of hundreds of thousands to raid captured towns. Unfortunately, the orcs defending these captured towns were extraordinarily powerful. These orcs were generally level 60 and above, making the towns very difficult to reclaim. Moreover, the more players that were dispatched to reclaim a town, the more monsters a town would contain. After watching others' failed attempts, the various large guilds had grown docile. Now, they only dispatched 100-man expert teams to complete the issued guild team quests instead of trying to reclaim towns. After reading through the discussions of players on the forums, Feng was greatly shocked. He had to admit that this expansion had a massive impact on God's domain's various major powers. If dealt with properly, it would not even be surprising to see a guild instantly rise to become a country's overlord. It was no wonder why the system update had taken so long to complete. As Shi Feng considered investigating these Orc Town incidents, he received a call from Melancholic Smile. "Guild leader, how is your quest coming along?" Melancholic Smile asked, slightly anxious. "I've just finished it. I just have to turn it in," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "But has something happened?" "Nothing has changed. Only, the evil demons around Stone Forest Town and White River City are becoming increasingly active. Moreover, Great Lord-ranked evil demons have begun to appear. The evil demons are growing so bold that they have even begun to ambush the teams we've dispatched to patrol the trade routes. We've already incurred significant losses. Meanwhile, the player traffic visiting Stone Forest Town has decreased by more than half. At this rate, Red Iron Town's player population will surpass Stone Forest Town's very quickly," Melancholic Smile reported helplessly. "Beast Emperor really is bold." Hearing that Great Lord-ranked evil demons had begun to show up, Shi Feng could not help but chuckle as he said, "Isn't he afraid that his Great Lords won't make it back home?" Even Abandoned Wave had only employed a few Great Lord-ranked evil demons due to the difficulty of nurturing them. Yet, Beast Emperor had dispatched a large number of Great Lords to attack players. Although we thought about killing those Great Lords as well, sending the guild's main force to lead a 1,000-man team to hunt them down, they've evaded us constantly as if the evil demon knew about our team's locations. As a result, our members have just wasted a lot of their time," Melancholic Smile said, shaking her head. "In that case, have everyone return to Stone Forest Town. Split up the guild's assassins to monitor the trade routes. Notify me the moment they spot a Great Lord-ranked evil demon," Shi Feng said, smiling. "Order a retreat?" Melancholic Smile was stunned. "Guild leader, if we do that, those evil demons will become even more daring. If they allowed those evil demons to slaughter the players visiting Stone Forest Town, even fewer players would make the trip." "It'll be fine," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "However, tell our assassins to be careful. They mustn't be discovered." "Understood." Melancholic Smile could only nod helplessly. She didn't understand the benefit of such a thing. She then started to recall the teams patrolling the various trade routes. As for Shi Feng, he retrieved a return scroll from his bag and teleported to White River City. First, he needed to turn in his commission quest. Chapter 1372, SSS-rank Commissions Rewards. Chapter 1372, SSS-rank Commissions Rewards. Star Moon Kingdom, Frozen Scar. Below a snow-laden mountain, the legion of experts under Singular Burial's command cleared out frost giants that surged down the mountain. Although these frost giants were not particularly strong, only level 47 special elites, their environment worked in their favor. Not only did the snowy environment drastically reduce players' movement speed and reaction speed, but it also increased their stamina consumption by at least 6 times. However, frost giants weren't Heaven's Burial's only opponents. The team also had to face High Lord-ranked Violent Frost Bears and Great Lord-ranked Frost Pythons. The Frost Pythons, in particular, posed a threat to large player groups. Unlike the Violent Frost Bears, which had powerful single-target attacks, the Frost Pythons had powerful AoE attacks. If players were not careful, a single breath attack could annihilate an entire team. However, while the Frost Pythons might be difficult foes for other teams, they weren't much of an issue for Singular Burial's Legion. As long as monsters were within a certain range, even the Frost Python's breath attacks could only do so much damage with the Frozen Heart. It protected players from the frozen state. In turn, it protected them from falling to the Frost Giant's mercy. The Frozen Heart would also slow players' stamina consumption to only 2 or 3 times the normal rate as the freezing temperatures gnawed at players' bodies. Although players would still be affected, at least they could last through a single battle. Good Lure the pythons to the side and prioritize killing the frost giants and violent frost bears. Singular Burial commanded as he fired arrows at the frost pythons, luring them away from the other monsters. Commanded by several experts, Heaven's Burial's team quickly lured the frost pythons away, allowing the other team members to kill the incoming frost giants. Guild Leader, news just came in from Zero Wing. The guild has withdrawn its various elite teams from patrolling the trade routes. They've only kept their assassins on the roads to monitor the situation, Ghost Shadow reported. They've retreated? Singular Burial was stunned. He then smiled as he said, "It seems that I have overestimated Zero Wing." The war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial was limited to a battle of attrition. However, Heaven's Burial had the evil demons to exhaust their opponent's manpower and resources. Moreover, the evil demons could affect Stone Forest Town's operation. Singular Burial had assumed that Zero Wing would hold on for quite some time or dispatch an army of tens of thousands to lock down the Stoneclaw Mountains. He had even prepared for an all-out field battle with the other guild. After all, a field battle was different from a siege battle. In a siege battle, Zero Wing had an advantage with the surrounding terrain and the assistance of NPC guards. But the guild wouldn't have these advantages in the field. With a large number of evil demons on their side, Heaven's Burial could deal a heavy blow, even if Zero Wing had a large fleet of miniature ballistas. Furthermore, Zero Wing had yet to recover from the previous war. He had never expected Zero Wing to give up so quickly. That's right. Zero Wing likely regrets starting a war with us without understanding the evil demon's capabilities. Not only are the chieftain-rank evil demons quite powerful, but they also possess superior intellect and stealth capabilities. Even sending an assassin to track them would be useless. Furthermore, these evil demons are much faster than players. Even if Zero Wing's assassins discover them, the guild's members won't be able to catch up, Ghost Shadow said, nodding. This is a good opportunity. Take some people with you and notify Flame Blood in person. Tell him that Outplan's initial phase has come to fruition. You and Flame Blood will then execute the next phase, crippling Stone Forest Town's trade routes. Singular Burial instructed, smiling. Once Beast Emperor is ready, we'll be ready to raid the Frost King. I can't wait to see how Zero Wing intends to compete with us. I'll notify Flame Blood right away, Ghost Shadow said, excited. Beast Emperor's strength was more frightening than they had imagined. Even someone like Abandoned Wave couldn't compare to such an existence. Moreover, his strength wasn't reliant on evil beasts and evil demons. He had many more tricks up his sleeves. Meanwhile, in a second-floor VIP room in White River City's Adventurers Association, a tall, beautiful woman in white mage robes entered the room before Shifeng had even taken his seat. This female NPC was Renee, one of the Vice Association leaders of White River City's Adventurers Association. She was a level 180, Tier 3 illusionist. Lord Protector, I have heard that you've completed the Ancient Orc Empire Commission? May I confirm the validity of this statement? Renee asked. Certainly. Shifeng then retrieved the disintegration axe from his bag and placed it on the table before him. If not for the wooden table's magic array enhancement, the disintegration axe would have shattered it. This wasn't to say that the weapon was particularly heavy. Rather, the disintegration axe contained frightening, destructive power. Despite remaining idle, one would notice the space around the disintegration axe show signs of collapsing. Moreover, this was only a result of the damaged disintegration axe. If the weapon were whole, there was no telling what it could achieve. If the disintegration axe were used in battle, one could just imagine how horrific of a scene it would create. This really is the disintegration axe the commission described. Renee could not help her surprise when she saw the weapon. Lord Protector, you really are impressive. It's been dozens of years since the commission was first issued in Star Moon Kingdom, but until now, no one has ever completed it. The association leader will be pleased to hear of your success. Now that I've confirmed the validity of the disintegration axe, Lord Protector, please follow me to turn in the commission. Renee led Shi Feng out of the VIP room and up to the Adventurers Association's third floor. She then led him to the association's treasure room. There were 4 level 180, tier 3 puppet guards stationed before the treasury. The room was also protected by a 5-fold magic array. The security was extremely tight, and even tier 5 players shouldn't consider attempting to break in. However, as Renee was a vice association leader, she had no issues leading Shi Feng into the treasury. Lord Protector, please wait here for a moment. Renee left Shi Feng at a counter inside the treasury. She then approached the rows of display cabinets to retrieve an item. Shi Feng was a little confused. Normally, players turned their commission quests in at one of the first-floor counters or VIP rooms on the second floor. This was the first time Shi Feng had entered the Adventurers Association's treasury. From what Shi Feng could see, he had to admit that the treasure room was a magnificent sight to behold. From the outside, the treasury appeared to be quite small, but it was bigger on the inside. The interior was roughly the size of 2 basketball courts with all sorts of items on display, some of which players could purchase from the association. Shi Feng had even spotted the association's prized 7 Luminaries crystal. The crystal was as large as the VIP room's wooden table. God's Domain's various superpowers would be shocked to see such a large chunk of crystal. Even after 10 years, Shadow had never collected so many 7 Luminaries crystal. If he could get his hands on that crystal, he could instantly upgrade his mind space by several ranks. Lord Protector, I apologize for the wait. Renee walked towards Shi Feng while carrying a wooden box carved with divine runes. Smiling, she said, in light of you being the first adventurer in Star Moon Kingdom to complete an SSS-rank commission, the Adventurers Association has decided to offer you a choice. You may turn the quest in and obtain the reward item that has been entrusted to us, or you may accept the reward the Adventurers Association has to offer. The original reward or the association's reward? Shi Feng was slightly confused. This was the first time he had heard about the Adventurers Association offering a different reward. That's right. The Disintegration Axe itself is the original reward. The current Disintegration Axe is completely unusable as it would harm both the user and others. However, the person that issued the commission has a way to recast the axe. As for the Adventurers Association's reward, we'd like to offer this wooden box. Chapter 1373, Ring of Legends Promoted. Chapter 1373, Ring of Legends Promoted. The Disintegration Axe or the Wooden Box. Shi Feng's gaze traveled between the Disintegration Axe in his hand and the wooden box Renee held. Currently, he was both confused and elated. He was also slightly hesitant. He hadn't expected the commission's reward to be the Disintegration Axe itself. He had to admit that the reward for an SSS-rank commission was truly frightening. There was no doubting the Disintegration Axe's power. Although he couldn't see the weapon's information, based on the power he felt from holding it, he could tell that if the weapon were repaired and given to a berserker, said berserker would become a god of destruction. Meanwhile, the wooden box in Renee's hands had been decorated with ancient, divine runes. It even radiated a faint trace of divine might. It was obvious that the wooden box's origin was not ordinary. Otherwise, the Adventurers Association wouldn't offer it as a replacement reward. Lady Renee, may I know the contents of this wooden box? Shi Feng asked. Of course, Renee answered, giggling. Although I cannot let you open the box, I can tell you that the item inside is called the Sacred Stone. It's not that I don't wish to show you the item, but the Sacred Stone is somewhat special. Once the wooden box has been opened, the Sacred Stone will vanish if it's not used within 3 hours. The Sacred Stone has a variety of uses. I would say that its greatest purpose is reinforcing a weapon or piece of equipment. However, as we only have one stone, the highest rank it can upgrade an item to is Fragmented Legendary rank. Moreover, the item's base materials must be of sufficiently high quality. Otherwise, the upgrade will fail. If you wish to reinforce the item further, you'll need to collect more sacred stones. Unfortunately, sacred stones were even difficult to come by in ancient times, much less now. You don't have to choose immediately. When you've made your decision, you may come to me to retrieve your reward. Hearing René's explanation, Shifeng stared at the wooden box in shock. He had never imagined that the Adventurers Association would be so generous as to offer such a treasure. Shifeng had heard about the sacred stone in the past. Indeed, as René had explained, it was an extremely valuable item. It was even rarer than your average fragmented legendary item. God's domain had extremely few fragmented legendary items. As a result, obtaining just one was excruciatingly difficult, not to mention finding an item that was suitable for oneself. Meanwhile, the sacred stone could upgrade a suitable item to fragmented legendary rank. It was common knowledge in God's domain that the more compatible one was with a weapon or piece of equipment, the more benefits one would gain from said item. Hence, rather than using a weapon or piece of equipment with powerful attributes, expert players preferred to use items that they were compatible with. This was also why after reaching the later stages of the game, many experts would turn down weapons and equipment from dungeons, searching for customized items instead. In the past, one sacred stone had been worth 2 fragmented legendary items. As René had said, he only had this opportunity because he was the first player in Star Moon Kingdom to complete an SSS-rank commission quest. Lady René, I've made my decision. I will choose the sacred stone, Shifeng said without hesitation. Although the disintegration axe was quite powerful, the weapon would be limited to fragmented legendary rank after its recasting. Repairing it fully would likely be even more challenging than repairing the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Who knew how long it would take to repair the weapon? Moreover, Rampant Blade, Shadow Sword, and Gentle Snow, Zero Wings' top 3 berserkers, didn't use war axes. They wouldn't be able to utilize the weapon to its fullest potential. Since that was the case, he might as well select the more valuable sacred stone. System, congratulations. You have completed the SSS-rank commission quest Ancient Orc Empire. Rewarding 1 sacred stone, Adventurers Association reputation plus 1,000, Star Moon Kingdom reputation plus 1,000, Humanity reputation plus 100, Legacy skill points plus 15, and free attribute points plus 60. When the sound of the system notification reached his ears, a golden glow wrapped around Shifeng's body as he leveled from level 54 to 79% of level 55. The quest awarded an abundant amount of EXP. If not for the nature of Shifeng's hidden class, he would have reached level 56 with the awarded EXP. The rewards are astounding. I actually got 15 legacy skill points. The quest's rewards astonished Shifeng. At his level, 60 free attribute points was nothing. At Tier 1, players would gain 8 free attribute points with each level up. At Tier 2, that number increased to 20. In other words, the 60 points were on par with 3 levels for a normal player. However, the legacy skill points were a different story. Players only gained 1 point for every 3 levels, yet he had just earned 15 points. Following which, Shifeng allocated his free attribute points to strength and agility, increasing each by a considerable amount. For Tier 1 players, this many attribute points was the equivalent to an additional piece of level 35 mysterious iron equipment. Shifeng had to admit that this was the frightening part about Tier 2 classes. Tier 1 classes simply couldn't compare. The sooner players completed their Tier 2 promotion, the more benefits they could gain. If they only completed their promotion quest after level 60, they would have 120 free attribute points less than players who completed their promotion at level 50. Unless they intentionally died and returned to level 50, recovering those points was impossible. Shifeng didn't take the time to learn a new Tier 2 legacy skill after he finished allocating his free attribute points. 15 points simply weren't enough to purchase a useful skill. He intended to save them instead. He then fetched the sacred stone from his bag. Shifeng already knew how he would use the sacred stone. He would upgrade the 7 Luminaries ring. The 7 Luminaries ring was, by far, the best epic item he had ever seen. Not even the sacred sword-killing ray could compare. Unfortunately, the 7 Luminaries ring was a replica. It couldn't be repaired as he had with the Heavenly Dragon's breath. The sacred stone was his only hope of upgrading the item. The 7 Luminaries ring was a perfect choice. The 7 Luminaries ring replica's creator had attempted to craft a fragmented legendary ring, so one could imagine the quality of the materials used in its production. Unfortunately, the ring had been epic rank. In fact, he should be able to upgrade the ring to legendary rank with enough sacred stones. However, Shifeng only played with the thought of upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring to legendary rank. Quite a few God rank players had attempted to upgrade their weapons and equipment to legendary rank with sacred stones, but even after 10 years, not one of these players had succeeded. The reason for their failure was simple. Upgrading an item to legendary rank required far too many sacred stones. Even God-ranked experts with Super Guild support hadn't been able to gather enough. As for exactly how many sacred stones were required, no one knew. However, there was a rumor that one God-ranked expert had failed to upgrade their item to legendary rank even after investing over a dozen sacred stones. Let's see how much potential you have. Shifeng then opened the wooden box and picked up the white, palm-sized sacred stone. He then chose to use it on the 7 Luminaries ring. Suddenly, the sacred stone radiated an incomparably intense power. Golden energy streamed from the stone, flowing into the 7 Luminaries ring in Shifeng's other palm. A moment later, the sacred stone turned to dust while the 7 Luminaries ring underwent an earth-shattering transformation. 7 different streams of light flowed out of the ring, giving it a mesmerizing look. Moreover, the ring now emitted a faint trace of pressure. It was hard to imagine that this item was only a ring, not a weapon. So strong. When Shifeng called up and read the 7 Luminaries ring's attribute panel, he could not help but gasp. Chapter 1374, Humanoid Great Lord. Chapter 1374, Humanoid Great Lord. Staring at the 7 Luminaries ring's attributes, even Shifeng could not believe that it was merely a fragmented legendary item. The ring had already been the most powerful epic ranked ring he had ever seen. Now that he had upgraded to fragmented legendary rank, not only had its physical appearance undergone a massive transformation, but its attributes had as well. 7 Luminaries ring, replica. Ring, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement, strength 1200, agility 1000. Attributes will be adjusted according to user's level. Strength plus 130, agility plus 115, intelligence plus 102, endurance plus 105, vitality plus 106, current level, 55. When equipped, increase strength by 40%, agility by 40%, intelligence by 40%, endurance by 30%, and vitality by 30%. All negative environmental effects weakened by 50%. Ignore levels plus 15. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill dash. 7 Luminaries aura. There are 7 different auras: earth, water, wind, fire, time, illusion, and space. Only one aura can be used each time, and there will be a cooldown of 20 seconds when changing between auras. Aura of Earth. Requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Defense increased by 100%. Damage taken reduced by 50%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute domain. Become immune to all damage for 10 seconds. All allies within a 50-yard radius become immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Aura of Water. Requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Healing effects increased by 100%. Cast consumption reduced by 50%. Activatable skill dash. Life domain. Heals all allies within a 50-yard radius for 10% of their HP every second for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of Wind. Requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Movement speed increased by 80%. Attack speed increased by 60%. Reaction speed increased by 20%. Activatable skill dash. Gale Domain. Enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 300% and reduces the movement speed of all enemies within a 100-yard radius by 50% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of Fire. Requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Damage increased by 50%. Target's defense reduced by 80%. Activatable skill dash. Flame Domain. Inflicts 1,500% damage within a 60-yard radius for 7 seconds. Damage upscales by 20% every second. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Aura of Time. Requires 3 billion EXP to level up. Cooldown of all skills reduced by 50%. Enemies within a 200-yard radius will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 40% and cooldown of skills increased by 50%. Activatable skill dash. Forbidden Domain. Prevents enemies within a 500-yard radius from using any skills or tools for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of Illusion. Requires 3 billion EXP to level up. All attributes increased by 40%. Enemies within a 200-yard radius will have all their attributes reduced by 40%. Activatable skill dash. Fantasy Domain. Immunity to all magic damage and 20% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover players' HP for 20 seconds. For 180 seconds, all negative effects within a 100-yard radius will be removed. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of Space. Requires 3 billion EXP to level up. Immunity to all control and restricting effects. Activatable skill 1 dash. Space Movement. Instantly move to any location within a radius of 600,000 yards. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Activatable skill 2 dash. Spatial Gate. Opens a spatial gate that allows players to go through it. Spatial Gate can be connected to any location within a 300,000-yard radius. Spatial Gate will stay open for 1 minute. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Although the 7 Luminaries ring's basic attributes were subpar for a fragmented legendary item, even inferior to the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, all players dreamed of using its activatable skills. The skills were useful in nearly all aspects of battle. Most importantly, these skills wouldn't only benefit the user as they also benefited one's allies. The Aura of Space's new skill, Spatial Gate, was particularly useful as it could allow the ring's user to take a player team with them wherever they wished. With this skill, traveling to dangerous maps to farm bosses would become much easier. After all, 300,000 yards was the equivalent of an average leveling map. Spatial Gate? Shifeng's lips curled into a smile as he read this new skill. I had thought that claiming the manatite vein was going to be troublesome. It seems I've just saved myself a lot of time. The Sea of Death's manatite vein was not that easy to obtain. He had planned to secure a group instantaneous teleportation scroll, but it seemed that he no longer needed to. When Shifeng re-equipped the 7 Luminaries ring, it felt as if the power of an ancient beast welled within him. Moreover, his mind became much clearer and more active than before. Is this the ring's hidden effect? Shifeng was surprised to notice the surrounding mana converge towards him. Although the affected area wasn't large, only 2 yards around his body, the mana density was roughly 30% higher than normal. Despite such a low percentage, it shouldn't be taken for granted. In a high mana density environment, the results would be staggering. Following which, Shifeng's fist shot out in a mock punch. Ping! He heard an explosion as his fist created a gust of wind that extended up to 10 yards away. My strength and speed can match a great lord of the same level now. Shifeng balled his fist as he estimated his current strength. Previously, he had nearly had as much strength as a great lord of the same level. Now, he was certain that his strength was on par with a great lord's. Although there did not seem to be a huge difference between the two, the gap was massive. If his strength were only close to rivaling a great lord of the same level, he'd receive a lot of damage in a head-on confrontation. Without a healer's support, it was only a matter of time before the monster whittled him down, as monsters had far more HP than players. However, if he had truly reached the Great Lord standard, his battle recovery could make up for the damage he took in a one-on-one fight. He could fight until he ran out of stamina. Meanwhile, as long as he dealt enough damage, he could solo a Great Lord without any special tricks. He could now fight foes of a higher tier. In the past, he had envied Apex experts and their frighteningly high attributes, yet now, he stood among them upon reaching Tier 2. If the Apex experts in his past knew about this, their jaws would hit the ground. Now that I've completed my quest, it's about time to visit Charlene. Shifeng smiled, satisfied. Before he left the Adventurers Association, though, he hid the 7 Luminaries ring's hidden effect. Otherwise, he would attract a lot of attention even with a black cloak. As soon as Shifeng left the Adventurers Association, he received a call from Melancholic Smile. Guild leader, the assassins I've dispatched have discovered a large group of evil demons. There are 3 times as many as those that assaulted our patrol teams. By the looks of it, their target seems to be an NPC merchant fleet, Melancholic Smile anxiously reported. When she had taken over Stone Forest Town's management, she had learned just how important the NPC merchant fleets were to the town. Without these NPC merchant fleets, Stone Forest Town would lose all sorts of special merchandise. If NPC merchants stopped visiting the town's popularity growth would slow to a crawl. To put it simply, the NPC merchant fleets were crucial to Stone Forest Town's promotion. However, these NPC merchant fleets normally hired both NPC and player guards, making them difficult to mug. They simply weren't opponents current players could go up against. However, with so many evil demons participating in the assault, these NPC merchant fleets could suffer defeat. They're targeting the NPCs already? Shifeng smiled faintly. Good. I can use this opportunity as a test. Guild leader, do you really intend to solo all of those evil demons? Melancholic Smile was stunned. The idea was simply too reckless. The opponent consisted of over 100 evil demons, including great lords. Even a 100-man expert team would risk extermination, much less a single player. Relax. Send me the coordinates. Also, tell the assassins to be a little more careful and avoid discovery at all costs. Those evil demons have very sharp senses, Shifeng said as he tried to soothe Melancholic Smile's panic. He then disconnected the call and retrieved a guild transfer scroll from his bag. He then transformed into a streak of light before vanishing. Chapter 1375, Display of Strength. Chapter 1375, Display of Strength. Starmoon City region, in one of the forested valleys in the Stoneclaw Mountains. A fleet of carriages rolled along the gravel road as it passed through the valley. From the top of a mountain, one could easily spot over 50 carriages. Among them, the most inferior carriage was an advanced transport carriage pulled by 2 horses. Meanwhile, the carriages carried all sorts of large crates containing rare merchandise to be sold in Stone Forest Town. Due to Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association, the town had attracted far more wandering merchants. Moreover, Sima Town was no longer the only town connected to Stone Forest Town. A total of 3 towns now had roads leading to the guild town. However, the 2 new trade routes weren't as lively as the road linked to Sima Town since the other 2 towns were further away. Regardless, due to the increase of wandering merchants traveling to Stone Forest Town, the 3 NPC towns began to receive more high-rank escort quests. Although escort quests did not award a lot of EXP, they did offer plenty of coins. To independent players, these quests offered a considerable income. Moreover, players who just so happened to plan on heading to Stone Forest Town could rake in some additional income while they were at it, killing two birds with one stone. However, such a profitable opportunity was not available to everyone as escort quests had a minimum strength requirement. Moreover, the larger a merchant fleet was, the higher the requirements were. As for how these NPC merchants determined if a player were strong enough, said player would be required to spar with the fleet's NPC guards. The main god system would automatically lower the guard's strength to the standard of elite players at this stage of the game. If the player defeated the NPC guards, they could accept the escort quest. If a player wanted to become the merchant fleet's vice leader, receiving greater pay, they needed to defeat an NPC guard adjusted to the standard of current expert players. In the Stoneclaw Mountains Valley, over 100 players accompanied this merchant fleet. Even without the NPC guard's aid, the escort players easily defeated any monsters the fleet came across. Even monster groups led by a level 45 Great Lord were no match for these players. Commander, are we really going to buy a private house in Stone Forest Town this time? A gray-robed woman with long crimson hair asked the man with disheveled hair seated next to her in one of the transport carriages. This charming woman's question quickly attracted the attention of the other players in the carriage. These players weren't only focused on the woman because of her beauty. Rather, it was because this woman was a level 43 summoner. She was also the vice commander of Firecloud Fox, a well-known adventurer team from the Black Dragon Empire, and one of the Empire's top 100 summoners. Graceful Moon. Many of the Black Dragon Empire's large guilds wanted to recruit Graceful Moon. Unfortunately, none of them had ever succeeded. As for the disheveled, cool-looking man, his identity was even more astounding. His name was Remnant Cloud, the Firecloud Fox's commander. Similarly, he was one of the top 100 shield warriors within the Empire. It was due to such a powerful MT that Firecloud Fox had grown into a large-scale adventurer team with over 500 members and a reputation known throughout the Black Dragon Empire. I plan to look around first. If Stone Forest Town is as impressive as the rumors make it out to be, buying a house wouldn't be a bad idea, Remnant Cloud said, chuckling. Stone Forest Town was considerably famous in the Black Dragon Empire. One of the main reasons for its popularity was the battle arena. Recently, quite a few experts had earned themselves a spot among the top 100 on the Black Dragon Empire's various class ranking lists. After some research, many other players discovered that these newcomers shared one similarity: they all trained in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Moreover, these players' ranks in the Empire continued to rise. Because of this, Stone Forest Town's battle arena had become quite popular in the Black Dragon Empire. To improve his team members' strength, Remnant Cloud had decided to make the trip and investigate the town himself. Commander, it's fine if you just want to look around, but if you decide to purchase a private house, I suggest otherwise. I've heard that a war has recently broken out between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial, and the latter seems to have the advantage. Furthermore, Heaven's Burial's Red Iron Town has more potential. Not only are there plenty of high-level and high-resource maps nearby, but players will also be able to use Evernight City as a transfer point between the guild's other towns in the future. Investing in Red Iron Town will be more convenient than investing in Stone Forest Town. As for the battle arena, currently, other guilds have already begun to construct battle arenas in their own towns. It is only a matter of time before they catch up with Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Graceful Moon did not view Stone Forest Town's future in a particularly positive light. In her opinion, the town only had a few minor advantages at the moment. However, as time passed, the various large guilds' towns in the Black Dragon Empire would undoubtedly catch up. After all, the Black Dragon Empire was far more prosperous than Star Moon Kingdom. Even if their adventurer team wanted to purchase a private house in Star Moon Kingdom, considering their long-term development, purchasing a house in Red Iron Town was the wiser choice. I guess you're right. But since we're already here, let's go take a look. After giving the matter some thought, Remnant Cloud saw the reasoning in Graceful Moon's words. Various guild towns were already prioritizing their battle arenas. As for the mana density, these guilds were doing their best to find solutions. They would deal with the problem sooner or later. While Graceful Moon and Remnant Cloud conversed, they heard a commotion in the forest on both sides of the gravel road. Suddenly, easily over 1,000 pitch-black figures darted out of the dense woods. Not only did these figures block the merchant fleet's path, but they had also surrounded the carriages. Upon seeing these monsters, the escorting players prepared for battle. These monsters were nothing like the wild monsters they had faced on the road thus far. Every one of these monsters radiated a frightening aura, their eyes containing human-like wisdom. Moreover, their levels were shockingly high. These monsters were all level 70, roughly 25 levels higher than the monsters the merchant fleet had previously encountered. How is this possible? Didn't they say that these evil demons only assaulted passing players? Why are they targeting the merchant fleets? Some escort players from Star Moon Kingdom recognized the evil demons immediately. After all, they had seen these evil demons siege Stone Forest Town. These monsters' attacks on Stone Forest Town's players was nothing new either. What surprised these players was that these evil demons actually dared to assault an NPC fleet. Aside from the escort players, a large number of NPC guards protected the merchant fleet. Each one of these guards was level 80, and among them were 3 Tier 3 guards, over 60 Tier 2 guards, and over 100 Tier 1 guards. They were not existences current players could easily defeat. Before these players could recover from their shock, the evil demons surged forward. Ha! Go! Destroy the merchandise! Ghost Shadow, hiding amongst the trees, laughed as he watched his legions surround the merchant fleet. To ensure the fleet's destruction, Heaven's Burial had dispatched the Ghost Shadow Legion's elites, and Beast Emperor had sent them an evil demon army to assist. 2 level 70, Grand Lord-ranked evil demons led the army. Given enough time, they could certainly eliminate the NPC merchant fleet. Although the evil demons' levels were lower than the NPCs, they had the numerical advantage. Moreover, they didn't need to kill the NPCs. Their goal was simply to kill the players and destroy the cargo. Damn it! Why are there so many powerful monsters? Graceful Moon's eyebrows rose in surprise. Not only did the level 70 chieftain-ranked evil demons easily defeat her summoned creatures, but they also dodged her spirit bullets. If not for Remnant Cloud activating a berserk skill and life-saving skill to hold the evil demons back, the monsters would have long since closed in on her. The other players weren't as lucky. Despite the battle beginning only a brief moment ago, over a dozen players had already died. On this kind of battlefield, these players were utterly useless. They were slaughtered like ants. Moon, get out of here. I'll hold them back. Remnant Cloud barked. He could tell that only death awaited them should they stay. They couldn't win a battle of this level. But, although Graceful Moon wanted to argue, when she saw a High Lord overwhelm her commander, she took out an instantaneous movement scroll and activated it. A futile struggle. Ghost Shadow growled disdainfully when he noticed several players removing instantaneous movement scrolls from their bags. Before they had taken action, he had used a tool Beast Emperor had given him to seal the area, making it impossible for players to escape via return scrolls or instantaneous movement scrolls. Why did it fail? Graceful Moon's expression darkened when she realized that she was still on the battlefield even after the instantaneous movement scroll had disintegrated. As for Remnant Cloud, despite barely holding on thanks to a healer's help, it would only be a matter of minutes before he died as more evil demons descended on their prey. When Remnant Cloud had less than 20% HP remaining, a Great Lord-ranked evil demon circled the man, swinging its claws at the shield warrior. Remnant Cloud was already doing everything he could to block the evil demon's attacks from the front. He did not have any spare power to protect his back. "Commander!" Graceful Moon gasped. "Am I going to die just like this?" Remnant Cloud understood that there was no escaping death when he noticed the Great Lord behind him. Suddenly, a spatial tear appeared between Remnant Cloud and the evil demon, and a figure leaped onto the battlefield. However, despite the spatial tear's abrupt appearance, the evil demon's attack did not falter in the least. "Be careful!" Remnant Cloud shouted. He could faintly tell that the figure behind him was a player. Unfortunately, only 3 yards separated this figure and the evil demon. Not even an expert could react in time to block such an unexpected attack from a great lord with so little distance between them. However, when the evil demon's claws were less than 1 yard away from the newcomer, a blue glow blossomed on the evil demon's body. Like a cannonball, the great lord-ranked evil demon shot backward, crossing a dozen yards before crashing into a large tree. A second after the impact, the towering tree fell to the ground. As for the figure that emerged from the spatial tear, he remained where he had stood, his calm composure making it seem as if nothing had happened. Chapter 1376, The 7 Luminaries Rings Power. Chapter 1376, The 7 Luminaries Rings Power. When the great lord-ranked evil demon's body hit the ground, the battlefield fell silent. How is that possible? Graceful Moon wore an incredulous look as she stared at the evil demon sprawled in the dirt. Turning her gaze toward Shifeng, she muttered, "Just what did he do?" Without using any special tricks or magic arrays, contending with a level 70 Great Lord was impossible for current players. Even if Remnant Cloud, Firecloud Fox's commander, activated his Berserk skill and life-saving skill, he'd be lucky to survive even a moment against such an advisory, much less throw such a monster over a dozen yards. Graceful Moon wasn't the only one shocked. Every player that had witnessed the scene was stupefied. That can't be a player, right? What is going on? No, that's not right. There's a green marker above his head. He must be a player. Who is that? Everyone's gaze fixed on Shifeng. For a moment, they tried to guess the man's identity, both curious and surprised. "Fellow friend, hurry and leave this place. There are too many monsters here," Remnant Cloud advised as he turned to Shifeng, who stood behind him. Although he hadn't seen how the evil demon had been thrown, not one of the experts he was familiar with were capable of sending a level 70 Great Lord flying. With such strength, Shifeng could definitely shatter the evil demon's encirclement. "You want to leave?" Ghost Shadow, still hiding in the forest, sneered as he asked, "Do you think you can?" Although Shifeng's counterattack had surprised him, that was all. Since Shifeng had already joined the battle, he shouldn't cling to any hope of leaving alive. After all, Shifeng had only used some special method to knock back the Great Lord. The swordsman was not truly capable of defeating one. Moreover, more than 10 Great Lords participated in this operation. If one was not enough, he simply needed to send 2 more at the newcomer. As Remnant Cloud was about to warn Shifeng of this, one of the nearby Great Lords and 5 Lord-ranked evil demons dashed towards the swordsman, dark fog wrapping around their claws as they swiped at Shifeng. To make matters worse, the evil demon's coordination was only slightly inferior to expert players. Seeing this, Remnant Cloud frowned. Even as a shield warrior, he could only stand against 3 evil demons at once. No swordsman could block 6 evil demons simultaneously without activating a life-saving skill. However, just as the 6 evil demons were about to land their attacks, a galaxy of stars appeared around Shifeng, radiating a brilliant blue glow. Compared to Shifeng's previous executions, his current sword's orbit was more complete and beautiful. When the blue glow illuminated the area, the 6 evil demons were instantly sent flying by over 20 yards. They hadn't even managed to reach the edge of Shifeng's cloak, much less deal any damage. Meanwhile, each of the 6 evil demons had instantly lost over 20,000 HP, with some losing nearly 50,000 HP due to a critical hit. As evil demons had much less HP than ordinary monsters, their HP bars had decreased significantly. This, Remnant Cloud was dumbfounded. Shifeng's previous feat of throwing a Great Lord could have been brushed off as a powerful skill. Now, however, Feng had launched 6 evil demons with a single move. Even an experienced expert like Remnant Cloud could not help his surprise. Meanwhile, Feng, who remained in his original position, glanced down at the Abyssal Blade, astonished. After upgrading the Abyssal Blade, the magic weapon had gained the passive skill Abyssal Will, which improved his physique depending on the surrounding mana density. Due to the 7 Luminaries ring, the mana density around him had increased considerably, which, in turn, improved his physique further. If not for the combination of these factors, he would not have executed such a perfect sword's orbit. I wonder how this move will fare? Feng suddenly vanished. Void steps. He disappeared. Where did he go? Did he leave? That's not right. He was using 2 one-handed swords. He should either be a berserker or a swordsman. How could he possibly be an assassin? Was he a ghost? Before everyone could recover from their shock, Feng's sudden disappearance surprised them once more. Impossible! I've already sealed the area. Players can only enter, not leave. Ghost Shadow's eyes widened in surprise. Quickly, he turned to look around the battlefield, trying to locate the swordsman. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't find the player. As players began to wonder if they had hallucinated, a figure appeared behind the 3 evil demons that Remnant Cloud faced. Fresh blood fountained from the 3 evil demons' bodies as they curled like shrimp and flew over 20 yards away. So fast! By the time Remnant Cloud realized what had happened, the 3 evil demons before him had disappeared. When he tried to get a good look at his savior, he realized that the figure before him was only an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Feng reappeared over a dozen yards away. Once again, 4 evil demons were struck and sent flying. In such a way, Feng's figure vanished and reappeared all over the battlefield. Each time he appeared, his attacks sent several evil demons through the air. He seemed like a deadly ghost on the battlefield. Commander, just who is that? Graceful Moon could not help but ask as she watched Feng's afterimages flood the road. She had encountered and fought many experts in the Black Dragon Empire. She had even sparred with the Empire's top 10 experts. Although she hadn't been a match for those players, she could estimate how much of a difference separated them. However, as she watched Feng, she couldn't fathom how vast the gap was between this man and herself. She felt as if she were staring into a bottomless abyss. I don't know either. Remnant Cloud smiled bitterly. Once Feng had thrown over 300 evil demons, he stopped 50 yards away from the battlefield. He seemed like he had just casually strolled through the area, coming and going with ease. My physique should have improved by nearly 10%. Feng rejoiced as he glanced at his abyssal blade. Although the burden of using void steps so many times consecutively was great, it wasn't intolerable due to his high attributes and physique. Moreover, executing void steps was now easier than ever before thanks to the high mana density encasing his body. His current location's average density was the only limiting factor. If he fought in a high mana density environment, the effects would be unimaginable. After a short pause, the 300+ evil demons that he sent flying charged at him like maniacs. The weakest among these evil demons was a chieftain, and the charge included 8 great lords. He's insane. He aggroed so many evil demons. Remnant Cloud's eyes twitched as he watched the evil demons stampede towards Feng. He could not fathom what Feng intended to accomplish by luring so many monsters. When the evil demons were within 30 yards, Feng smiled faintly as he thrust the abyssal blade into the ground. Abyssal Curse. A pitch-black light pillar emerged from within the evil demon group, extending into the sky. The pillar then expanded to a radius of 30 yards, preventing all evil demons within range from moving. Even the Great Lord-ranked evil demons felt as if they had just stepped in mud. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. Moreover, their attributes were rapidly reducing. Following which, a frightening amount of mana gathered around one of Feng's hands, a crimson magic array forming above his palm. He then directed the magic array at the army before him. Flame Domain. A twofold, crimson magic array formed in the center of the evil demon army, crimson shockwaves radiating from the center. Before everyone could figure out what was happening, a towering pillar of fire rose up from the ground, forming a mountain of flame as it enveloped every evil demon that had charged at the swordsman. The scorching fire ripped pain screams from the evil demons' throats as their HP plummeted. Initially, the evil demons had lost around 350,000 HP. In the next second, they lost over 400,000 HP. Then, they lost another 500,000 HP. By the time the flames scattered, the Lord-ranked evil demons had less than half their HPs remaining. The chieftains had been utterly annihilated. The fire's horrific damage had stupefied the witnesses. However, before these players could recover their senses, Shi Feng followed up Flame Domain with Lightning Blade, dealing another a heavy blow. Following which he took out 2 Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scrolls and used them consecutively against the remaining evil demons. In the end, all 300+ evil demons turned to dust. Suddenly, a golden glow flashed on Shi Feng's body as he rose from level 55 to level 56. Chapter 1377, He is Black Flame. Chapter 1377, He is Black Flame. Amazing! Just who is this guy? The players still fighting the evil demon army gaped when they saw Shi Feng turn over 300 evil demons to dust in just a few moments. A single chieftain-ranked evil demon could easily kill any one of them. If not for the level 80 NPC guards, they would have long since been annihilated. Yet, the mysterious, cloaked swordsman before them had slaughtered these evil demons as if he were grinding common monsters. It was an extravagant grinding method. Evil demons weren't like ordinary monsters. They did not drop any loot, only offering slightly higher EXP. Setting aside the fire spell Shi Feng had used, the 2 Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scrolls could easily sell for over 1,000 gold. With that kind of money, a player could purchase a valuable plot of land in an NPC city. Moreover, even with enough money, Tier 3 magic scrolls weren't easy to purchase, much less large-scale destruction magic scrolls. In reality, however, Shi Feng hadn't wasted the 2 scrolls. Chieftain-rank evil demons had a considerably high chance of dropping evil energy crystals. In Shi Feng's previous life, a single crystal had sold for 10 gold on the market. Among the evil demons that he had killed, over 100 had dropped evil energy crystals. Not only had he earned back the money for the scrolls, but he had also made a profit. Damn it! Where did this person come from? Ghost Shadow frowned, his expression grim as he stared at the distant Shi Feng. Evil demons feared large-scale destruction spells almost more than anything. Unlike ordinary monsters, although evil demons had very high combat power, they didn't have a lot of HP. Even a level 70, Grand Lord-ranked evil demon only had 35 million HP, not to mention the Great Lords and below. Commander, what should we do? We've lost nearly 1/3 of our evil demons. At this rate, it will be difficult to destroy the merchant fleet, a level 42 assassin, clad in blue, asked worriedly. Powerful magic barriers protected the NPC's carriages. Breaking a single barrier would take some time. In addition, the magic barriers buffed the nearby NPC guards. With these buffs, the 3 level 80, Tier 3 NPC guards were ridiculously powerful. They needed only a short time to kill Great Lord-ranked evil demons. Only the Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were a threat. Yet, Shi Feng had eliminated nearly 1/3 of their forces. This wasn't in the plans. He must be sick of living. He dares to treat Heaven's Burial's evil demons as EXP. Use our trump cards. Have the 2 Grand Lords prioritize that player. Lead 3 parties and assist the monsters from the side. Do not let him get away. Ghost Shadow growled, sneering. Understood. The blue-clad assassin immediately went into action. The Ghost Shadow Legion members, who had been hiding in the forest, snuck towards the Tier 3 NPC guards with bluish-purple scrolls. When they were less than 30 yards away from the Tier 3 NPCs, they revealed themselves and unfurled the scrolls. Suddenly, 3 purplish-gold magic barriers, each manned by 36 players, appeared and trapped the 3 Tier 3 NPCs and a large number of Tier 2 NPCs, freeing the evil demons from their opponents. No matter how these NPC guards struggled against the barriers, the purplish-gold walls didn't waver in the slightest. As for the 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, which suddenly found themselves without an opponent, they promptly left behind after images as they darted for Shifeng. The sudden development inspired despair in the defending players. The evil demons alone were more than they could handle. Now, hundreds of assassin players had joined the battle. Even Remnant Cloud, someone who had experienced many fierce battles, could not help his bitter smile. The fact that several hundred players had emerged to attack them proved that someone was in command of these evil demons. There was a huge difference between monsters under a player's command and those that were not. After factoring in the several hundred assassin players, his people had no chance of surviving this fight. As for their savior, Shifeng, he needed to face off against 2 level 70 Grand Lords. Unfortunately, the swordsman would be lucky to keep his own life, let alone help them. The Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were incredibly fast. Upon reaching Shifeng, they swiped their fog-clad claws at the player. These Grand Lords were far superior to their Great Lord cousins in terms of both strength and speed. In addition, they executed rapid switch while coordinating with each other. Not daring to be careless, Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his strength by 150%, agility by 60%, defense by 300%, and HP by 500%. Instantly, his maximum HP shot past the 400,000 threshold. He then executed Sword's Orbit, creating a perfect defense around himself. Boom. As blades and claws clashed, explosions rang out across the battlefield. With each collision, the ground beneath Shifeng and the Grand Lord's feet trembled. Even players 30 yards away from the fight could feel intense shockwaves. Both sides exchanged attacks so rapidly that it was impossible for the naked eye to keep up with them. All anyone could see was the ground sink as the impacts formed a crater. The residual power of Shifeng and the Grand Lord's attacks also left numerous furrows in the dirt around them. Seeing this, the nearby assassins who had intended to ambush Shifeng hesitated, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. For a moment, the scene stupefied every player on the battlefield. How was this even a battle between a player and monsters? This was practically a monster-on-monster fight. How is that possible? Ghost Shadow, who had lain in wait to ambush the swordsman, could not believe his eyes when he saw Shifeng holding his ground against the 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. Despite being just a player, Shifeng could fight 2 level 70 Grand Lords to a standstill. No one would ever believe this. In reality, Shifeng was rather proud. After upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring, he only needed to activate 1 Berserk skill to raise his strength to a level 70, Grand Lord-ranked evil demons level. Factoring in his reaction speed and physique, he could contend with 2 Grand Lords with only Sword's Orbit. However, continuing the fight at this rate was not an option. Shifeng could feel his stamina and concentration depleting. Even though his battle recovery could mitigate the Grand Lord's damage, it did nothing to recover the lost stamina and concentration. Before Heavenly Dragon's power's duration ended, he'd run out of stamina and concentration. Following which, Shifeng activated Divine Steps and switched positions with one of his doppelgangers, temporarily distancing himself from the 2 evil demons. He then retrieved 2 Summon Guard scrolls from his bag and began to summon Anna and Kite. Although the Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were relatively fragile compared to ordinary monsters of the same rank, each still had 35 million HP. With their incredible reaction speed, they could also dodge or block a large portion of his attacks. If this were a one-on-one fight, he might have a chance to kill the evil demon using only Heavenly Dragon's power. In a two-on-one situation, however, he had no hope of defeating the evil demons with a single berserk skill. Shortly after, Anna, level 75, and Kite, level 74, appeared beside Shifeng. Anna and Kite's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Crap, am I seeing things? That guy actually has a level 75 personal guard. When they saw Anna's level, the players gasped. The highest leveled personal guard they knew of was only level 69. They had never even heard of a personal guard reaching level 70, much less level 75. Moreover, both NPCs wore brilliant equipment. When Ghost Shadow saw Anna and Kite, a familiar sensation struck him. After going through his memories, these two NPCs seemed very similar to the two powerful personal guards that had appeared during Heaven's Burial's first assault against Stone Forest Town. Only the NPCs' weapons and equipment were different. Ghost Shadow's calm expression changed abruptly. "Commander, what happened?" the blue-clad assassin asked curiously. "Crap, he is Black Flame," Ghost Shadow exclaimed. Chapter 1378, Kill. Black Flame? When the other Ghost Shadow Legion members heard their leader's realization, they could not help but shift their gazes onto the distant Shifeng, their mouths falling wide open as a chill crawled down their backs. Black Flame's fame had long since spread throughout the kingdom. Many players even treated his battle records like classics. He was Star Moon Kingdom's undisputed #1 expert. However, Black Flame's tracks were always a mystery. Even Zero Wing's inner members did not know Black Flame's whereabouts. They had only heard of Black Flame's strength, that he was akin to a monster. They had thought the rumors were just exaggerations. However, it would seem that the real deal was even greater than the rumors had made him out to be. After all, Black Flame could actually hold his ground against two level 70, Great Lord-ranked evil demons by himself. This was simply too terrifying. "Commander, isn't this a good chance to kill Black Flame?" the blue-clad assassin asked with a smile. "We haven't received any reports of Stone Forest Town mobilizing forces. Black Flame must be acting on his own this time. Although Black Flame is monstrously strong, at the end of the day he is only one person, and we still have many evil demons. We can use them to wear him down. His death will be far more meaningful than destroying an NPC merchant fleet." Hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly glowed with excitement. They all agreed with the blue-clad assassin. If they were here without their demonic support, it would be impossible to deal with Black Flame, but the Ghost Shadow Legion was backed by the evil demon army. They even had two Grand Lords. This was a heaven-sent opportunity to kill Black Flame. If they defeated Black Flame, the blow to Zero Wing's reputation would be far more severe than simply destroying an NPC merchant fleet. Indeed, this is a golden opportunity. Ghost Shadow nodded his agreement. "Notify everyone to gather at our location immediately. Order the Lord-ranked evil demons and above to keep an eye on Black Flame as well. Do not let him get away." Black Flame had already used his berserk skill. Once the duration ended, with the evil demon army attacking head-on and the Ghost Shadow Legion assisting from the sides, they would take the swordsman's life. Upon receiving Ghost Shadow's command, the Ghost Shadow Legion members assisting the evil demons in destroying the fleet left their positions and stealthily surrounded Shifeng. The 100-plus Lord-ranked evil demons remaining also shifted their focus towards the player. Remnant Cloud and the other defending players sighed with relief. What's going on? Are they giving up? As she watched the Ghost Shadow Legion's assassins withdraw, Graceful Moon was confused. Had those assassins continued their assault, they would have been defeated. She watched as hundreds of Lord-ranked evil demons and above charged for Shifeng, shock and lamentation filling her heart. Given enough time, she was confident in becoming one of the top 10 summoners in the Black Dragon Empire, yet it was obvious that their attackers didn't view her or the other guard players as important. Otherwise, they wouldn't have switched targets so suddenly at such a crucial moment. She was a little frustrated at being looked down on. Moreover, was it really necessary to send so many players and lords against a single player? Could all Great Lord-ranked evil demons distract Black Flame's personal guards while the other evil demons focus on Black Flame? Everyone else find an opportunity to land a killing blow. Ghost Shadow gave out the command to attack once his people were in place. Unlike the prior attack, the evil demons put more space between themselves. Even if Shi Feng had more large-scale destruction spells, he couldn't put them to good use. Furthermore, he wouldn't have another opportunity to use a magic scroll with the two Grand Lords distracting him. Roar! With Ghost Shadow's command, over a dozen Great Lord-ranked evil demons charged at Anna and Kite, while the other evil demons dashed for Shi Feng. The level 40+ assassin experts nearby stealthily approached their target as well. Black Flame, today will be your funeral. Ghost Shadow exclaimed as he watched the Grand Lords force Shi Feng into a defensive position. Quite a few superpowers had attempted to kill Shi Feng, but none had succeeded. Today, however, he would put an end to Zero Wings legend. Crap, everyone's coming for me? Shi Feng, who had activated Omniscient Eyes to scout for ambushes, discovered countless evil demons and players around him. Moreover, these evil demons and players aimed for his life. Dealing with the two Grand Lords had only become easier after he had summoned Anna and Kite. If so many evil demons and players joined into the fight right now, he'd be in trouble. Seeing the evil demon army and player army inch closer, Shi Feng switched the aura of fire to the aura of time. Forbidden Domain. A silvery gray space formed in a 500-yard radius around him. The skill prevented all enemies in range from using skills or tools for 30 seconds. It also decreased enemies' movement speed and attack speed by 40% within 200 yards of him. Due to this forbidden domain, the stealthed assassins were promptly exposed. The dark fog that shrouded the evil demon's claws also disappeared. The Ghost Shadow Legion panicked when they realized they had lost their ability to use skills and tools. Assassins were powerful was because of their skills' damage and control effects. If they couldn't use their skills, they were practically crippled. They wouldn't even be able to exhibit 30% of their true combat power. What are you afraid of? This silencing skill will only last a short moment. Charge. No matter what, he mustn't escape. Ghost Shadow shouted arrogantly. While not being able to use skills and tools was a disadvantage, they wouldn't get another opportunity like this to kill him again if they failed. Hearing Ghost Shadow's words, the panicked assassins calmed quickly as they tightened the encirclement around Shi Feng. They might not be able to exhibit their full strength right now, but the same wasn't true for the evil demons. Even if the evil demons couldn't use their skills, it would only affect their combat power slightly. There were more than enough evil demons to whittle Shi Feng down. They could leave the offense to the demons while they contained Shi Feng. Escape! Shi Feng formed a sinister smile as he surveyed his surroundings. That smile made the Ghost Shadow Legion members shudder involuntarily as they realized that something felt off. However, before they could react, Anna, who stood beside Shi Feng, finished reciting her incantation. Immediately, a massive, golden magic array appeared in the sky, its imposing appearance visible to anyone within 500 yards. Following which, a golden armored Valkyrie descended from the array. The moment the level 75 Valkyrie appeared, a powerful aura washed over the battlefield like a tidal wave. The Ghost Shadow Legion felt an unprecedented pressure weigh them down. Crap! Everyone retreat! When Ghost Shadow saw the Valkyrie, he instantly understood the meaning behind Shi Feng's sinister smile. Shi Feng hadn't used a silencing skill to escape. Rather, he had used the skill to prevent them from escaping. Even without Ghost Shadow's warning, the Ghost Shadow Legion members had already turned and fled. Unfortunately, the Valkyrie already held a spear of thunder. She then swept the spear towards her targets. Countless arcs of golden lightning streaked forward, dealing devastating damage to everything within 150 yards in a cone-shaped area. The Valkyrie used the Tier 4 skill, Roaring Thunder. She also dealt double damage against dark creatures. As a result, the fragile Lord-ranked evil demons died on the spot. Only the High Lords and above barely survived. As for the players within range, not even their bodies remained after the attack. Chapter 1379, Unstoppable. Chapter 1379, Unstoppable. As the golden lightning dissipated, it revealed a large clearing on the road. Despite the Ghost Shadow Legion members having spread out, over 100 members had died instantly under the Valkyrie's merciless assault. As for Ghost Shadow, who hid a short distance away, he turned deathly pale upon seeing the devastation. Over 40 Lord-ranked evil demons had died. Even level 80, Tier 3 NPCs would require quite some time to kill one level 70 Lord, yet the Valkyrie had done so in one hit. Although the High Lords caught in the attack hadn't died, they weren't far from death's door. 4 Great Lords had also sustained severe injuries, each one with a little over a third of their HP remaining. This frightening damage and destructive power were simply unparalleled. Ghost Shadow had never witnessed such an attack. The Valkyrie's strength stupefied everyone. For a moment, many of the surviving Ghost Shadow Legion members stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Attempting to escape was meaningless. Even if they tried to run, the Valkyrie would likely kill them before they reached the Forbidden Domain's boundaries. Don't panic. Spread out. The Valkyrie won't last very long. Such a powerful skill has to have a long cooldown. Maintain your distance and buy as much time as possible. Ghost Shadow hurriedly commanded. While the Valkyrie's combat power had exceeded Ghost Shadow's expectations, he was no ordinary player. He had fought countless battles to reach his current standards. Naturally, powerful boss monsters were among his many foes. Not only could he calm himself quickly, but he could also devise a plan to deal with the Valkyrie. After all, this wasn't his first time against the summoned creature. When the Valkyrie had joined the first siege battle in Stone Forest Town, her pros and cons had been revealed. As long as they were far enough apart, she couldn't wipe them out during the short time she could remain on the battlefield. Hearing Ghost Shadow's orders, his assassins exploded into action. They maintained a certain distance from the Valkyrie and each other. They sure reacted quickly. The Ghost Shadow Legion's reaction time surprised Feng slightly. If the enemy players had simply scattered, running for their lives like a chaotic mob, they would have been easy to slaughter. However, by deliberately maintaining a fixed distance from the Valkyrie and attracting her attention, the summoned angel could only kill a small number of their forces. However, the development didn't worry Feng. Instead, he commanded Anna indifferently. The NPC then changed another incantation and summoned 10 Rock Guardians. The Rock Guardians formed a magic barrier around the 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, trapping them within. Meanwhile, the Valkyrie vanished and reappeared before the 2 Grand Lords, sweeping her spear of thunder horizontally. Before the 2 evil demons could react, they were sent flying over 20 yards away, slamming into the magic barrier. Their HP bars lost another large chunk. He's aiming for the Grand Lords. Ghost Shadow's expression darkened as he watched the summons trap his 2 Grand Lords. Hurriedly, he shouted in the team chat, "Quick! Everyone, attack the magic barrier!" Every Grand Lord-ranked evil demon was incredibly precious. Nurturing one was highly dependent on luck. Beast Emperor had only given Heaven's Burial 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons as trump cards to deal with Zero Wing. Each Grand Lord could easily annihilate a 100-man expert team on their own. If not for Singular Burial's demand that he destroy the NPC merchant fleet, he wouldn't have mobilized the 2 Grand Lords at all. It's too late. Feng smiled. He then activated Phantom Kill, 9 Dragon Slash, and Divine Providence. Feng, his doppelganger, and the Abyssal Blade Phantoms attacked the Grand Lords together. In front of the Valkyrie, the two Grand Lords were utterly powerless. Hence, Shi Feng could attack to his heart's content. As the Valkyrie dealt double damage to dark creatures, each of her attacks caused over -1 million damage. When she used the Tier 4 single-target skill, Judgment Spear, she could eliminate over 1/3 of the Grand Lord's HP. As for Shi Feng, he possessed the Sacred Sword-killing Ray, which also dealt double damage to dark creatures. Factoring in Heavenly Dragon's power, each of his strikes easily dealt over -100,000 damage. After exhausting all 9 Shadow Blade attacks, he instantly devoured over 1 million HP from one of the evil demons. Although Shi Feng's doppelganger only had 80% of his basic attributes, its damage shouldn't be underestimated either. Anna and Kite also bombarded the Grand Lords. In less than 6 seconds, one of the 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons collapsed as its 35 million HP fell to 0. As it fell, it dropped several items and contributed an astronomical amount of EXP, pushing Shi Feng very close to level 57. Quick! Destroy the barrier! Ghost Shadow's stomach churned with anxiety as he watched one of his Grand Lords die. However, despite both players and evil demons assaulting the magic barrier unhindered, the barrier remained intact. The Rock Guardians maintaining the barrier only lost a small amount of HP. It was clear that it would take some time to bring this barrier down. As a result, Ghost Shadow and the others watched helplessly as the other Grand Lord rapidly lost its HP. Of course, as time passed, the Valkyrie's summon duration dwindled. When the duration had only 1 second left, the Valkyrie began to fade. Meanwhile, the Grand Lord-ranked evil demons still had over 17 million HP remaining. Seeing this, Ghost Shadow breathed a sigh of relief. Without the Valkyrie suppression, Shi Feng would have a difficult time dealing any significant damage to the evil demon. His 2 personal guards wouldn't change that. Shi Feng would need a long time to kill the Grand Lord. His subordinates should break through the barrier before that happened. Die! Suddenly, Shi Feng shouted as his 2 swords released a blinding light. A similar phenomenon occurred on his doppelganger's blades as well. Both Shi Feng and his doppelganger then brandished their swords at the evil demon's back. Flame burst! Every strike dealt over -800,000 damage, with some doubling that due to a critical hit. By the time Shi Feng and his doppelganger landed all 30 strikes, the evil demon's remaining 17 million plus HP had fallen to 0. Impossible! Ghost Shadow was stunned. Ghost Shadow wasn't the only one shocked. Shi Feng's burst damage flabbergasted everyone on the Ghost Shadow Legion. He had wiped out over 17 million of a Grand Lord's HP in the blink of an eye. This kind of explosive power was simply unheard of for a player. Upon killing the second Grand Lord, Shi Feng had also risen to level 57. Although both Grand Lords had dropped plenty of valuable loot, as Shi Feng was still in the midst of a battle, he swept the items into his bag without sparing them a second look. "Commander, what should we do now?" the blue-clad assassin asked worriedly as he watched Shi Feng inside the magic barrier. When he saw the man smile, he could not help but shudder. If Shi Feng could instantly kill a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon with half of its HP, who could possibly stop him on this battlefield? Retreat! This place is no longer safe for us. Ghost Shadow sighed helplessly. Although the Valkyrie was no more, they had lost their only combatants capable of contending with Shi Feng. If they stayed and fought, they'd be nothing more than EXP and loot. Based on the strength the swordsman had displayed here, it was clear that attempting to kill him was futile. Chapter 1380, Fame Spreading Throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 1380, Fame Spreading Throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Hearing Ghost Shadow's order to retreat, the Ghost Shadow Legion members breathed a sigh of relief. They had lost the courage to face Shi Feng. Shi Feng had stood against a level 70 Grand Lord-ranked evil demon in a direct confrontation. Killing them would be child's play. It hadn't been easy for them to reach their current level, and if they died here, recovering their lost progress would be even more difficult. With Ghost Shadow's command, the evil demons and Ghost Shadow Legion fled, not daring to linger in this land of death for a second longer. Don't even think of escaping so easily. Seeing his opponents run, Shi Feng pointed the abyssal blade at the sky and activated Skywheel Sword. Suddenly, golden, divine swords descended, one after another. All assassins caught in the rain of divine swords died instantly. 3 great lords and over a dozen lords were also within range of the AoE, unable to leave the area. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's personal guards and doppelganger launched an assault on the great lord-ranked evil demons. Evil demons were not easy to produce, particularly the Grand Lords and above. Evil Gods Temple players treasured every one of these high-ranking evil demons dearly. Hence, Shi Feng had prioritized the strongest evil demons first. As for Shi Feng, he charged at the escaping players. While inside the Forbidden Domain, all enemies would receive a movement speed penalty. With his superior attributes, Shi Feng could effortlessly catch the felling players. Taking these assassins' lives, who couldn't use skills or tools, was like taking candy from a baby. Every time he swung his sword, a player died. Moreover, Shi Feng had already activated Omniscient Eyes, so he knew the situation within a 100-yard radius like the back of his hand. This made it much easier to track down the players that had escaped into the dense forest. Following which, Shi Feng transformed into a black shadow as he darted around the battlefield, players screaming in agony as he passed before they transformed into particles of white light and vanished. The fleeing players paled with fear when they saw the horrific scene, shuddering uncontrollably. Their opponent was nothing like a player, but a death god harvesting lives as he listened to his praise screams. Even the guard players' blood ran cold. Despite facing an evil demon army and hundreds of level 40+ assassins by himself, Shi Feng had actually forced his opponents to run for their lives after such a short battle. So strong. Who's that? So, this is a true expert player. Everyone stared in shock as they watched Shi Feng chase down the last Ghost Shadow Legion members. They felt as if they were looking at a whole new world. The Ghost Shadow Legion members were all level 40+ assassins and equipped with top-tier weapons and equipment. To ordinary players, they were definitely experts, yet hundreds of these experts did everything they could to flee from a single player. Black Flame, don't get too full of yourself. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Ghost Shadow, who stood in the distance, could not help but shout at Shi Feng as he watched the swordsman slaughter his subordinates. The Ghost Shadow Legion members he had brought with him were the elite among elites. Nurturing each one of them had cost a lot of resources. Watching them fall, one after another, Ghost Shadow wanted nothing more than to charge in and kill Shi Feng himself. However, he knew that he wasn't a match for the swordsman right now. He could only use the Lord-ranked evil demons to buy as much time as possible for his people to get away. Full of myself? Shi Feng laughed. You're the ones who came to Stone Forest Town to rob our merchants. Do you really think that I'll let you leave alive? Shi Feng's words echoed throughout the forest, the cold, killing intent lacing his words causing the escaping Ghost Shadow Legion members to shiver. Shi Feng stopped holding back as he switched to the aura of wind and activated Gale Domain, increasing his movement speed as he decreased enemy movement speed within 100-yard radius by 50%. Suddenly, several players in the forest transformed into light particles and disappeared. The Lord-ranked evil demons couldn't even slow Shi Feng. Although the escort players were some distance away from the fight, both Shi Feng and Ghost Shadow had been quite loud. When they overheard the conversation, their jaws dropped. Practically everybody in Star Moon Kingdom had heard of Black Flame. But they had never imagined that he was so powerful. They had heard that Black Flame was only slightly stronger than first-rate guilds' top experts. However, he was clearly more than slightly stronger. What? That is Zero Wings Guild leader. I don't think it's a mistake. After all, he even admitted it. No wonder why he's so powerful. As expected of the Sword King, Black Flame. He sent hundreds of experts running for their lives by himself. He's too awesome. I have to join Zero Wing after this. Right, has anyone recorded the battle? I'll pay 10 silver for a copy. I recorded parts of it but forget about the money. I'm going to upload it to the forums, so you can watch it later. What a pity. I should have snuck over and watched the fight between Black Flame and the two Grand Lords. For a moment, the players escorting the merchant fleet brimmed with excitement. They had never expected to witness Star Moon Kingdom's mythical character in action personally. Moreover, they got to watch this mythical character create another legend. Graceful Moon turned to Remnant Cloud and asked, "Commander, why don't we garrison our adventurer team in Stone Forest Town?" "What? You've changed your mind already?" Remnant Cloud teased when he saw the glimmer in Graceful Moon's eyes. In truth, he had the same thought. After all, Shifang's battle had allowed him to witness a whole new world, and as an expert, he desperately wanted to learn more. He finally understood why the experts that had recently entered the top 100 class rankings in the Black Dragon Empire fixated on Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Of course, Graceful Moon responded without a shred of shame. On the contrary, she righteously declared, "If Black Flame is this powerful, Zero Wing's other experts shouldn't be weaklings even if they're not as strong as he is. If we garrison in Stone Forest Town, we must sign a partnership contract with Zero Wing. We might even get to know those experts and get to spar with them. If we want to occupy Stone Forest Town, we'll have to prepare. I heard that the adventurer houses are not cheap." Remnant Cloud nodded, agreeing with Graceful Moon's reasoning. However, he had to consider how they would earn enough money. Once we complete this quest, we should return to the Empire and start preparing immediately. Firecloud Fox was more than capable of affording a private house in Stone Forest Town, but it was a different story if they wanted an adventurer house. They'd likely need several times more gold than what they currently possessed. Moreover, Stone Forest Town's houses would certainly become more expensive after this battle. Fortunately, he learned about the change early. If he had only discovered this after news hit the Black Dragon Empire, it would be more difficult to prepare enough coins. News of the battle quickly spread to Star Moon Kingdom's forums, and everyone who watched the battle video was astounded. Without any backup, Black Flame had killed 2 level 70, Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. Hundreds of evil demons and expert players had even fled from this terrifying player. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.